Okay, good morning and welcome to February 7th Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll call this meeting to order and we will start with a moment of silence. I know we have several. I'll start with just the communities in Syria and Turkey recovering from the earthquakes and what a long haul that's going to be. And I know we have someone from behavioral health that wants to come up.
Morning, Board. Todd Metcalf, Behavioral Health Services. I would like to take a moment to dedicate this moment of silence to two valued staff members who recently passed away. David Brody, who was a behavioral health clinical specialist, started with us back in 2020. He's been an extremely valuable member of our teams, and his kind heart and dedication to the community will be sorely missed. Craig Keene, who was a client support assistant too, coordinated all of our client transport and pulled out all the stops to make sure people needed to be where they needed to be, when they needed to be there. He'd been with the department since 2011. The pride Craig took in his work was extremely admirable, and he was an amazing asset not only to our department but to our clients as well. So our deepest condolences to his families, or their families and friends. So thank you. Wow.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you. Just wanted to give my condolences to the family and friends of Denise Dietrich. She used to own, with her husband, Dietrich Tires in Lower Lake, lived in the city of Clear Lake, and unfortunately passed away recently, and just wanted to make sure that we held all of her family and friends in our hearts.
Do we have any others on the board? No? Okay. Director Turner, do you want to lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any items, extra items? Not appearing on the posted agenda? No? Okay. And then any from the public? An extra item?
No.
Okay.
A quick 3-minute.
Yeah, we'll get to that in
Okay.
just one moment.
I haven't been here in years, so.
Okay. And then number 5, we'll go to our consent agenda. Do we have anything to be pulled today? Supervisor Spatier?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 5.14. No, that's not the correct one. Yes, 5.14, just for clarification, and then 5.20 for further discussion later this afternoon.
And 5.26 from admin. Okay. Does the public have any items that they wish to pull from the consent agenda? Not seeing any, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I'll motion to approve the consent agenda, items 5.1 through 5.13, 5.15 through 5.19, 5.21 through 5.25, and 5.26 through 5.29.
Or 5.27.
Oh, sorry, 5.27 through 5.29. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We'll just wait until 9:06.
Seconds.
Yeah. Okay, 9:06 item 6.1, public input. This is where members of the public can come up and speak for 3 minutes. We do have one already, request from Elaine Brown, if you'd like to come up. And thank you for coming back again this week.
Thanks for giving more time to prep, so thank you. Hi, I'm very honored to be able to speak before you today, and I'm bringing before you a passion of mine, and it comes in lieu of the post-COVID time that we're in. COVID has, been a really hard situation for many of us, and it has been difficult for me. And so in that response, how do we deal with that? And in education, this is my response. And my objective here is to work in a position developing thriving communities by networking with local, national, and international agencies, along with diverse thinkers incorporating seasoned and youth leadership, providing long-term solutions to challenges in an ever-changing world. So I have worked with Project BASE. Project BASE is a philosophy in education. I handed out a packet to you. If you look on the back of that, there's a picture of a class that in 2011 worked on a project trying to save an endangered species called the vaquita in the Gulf of California, which is in Mexico. And it is through that process that I realized the power of children, building their community, changing their world. That class did a letter campaign to places like Nike, Tim Tebow, and Princess Kate, and received letters back from those places. And the power of children changing their community is beyond what I could have imagined. And so I'm speaking to the board because I believe this is something that we could utilize in this county of Lake County. I'm particularly interested in agriculture. I worked for an agricultural-based tour in Ivanhoe, California, called Farmer Bob's World at McKellar Family Farms. And I learned a lot about ag during that time. I actually toured his family, one of the representatives of that area, and we talked and we're on the same page. In Sacramento, they don't really understand agriculture, and this is a really rich agricultural community. Also ecological systems. Our lake, I love this lake. I'm new to the area, but wow, what a gem you're sitting on. It rivals Yosemite, California, which I used to live near. And the commerce that could be developed here that once was, get children behind that, developing that community, bringing back, figuring out what's wrong with the lake. I heard from different people I've talked to, some different situations, but there was a tiny fish that was taken out years ago. I think it was a silverfish, and it used to eat at the algae. And it was taken out because they thought it would hinder the bass production of the eggs. Well, it turns out it didn't. And so I could see children all over this county and surrounding counties developing those fish in their classrooms, coming and taking a field trip, seeing this beautiful lake, and being a part of the change. And what power that brings to a community and to children who will go forth in their life and be able to see that they can make a difference. So I've been told that this would be one of the places I could come and present this. I don't know if this body of leadership can do anything about that, but there might be someone on this board that has connections to someone or people who would be behind something like this, both in agriculture and ecological systems in California, as a response to what has happened in our lives, to have children be the change that's needed in this beautiful state of California. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So this, for public input, it's not a period for dialogue, but if you want to reach out to any of us, or I can help you connect with some of those resources, and then we do have a conversation this afternoon about a fish in the lake. So if you want to join at 1:15, we'll be here probably for several hours talking about that.
In here at 1:15. All right, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else in the chambers? Would you like to come up and make sure and give your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Hi, my name is Roberta Lee, and I'm also going to talk about animals. I noticed on the closed session you have a public employee evaluation for Lake County Animal Care and Control. So, keeping with the current issues that have been publicized 3 times now in the Santa Rosa Press-Democrat regarding an animal-related issue, I would like to say I've been in the field for years, and I have a lot of empathy and respect for the work that Lake County Animal Care and Control does. I also have some formal legal education. I didn't finish law school, and I realize what they're up against. I also am concerned, though, that we have an ongoing and continuing issue. The public does have the animal purchasing public patronizing stores that have issues. They need to make complaints. I've spoken to Animal Care and Control. I have 100% agreement with Jonathan Aramis that people make complaints online and on Facebook instead and post photos and pictures, and no matter how compelling and disturbing may not meet the evidentiary standard, and they need to immediately step outside, make a call to either Lakeport PD, Animal Care and Control, or as soon as can, and file a formal written complaint, which I have in the past. Moving forward, this is a complex situation, and I'm familiar with some of the parties. I'm not that concerned about the landlord's issues. I'm concerned about the welfare of the animals, and I don't know what Lake County Animal Care and Control can do moving forward. I realize they've had inspection warrants multiple times, but I do think maybe an investigator, they need extra help. I don't know what can be done, but it's a chronic issue. You also cannot discount private Facebook individuals and groups that harassed and threatened the owner and her children, which was turned, I know I sent the post to the district attorney. What they did, I don't know. That was back in April. So I am concerned for the animals' welfare. Again, realizing the very hard work that Lake County Animal Care and Control does and what they're up against with irresponsible pet owners and people that are hand-wringers. Not everybody can do something. So I did what I could. There's California health and safety codes that pertain to pet stores and pet store operators. I think when Jonathan went in with an inspection permit, he could have asked, are you handing out care sheets for each animal? Ask for the veterinary records that are required. I spoke to Annette. She allowed me to examine the cockatoo manual. So I hope something can be done in the future. And it does take the public, not just the government. So I'm understanding of that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the chambers? And it doesn't look like we have anybody in the Zoom room. So we will close public input and move on to our 9:10 item, 6.2, public hearing, a consideration of adoption of resolution of formation declaring results of majority protest proceedings and renewing the Lake County Tourism Improvement District, and B, consideration of adoption of 2024 to 2033 Lake County Tourism Improvement Management, District Management Plan. So would you like to come up here and join us?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me back. City and county officials, I really appreciate it. It's been, I believe this will be our final time before you for this renewal of our Tourism Improvement District, AKA Visit Lake County. It's been a long process. We've done a lot of outreach. We've talked to lots of our stakeholders. We've found lots of stakeholders we didn't even know we had. And we feel like we're really in a good place to move this forward. People are excited about where we've come from, and I think everybody is excited about the future of tourism in Lake County. So, and I'm Brian Fisher, Executive Director of Visit Lake County. So I look forward to answering any questions if anybody has any, and we hope that we can get our adoption going today and renew.
Brian, do you wish to introduce Ms. Brown?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you up there, Emily. You're behind my shoulder. This is Emily Brown. She has been extremely helpful and really crucial in the entire renewal process. Emily works for Civitas, the consulting firm in Sacramento that we hired to shepherd us through this process. And Emily has done an amazing job. This is a very intricate process we found out, and she really knows how to get it done. So Emily, thank you so much for your work. Couldn't have done it without you, for sure.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, members of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have today.
Does the board have any questions or comments, or do you have anything to add?
No, I think there should be a statement made with regard to the petition and that we can still move forward.
Yes, so when we initially petitioned our stakeholders, we petitioned for a 3% assessment on per room night. Through negotiations, the process, we lowered that assessment down to 2.5%. And that is reflective in all of the renewed resolution that you have there and our new management district plan. So beginning in January of '24, the new assessment per room night will be 2.5%, and it will be in effect for 10 years until 2033.
And is there any reason why this should not go forward?
I see no reason why it should not go forward.
Okay. It meets all the eligibility criteria.
It does. We have passed the weighted vote of our stakeholders. Over 50% have approved it. And as I showed you in one of my other presentations, really the majority of our largest stakeholders have signed on to this new district.
Okay. Supervisor Spatier?
Thank you for this. Glad it's the long process may come to an end here. I appreciate you mentioning the 2.5 and reducing it to 3. I know that it's in the plan, and we're supposed to approve the plan. It doesn't necessarily mention 2.5 in the resolution, but it does mention the plan. I just kind of wanted to double check and make sure that we don't have to bring the 2.5 into the resolution since there was a change.
I will defer to Ms. Brown on that.
So the resolution is just requesting the board's approval of the management district plan dated December 7th, and that is the plan that has the updated assessment rate of 2.5%.
Okay.
The short answer would be no. The resolution would not need to include the updated assessment rate.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, just in case, because I know that we started the protest hearing with the 3%, and obviously with the updated plan, this is enough. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate bringing this forward. Excited that you're moving forward with this. The plan does note several of the marketing strategies you use. I'm sorry. Got it right here in front of me. But specifically, the use of online advertising is kind of central to your strategy moving forward. So I see growth in Facebook attention and stuff like that. And I think in previous presentations I've heard you make, probably before the city, we talked a little bit about that. So some of that may involve remarketing, advertising to people that would get an exposure to a cookie and then come back and get exposed through advertising again. Okay. So I don't see much granular detail in this plan about how we handle these various social media platforms and stuff like that. So there are things in here that I really, really like: professionally produced newsletter, print ads, stuff like that. Some of what I call old media, and then this new media is still kind of an evolving thing. So I just want to highlight that I don't see a lot of specific detail in this plan about what exactly we're doing for online advertising. Personally, I distinguish between simple ads and remarketing techniques, basically because of the use of cookies that do tend to track people, whether it's personally identifiable or not. I don't care much about that. I just don't like the idea of tracking people for advertising purposes. So it's just a comment and a suggestion that maybe we can fine tune some of that, make sure that the website is fully compliant with both federal and state laws relating to online privacy practices. And that's just it. I want to congratulate you for a very thorough approach to this while also expressing concerns about the use of remarketing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Green. Retargeting is what the process you're talking about, and that has changed a lot even in the last 4 years since we've been marketing outside of the county, primarily because of the way Apple changed their operating system. They no longer let somebody just be remarketed to. Any website you visit, it has to ask you if you would like to be cookied, basically. And so that's changed everything, and that's why you've kind of seen actually Facebook earnings have difficulty because they were doing so much retargeting advertising that kind of took the wind out of their sail for about a year. So things are not as it's much harder, and that is just not generally accepted practices anymore. Somebody has to opt in to be remarketed to on most operating systems these days. So, but I appreciate your concern, and we use a lot of digital advertising. That's definitely where we're going to be spending the vast majority of our funds this year. It's very effective for us.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Seeing none in the chambers or in Zoom, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I offer the resolution of formation declaring results of majority protest proceedings and renewing the Lake County Tourism Improvement District.
All right. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And with that, I move to approve the adoption of 2024 to 2033 Lake County Tourism Improvement District Management Plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you for dedicating so much time to this process. It has been a labor of love. Susan and I have been along for the ride, and we appreciate your excellent team and all that you do, and we look forward to the next 2 years, bringing more
thank you.
people into our county.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
One
Thank you,
more
Emily.
comment from,
One last comment.
sorry.
You know, one more step. When I first came on the board, you know, and made the comment here quite a few times, telling our story. This is another step of telling the story of Lake County and who we are. So
Totally.
greatly appreciate it, and we'll continue the growth.
We'll
So
keep it rolling.
we're here to work with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
all right, good job, Brian. Okay, our next item, 6.3, 915, is Lake County Health Services Public Health Update.
Hi, this is Carl Sporty, your interim public health officer. And I believe I have Philip Wagner coming up to the podium.
I'm here.
Very good. Thank you for the time and ability to speak today. Jonathan Portney is still on paternity leave. And I want to introduce Philip Wagner, who's our new Director of Nursing in the Public Health Department. Jonathan and Philip have worked very closely to reorganize and create the new organizational table structure for the Department of Public Health, and have done a lot of work in sort of rehiring and streamlining things, developing a COVID response for the future. And Philip's going to talk a little bit about what they're doing and his perceptions of what's going on with COVID nowadays. Thank you, Philip.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm new. I came from Wisconsin, and I thought I left the cold behind me. But it seems there's a bit that followed. I have a bachelor's degree from Seattle Pacific University in religion, Greek, history, and English literature. A bachelor's in science from the University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh, where I'm originally from, in nursing, and a master's in public health from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. I've worked and traveled in 55 countries, and I must say I'm very glad to be here and to be a part of this community and to learn from you. and to help any way I can. A little bit about COVID-19. Officially, you might have heard on the news that the emergency ends on May 11th. Well, that's not the end, of course, of the disease, but we've seen and we kind of act like it's all over. But we're going to have to live with a new reality. That reality may be continued vaccination, like influenza, like flu, diseases like tuberculosis and other things. We'll have COVID for a long time. It still remind you that it is still the third leading cause of death in the United States, behind cancer and heart disease, but ahead of pneumonia, diabetes, accidents, stroke. So it's still a very important thing in our health system. There's a higher percentage of people dying who are marginalized, who are immunosuppressed, and that probably will continue. The Biden administration has a plan to continue vaccinations to the most vulnerable and needy, and the health department will be a part of that. Looking for the danger of new variants. You hear all kinds of things about new variants. To prevent shutdowns in education and in economy, and to vaccinate the world. So that's the grand plan post-emergency. For our organization, we will continue to have COVID funding through 2014. And that means we will focus on the areas of the marginalized and people that really need it. It also means that we stop testing on February 3rd, and we'll stop the free vaccinations on February 28th. So anybody who needs a free vaccination, get it before the 28th if you want it free. As a health department, we are reorganizing, like Dr. Spohr said, and we have a new organizational chart that we'll be putting on the website as soon as we can. There are some new hires. I'm one of the new hires, Director of Nursing. We have a new Health Services Program Coordinator, Judy Garcia, a new Health Programs Coordinator for Health Equity, which is an important thing in health, Layla Romero. We're looking for an epidemiologist, and we're looking for more nurses. We need a lot of nurses. The heart of public health is nursing, and it's been that way since the early 1900s. So I need some more nurses. Anyone who knows a nurse that needs a job, wants to work in a great system, public health, please see me. And that's all.
Well, thank you both and welcome. Thank you for choosing Lake County. We're delighted to have you.
Thank you.
Dr. Spohr, did you have anything else to add?
Not a lot. This winter, we worried about the triple pandemic, and we were lucky across the country and particularly lucky in Lake County. RSV didn't hit us too hard, and it hit the rest of the pediatric hospitals pretty hard for the early months of November. It sort of dipped and went away after December. Flu was milder than usual, earlier than usual, and COVID, we've been fortunate this time. Philip is right, though. We're going to have to worry about COVID the rest of our lives, and our new COVID unit is going to be on top of that in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the board? Any questions from the chambers or the Zoom room? I'm not seeing any. Okay. All right, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you both being here. And we'll look forward to our next presentation.
Thank you.
So moving on to our 6.4 item, 9:30 in 1 minute. Almost there. Okay, it is now 9:30, and we can move on to our presentation of report of the Roadmap Task Force 2022 activities. We have community development and our sheriff. If you'd like to come up and join us. Do you want to come sit up here?
Actually, good morning, Mireya Turner, Community Development Department. Our code enforcement staff is away at a training, and I inadvertently requested the item to be placed on this date, but I'm now requesting that it be carried over to February 14th.
Okay. Does that work for February 14th? Maybe the 28th?
We're open to the pleasure of the board.
I recommend the 28th.
Yeah, I think the 28th would probably be better.
I think that I just wanted to make sure the sheriff's office is available. This is quite a collaborative effort between our two departments. Good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So we can take up some of our untimed items until we get to 10 a.m. Is there one that you recommend right now?
I would recommend 7.3 to begin with.
Okay.
It's you.
Okay, item 7.3, consideration and discussion involving the recruitment process for filling the vacancy created by the county council's retirement announcement. I know.
Oh, I was like, what's all the noise?
So I will pass this over to admin.
Yes, thank you very much. In the memo that was provided to your board, there are two types of recruitment. One is promotional only, which is a 5-day recruitment used to establish an eligibility list in which qualifications for the application is limited to current, permanent, and extra help employees in county service. The second option recommended is open recruitment. It's a 10-day recruitment, which is a competitive process used to establish an eligibility list in which any qualified applicant may participate. And it's up to your board to discuss and make a decision and direct staff.
I'm just curious if there are any recommendations from staff.
I would recommend, if you're asking for my personal recommendation, it would be open recruitment. And one of the reasons is because we may get applicants from outside of the area. You're not obligated to choose anyone from outside of the area, but it also gives us a short list of possible employees for other positions within the county council's office. Just a thought.
Okay. Okay. Questions from the board? Comments? Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much for bringing this to us very quickly so that we can make sure to get through the process and have the chance to make a good decision in the interviews that we'll have. I also believe that open application is the best way to go. I have great respect for the lawyers that are in the county council's office, but I think that for any time that we're opening up door for a new director, we need to open up the door entirely, and so looking for open application for me.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just a question really quickly. Sometimes there's a third option, like when we have hard-to-fill positions. Like open, great, but still only a 10-day recruitment period is not huge. So on a good recruitment, we would have a bunch of applicants and do some interviews, but a lot of these upper-level positions are kind of hard to fill. So when do we distinguish between when we just want to do a promotional or open recruitment and when we want to take more aggressive steps for recruiting? I consider this one a very critical hire. So of the two options presented, I'm going to lean toward the open, but I'm wondering if a third option has been considered.
Pam is on the line.
Good morning. I think we would do an open recruitment and see what we get in 10 days. And then if we don't have a robust applicant pool, then we could look at other options such as a recruiter. But I don't know that a recruiter is necessarily going to help drive in it. When our last two hires just took a number of times to find qualified applicants that met the needs of county council. So attorneys, the last class, I think Anita said, had a 28 or 30% pass in the last year. So it is going to be hard to find a applicant, and I'm not sure that a recruiter is going to necessarily help that. but we certainly could cast that net after we see what our applicant pool looks like.
I think that your board has traditionally now for quite some time always gone with open recruitment, so I would never suggest you do otherwise. I do think that if you advertise in the places where people who want to be in county government, county councils are looking, I think you'll get a pretty good selection that way. I understand the comment about the bar passage rate, but I doubt very much you want somebody who's been an attorney for less than a year in this job. Though I suppose, no, I doubt very much you'd want somebody, but I mean, that's up to you, but I would doubt it. But I do think that people who want public service look for particular advertising spots, and I think that will generate quite a bit of interest.
Any other thoughts from the board? Okay. Public, oh, sorry. I thought it was still up.
And I was going to mention something similar. I'm hopeful that HR will be working with county council to make sure that we do advertise in the appropriate places so that that net is not just cast to the millions of people who are not lawyers and who are not eligible, but to specific groups that would be eligible for that position. So just wanted to make that comment.
Okay. Anyone anyone from the public? Don't see anybody in the chambers or in the Zoom room. So I will bring it back to the board. I agree. I think that open recruitment is the way to go. We just start that process. And if we have to do it again or make changes, we can do so if we need to. Okay.
Consensus should be good.
It says approve the open recruitment.
So I think we're all in agreement.
Yep.
Option number 2, open recruitment for the 10 days, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, board.
Okay. Which one next?
7.6.
Okay, consideration of the following advisory board appointments. Clerk of the board. Looks like we have Child Care Planning and Development Council, Emergency Medical Care Committee, Law Library Board of Trustees, Maternal Child Adolescent Health Advisory Board, and the Middletown Area Town Hall. Start at the top, Supervisor Sabatier?
Oh, sorry.
Or who's starting?
I'll speak for the Child Care Planning and Development Council since we're starting at the top. Samantha Bond is the Executive Director of First Five. I think it makes perfect sense for her to be reappointed to the Child Care Planning and Development Council.
Okay. Any other comments? Anyone from the public? Bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Samantha Bond to be reappointed to the Child Care Planning and Development Council.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Emergency Medical Care Committee. Supervisor Sabatier?
Madam Chair, I'd like to push this one for further discussion. In reviewing the two applicants, one of them does not define a specific category which they would fit in. One does, but I don't think a resident who is not involved in some form in either a nonprofit or an agency that is related to emergency medical care, because consumer interested group to me does not mean a resident volunteer that wants to provide feedback. I think that's still a group that's related to providing care and providing service within the realm of emergency medical care. So at this moment in time, I'd like to pull those two applications, have further discussion with the EMCC to make sure that either this is appropriate or inappropriate.
Okay, anybody else? From the public? I don't see anybody in the chambers or in the Zoom room. So do we have consensus to wait on this? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Library Board of Trustees. We have one vacancy and one public member. Dennis Fordham.
I'll go ahead and move forward with it after public input. He's been on. He's a good reappointment, so.
Okay. Any comment from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move to appoint Dennis Fordham to the Law Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board. We have 6 vacancies. General membership, Samantha Bond, reappointment. Supervisor Spatier?
Same message as earlier. Samantha Bond, being the first 5 executive director, makes perfect sense to reappoint her to Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health.
Okay. Anybody from the public? Okay, bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Samantha Bond to Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
I'll second that, but then follow it with a question. So just like we had a question on categorization of the seat, are all the seats on MCH general membership, or are there some organizational seats in there as well? Because she would probably fit better into an organizational seat than a general membership. And I don't need an answer right now, it's just a question. I don't know the composition of the full advisory board.
It's all general membership.
It's all general membership, okay.
Okay. I
Then
think we
second.
have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We have Middletown Area Town Hall. Monica Rosenthal, reappointment for proper seat number 1. Julia Bono, alternate. William Waite, alternate.
Yeah, at this time I'll be reappointing Monica Rosenthal and also Bill Waite, or William Waite, to the general membership.
Any comments from the public? Seeing none in the Zoom. Bringing it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to appoint Monica Rosenthal, reappoint Middletown proper seat 1, and also Bill Waite, alternate general membership.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. What would be next now? We still have 15 minutes. Yes,
Like the last one.
7.7? Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, 7.7A, consideration of creation of Section 19 of the Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, California Policies and Procedures Manual, and B, consideration of approval of Section 19.1 acceptable use policy. And do we have our director with us? Okay. Okay, we'll come back to this item. And
You can try 7.2, since we have 15.
okay. Item 7.2, consideration of discussion and action regarding short-term administrative support for the monthly Risk Reduction Authority RRA meeting from our admin office.
So I can introduce the item, obviously, from Lake County Risk Reduction Authority. At the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority, obviously NCO isn't going anywhere, but we were informed that they were unable to continue with our support services for the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority. Obviously, they've got some other projects that are happening in Lake County, but they've also had some losing some employees in this vital area. So what we're coming today is to ask for some short-term support from our administration office. It'll take up more time, the allotted time, than just helping out. So we need to get that approved from the board. Susan can help talk about it, but we do plan on doing an RFP or coming up with something in the near future for long-term support of the agency. There are conversations going on, but we're probably looking at, and I think we talked about 6 months support just to be, so we're not coming back every 90 days if something takes a little longer than we expect. So that's really the gist of it. We need board approval. So hopefully we can get that today, but that's why we're here for the discussion. And Susan or Jessica, I'd turn it over to you to follow up.
Yes, it won't be a full administrative support. We're just going to do basic agendas and basic action minutes. So it may not even take the full 15 hours a month, but until I would like to recommend to the board, to the RRA board, that they either consider retaining a temporary agency for clerical assistance or go out for an RFP or even publish and advertise for the position.
And we do have a meeting later this month, and we are having conversations, so it is something that we are prioritizing. It just kind of came up on us suddenly, and so we are making this request of the board.
A little bit of history also, when we put in for the Cal OES grant, the Climate Resiliency Grant, in our first iteration of the grant, we had written in not only a climate resiliency officer, but also I don't know what term we used, but an assistant in that position. We were asked to remove that at that time. We were hoping that, that assistant would also be able to help in some support of the RRA. And what we had talked about from admin with the previous CEO when we were going through it was there would be a little bit of support that would come from the admin office. I don't know exactly in what position that was or iteration that is now. But we just need this gap. We did have the conversation with the NCO with their, folks leaving the department or their organization put us in a challenging spot. So we did the 6-month contract, which just ended this month. This will be the first month that we need to pick up kind of the minutes and the posting of the agenda. And we'll work diligently to get that position filled. So we shouldn't be coming back to the board on a bigger approval process because the contract was supported not only by our cannabis funds that we had put in from the county and also each district supervisor, myself and Supervisor Peiska, but we are also looking at coordinating those opportunities for distribution or support from each agency that is joined. So that's where we're at this point.
So there is funding available.
Yes.
That's not the issue, it's just we need the staff support. Supervisor Crandall?
Just a thought, I know it says, let's see, I think you mentioned that the temp agency or RFP, is there a thought about like a 900-hour person or something like that, or is that not ideal? Like extra help, or would that be not ideal?
I was trying to separate the county from the authority.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, so that's the conversation the RRA is having. Should they go out with an RFP? Should they hire? Who should they hire? So we just need this kind of gap support. Supervisor Spatier?
Thank you for bringing this for discussion. This has been a concern of mine for a while. I know that staff has already been working a lot with RRA. I know staff helped out with the budget and amongst other things. And I'd like to get a clarification. There was a 6-month contract, and that contract just ended with NCO.
There was a,
Or did they pull out
no,
earlier?
they finished their contract.
Yeah.
So the surprise then was that they weren't planning to renew the contract?
Correct. We had anticipated that they would be renewing the contract, and then they had some immediate staffing shortfalls, and they just weren't able to continue and renew the contract.
Okay,
So it was a surprise.
Yeah, they lost both employees that were supporting. From my understanding, they lost two that were supporting our, they moved on.
I'm concerned about using staff capacity for a non-county task. And I'm concerned about what door that opens up about others potentially requesting similar requests. I mean, you've mentioned minutes and agendas. What else exactly would this consist of?
We're limiting it to that and that alone.
Yeah, so previous to having NCO do this work, it was carried by admin. It was carried by Michelle Scully. And with her transition out of admin, we put the RFP out for support, and that's how we first entered into a year contract with NCO and then a 6-month contract. And so we've lost that support. I feel really confident that we have a plan. It's just we haven't talked about it yet at the RRA. So we are definitely working on it. We wanted to make this very, very short term because we have the options. If nothing else, we can go out to the short-term agency. We can do that. It's just we can't do that this month because we haven't had our meeting yet. So the funding is coming in. We feel stable there. We just need a short time gap filler. And it's only minutes, only agendas, nothing else.
And posting of the agenda.
And posting.
of the agenda.
Posting and
minutes,
emailing.
Yep, that's it. There are no other committees. The other committees that they were working on have been moved, either postponed at this point or moved into to different areas and brought back into the county, at least the forest, what is the?
It was the CMAT and all of those it's just, NCO was supporting several committee meetings, and that is not the case any longer. It's just for the one meeting once a month.
Yep.
Okay. And then who will be working on the RFP?
Well, we don't know if there's going to be an RFP yet because we don't know what the board is going to decide. Or that we don't know what the RRA board of directors is going to decide.
I know Anita has a comment.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say that when you have a joint powers authority, it's not an unusual situation that for stopgaps, one member may fill in certain functions on behalf of the entire membership, which sounds like is what's happening here. The county as a member is going to fill in certain functions, and they did do it initially. The county does that in certain other circumstances. PSA 26 is an example where the county is a member, but they perform certain functions that are above and beyond just general membership. Generally, in those circumstances, the other members find a way to also participate if anything goes on for very long. But it happens with a joint powers authority from time to time.
Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Do we need a motion or is this direction?
Oh, it's just direction? I think there's the recommended.
And if you don't mind, if I can just make
Sure.
a final comment before you move on, Supervisor Simon.
Go ahead.
So I know that I've been hoping and pushing for a clear situation between the county and the RRA, because it just always seems like there's this gray area, which one's the county and which one's the RRA. I feel that there are a lot of people involved in the Risk Reduction Authority. I know I'm on some committees where I create the agenda and I do the minutes, and I think that that can be handled from the RRA. I'd like to see it moving in the direction of independence, which is the direction I was hoping to move forward with, and I thought it was a great step in making the memberships provide funding to help keep it going. But now I got to ask I guess that funding's on hold until further notice. Hopefully the RFP is what the board wants to do. I know we've asked and tasked our administration office with some very important tasks, and I do not want to see them be deviated. And I think that this is something that the RRA, in meeting together, can possibly figure out how to create that stopgap in between losing NCO and gaining a new lead agency. Just wanted to explain myself rather than just providing you a vote, but I'm ready for the vote when it's on.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier, and heard loud and clear. So we'll be working on it. Ready to go?
Okay.
I need some help drafting this one. I don't see. So it says direction to staff on the memo, so I just want to make sure. So I would like to make a motion for short-term support for administration functions from the admin office for the Lake County Community Risk Reduction Authority.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. And we can go back to 7.7. All right, consideration of creation of Section 19 of the Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, California Policies and Procedure Manual, and B, consideration of approval of Section 19.1 Acceptable Use Policy. Director French.
Good morning. Shane French, Information Technology Department. For your consideration this morning, we've been working in our Technology Governance Committee on some new or updated policies surrounding information technology, information security, and the like. What we have here for your consideration today is an acceptable use policy. The county has not historically had a acceptable use policy. We've had a document that was, I would almost call it like a quasi policy that has been in use for many years, called the Internet Use Agreement. This is designed to replace that, and it's more in line with the typical acceptable use policy you might see in an organization our size. Some of the things that it covers, of course, is the acceptable use of county resources, information technology resources, and the like. It gives users, and when I say users, I mean county employees, volunteers, contractors, anyone who's using our systems internally, these would be applicable. But it gives them guidelines as far as what kind of conduct is appropriate. It crosses over a little bit into security concerns. There will be a little bit of overlap with a planned future information security policy, but it tries to cover all the bases that information, or rather that internet use agreement covered, but to modernize the language and modernize the requirements to ensure that we don't violate copyright, for example, don't violate laws, and also ensure that information is handled appropriately and that we don't cause disruptions to others in our use. So that's what I have for you. The other piece of it, of course, is that what we kind of like to do is have a section in our county policy manual that encapsulates all these information technology related policies. Right now, we kind of have a separate document, like I said, for our current quasi acceptable use policy. And, our information security policy is a completely separate kind of adjunct document. So what we'd like to do is create a policy section called 19.1, it's just the next number in the policy section, that would be incorporated into the overall employee policy manual. So that's essentially what's up for your consideration today.
Okay, great. Supervisor Crandall?
Just a quick question, it probably is in here. Does this apply to Zoom as well?
Yes.
Okay, good. That covers my question because everything's written in here. Thank you. I've had situations where a couple of things have come up, and these policies will help. Thanks.
Supervisor Spatier?
Thank you for bringing this. Sorry we had to delay last time. I know that I spoke with Director French about potentially adding something, and so I just kind of wanted to read out what I would like to add, and it would be under 19.1.8, under confidentiality/authorization. I would like to add a section 19.1.8.5 saying users must only access those systems with a password-protected device. If user finds that they where is that example? If user finds that their device is not password protected, they must inform their supervisor so that the problem can be corrected. That's what I would like to add to that, just because it's so easy for people to want to get past the password protection by making it automatic, but that opens us up to potential issues if devices are not. So just, I know Director French did mention that there would be overlap, just like he mentioned earlier, with the security policy, but I think it's important within the network policy to keep reminding people that we use password-protected devices only.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. I'm going to consider it a first step, but and thank you to Supervisor Spatier for that addition. So the term county information systems is not defined in this, and I think you and I have talked previously about trying to get my head around where our assorted desktops and tablets begin and where our employees' personal devices end, and the increasing overlap between the use of personal devices in the county workplace and our use of whatever county information systems are that somehow represent this marriage of county funded and installed and monitored technology and this somewhat looser system of technology that is not installed or even accessible in many cases involving our personal devices. So what I see here is acceptable as far as it goes as far as an acceptable use policy. I just can't really define on the plain face of this the full breadth of which this policy would be applied. How our employees would understand it in terms of their daily usage of technology in the workplace, whether it's, again, from county-initiated systems that are sitting right there on the desk, or a little smartphone that's following them around inside and outside the office. So I don't know if this is the actual policy I should be focusing on those questions, or if it's more of a security policy concern, but I just thought I would ask the question, starting with what is the definition of county information systems to which this policy would apply?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess we could go in and make a concrete definition within the policy for that if it's helpful. You know, to me, again, this is supposed to be a guideline document, and there is some overlap with information security concerns. However, I mean, to me, it's any system that is in use for the purposes of doing county business, right? So if you're on your personal device and for whatever reason you have it set up to access the county email, for example, that's a county system in the sense that you're accessing that system. But obviously, your personal phone wouldn't be a county system. So I'm not going to really care what you do on Facebook on your own personal time, obviously, and this policy would not and could not possibly apply to that. So, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, I guess if it helps to have that definition included, we could certainly work on that. I might have a little bit of a hard time coming up with a truly concrete definition because of the overlap that you mentioned.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I have a question, and I think, Ms. Grant, you might be able to help me with this. On 19.1.11, penalties, this is basically stating what happens if someone breaks this policy, right?
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to see if it says all county employees and contractors are expected to abide by these policies, and at the top, it states, what is it, volunteers? Is that, what is consisted under volunteers, like advisory committees, things like that?
Well, yeah, certainly certain departments have volunteers that access certain county information systems, right? So this would be anyone that accesses county information systems, especially any kind of like a line of business application that we might have to support that business application.
Okay, like, and what I mean is like max, if they're like using something that has to do with, as a volunteer basis on a max. Does this apply or no? Town halls, volunteers that are on those.
Sure. I suppose if they're using a county information system, it would apply to them.
Okay, then they wouldn't be using that. They'd just be using something like Zoom or something like that. It wouldn't be even, okay.
But if there were a circumstance where there were other users, the policy could simply be amended to reflect that. And generally, in those cases, the corrective action is just they're denied further use.
Okay. Okay. All right, thanks. I'm just looking at if someone on the max uses it to basically put the county in a position to not have control over whatever the case may be for that specific MAC, I'd like to see something in there if it applies to, on 19.11 for penalties, that they would have some sort of consequence, like immediately removed or something like that. But I don't know if it applies.
I don't think it does in this case, does it?
No, and I do think that, like you said, corrective action is fairly ambiguous, but is encompassing in the sense that, corrective action could be, hey, you don't get to participate in this anymore if it's a truly egregious violation of the thing, right?
Yeah. All right, thanks.
But the provision as drafted only applies to county employees and contractors, so that interpretation would only be extended to them.
I just noticed in the top it said volunteers, so I
Yeah.
thought maybe it did, but okay.
Well, and county volunteers, this may be,
On the county level.
That's kind of what the intent was, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
it may be, that may be an issue that the county and IT want to consider further then in terms of volunteers, because a volunteer would not be subject to discipline. Of course, neither would a contractor in that mechanism. It might be better to just simply add after termination of contracts, or I don't know if denial of service fills that gap in terms of that language, or.
Well, we tried to be, have this be as broad as possible so that we were covering all the bases, but of course, there's a lot of bases to cover when you have volunteers and contractors and, employees and so on and so forth. But I think in this case, obviously, it's totally up to you if we want to add some language to this, but I really do believe that I can't foresee a situation where, basically other corrective action doesn't cover it.
It's really not, yeah.
It's not the other corrective action that doesn't cover it, it's the all county employees and contractors that doesn't cover volunteers. So what you may want to do, county employees, contractors, and county volunteers.
Sure.
And then you've covered it all.
Supervisor Spotted.
So at the top, it already puts all of those into the category of county users. And so if maybe we just use the language county users at the bottom, then it fulfills whoever is utilizing and whoever was given access to information systems.
That would be a perfect fix.
Thank you.
And just I wanted to reply to Supervisor Green's comment. I feel in rereading, it talks about what we're providing to a end user in order to be able to function in the work that's requested of them. And that includes everything that's made available to them. And so to me, information systems, it'd be difficult to identify specifically because it's always an ever-changing situation. But if you read the entirety of it, I think it describes it pretty well. It's what you're given access to in order to do the function of your job that you've been employed to do, contracted to do, or requested to do. So I think I'm comfortable with the way that it is currently.
Okay. We have a hand up in the Zoom room. Betsy Kahn, you have 3 minutes.
Betsy Kahn for the Essential Public Information Center. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board. I'd like to make 2 comments. First of all, as a former volunteer for one of your departments, I had to sign an employee agreement that gave the authority to the department head to ensure that I was following all of the rules. And I don't know if that has changed in your personnel practices and policies, but I think you should just make sure all your volunteers have that agreement. Secondly, Mr. Crandall referred to a question about the municipal advisory councils, and I would like to recommend that you adopt a policy for municipal advisory councils similar to what the county of Mendocino has. That policy is available online, and that would be the place where you could insert information about the users, the board members and so forth, to direct them as to what their responsibilities are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public input? All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Just wanted to ask the rest of the board their thoughts on the amendment.
I'm in agreement with the amendment,
Yeah, I'm fine.
or amendments. I know there was a few different comments made there, but
The
adding the
users?
language to cover the users,
Yeah,
yes.
Chair Pyska, so what I'm hearing is the kind of addition to the section that you mentioned in 19.1. I guess it would be 8.5, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah. And then we're changing the language at the very end here under penalties to just change it from saying all county employees, contractors to county users. Okay.
So there's an A and a B. Aren't we just approving one thing?
Well, you're kind of potentially approving 2 things. Again, this section 19 does not yet exist, so what we're asking is that you allow for the creation of the section 19 that will be applicable specifically to information technology concerns.
Okay, and I have a feeling I could do both in one motion. So I move to approve the creation of Section 19 of the Board of Supervisors, County of Lake California Policies and Procedures Manual, and add Section 19.1 Acceptable Use Policy. As amended, thank you so much.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shane?
Chair Pyska.
Yes.
Yes, I just want to respectfully request that we move 6.5 to 228.
Yes.
And then you may wish to take up 7.4 and 7.5, since behavioral health has been here since this morning.
Okay, we will move item 6.5 to the 28th.
228, yes.
Okay. And,
We'll take a short break.
yes,
Or take a short break.
we'll take a short break. So we will come back at
Sorry.
10:20. Okay.
7.4.
Okay, yes, thank you. 7.4, consideration of resolution authorizing the Behavioral Health Services Director to sign the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System Regional Model Implementation Plan and submission to the Department of Healthcare Services. Director Metcalf.
Good morning, Board. Todd Metcalf, Behavioral Services. I'll let you jump in and introduce yourselves when I'm done. So we've talked about this before. As your board may recall, we brought this forward to you a few months ago. And what this resolution, if approved, will allow us to do is to join the Partnership Health Plan Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System model. This model, as we've explained before, is comprised of other counties, and which is a good thing because this way we can maximize and expand substance use disorder services to those folks in need. So your approval of this resolution today will help us move forward with this implementation plan that is in your board packet. And I don't know, April or Elise, if you want to add anything to that, in case I missed something.
Happy to answer questions.
April Gambra, Lake County Behavioral Health Services Deputy Director. I just wanted to add that this is one of many phases that we have moving forward, and the implementation plan is partnerships. And so we were able to add feedback and guidance and work in collaboration. The next phase is a readiness review in which we partner with Department of Healthcare Services and partnership. And so we're hoping to get that underway within the next week or two.
Yeah, we're still hopeful of a July 1 implementation date.
Supervisor Sabatier? It's not my blood sugar because I just ate.
Just a little awkward.
That was awkward.
Thank you for bringing this to us. Definitely lots of moving parts in order to get to the July 1st implementation date. Just kind of a clarification on what this does. I know we're talking about a regional model as well to take part in. I don't know if Trinity's already joined or if they're looking to join, but I know that it said in there that Trinity and Lake did not join originally, and now we will be. From what I understand of becoming a part of this ODS is it allows others to take part in providing similar services together. That way it opens up the realm of possibilities for people to get a service from different locations. Not only does that open up the door in Lake County for those services, but it also opens it up in other counties that we will now be a part of that regional group.
Correct. That's part of the maximization and expansion of services. Strengthen numbers.
I will look forward to seeing what it looked like before ODS and what it looks like after ODS, because that's a huge interest of mine, just to make sure that we are benefiting the most from doing this. I know this was a tough conversation to bring this to the board in the first place, but I think we need to keep an eye on those things just to see if are we getting exactly what we anticipated. I know there was some concerns from behavioral health services that were expressed during some of those meetings on potential negative repercussions to behavioral health and the revenues. Can you speak on that? Is that something that you've discussed and looked into, and that those concerns still exist, or are those concerns no longer there? Just kind of curious where we stand now as those conversations continued and progressed.
Do you want to take this one?
Sure. If I'm being completely honest, in which I know no other way, there are still concerns. And we have a responsibility to the board and to all of our Lake County residents to ensure that those concerns are addressed. And so we have a meeting actually tomorrow with partnership, and we are revisiting counties that are currently participating in the regional model, because the concerns go beyond fiscal. As a county, we don't delegate, or we're unable to delegate the responsibility of the model. And so there are concerns about the ability to monitor and implement, and we're vetting those concerns currently.
And in addition to that, do you think CalAIM might help in alleviating some of those concerns to ensure that there is communication between agencies, that there is continuity of care, things like that?
Happy to take that question. So, as you may be aware with the CalAIM initiative, part of it is we're building the plane as we're flying it as a state. And so some of the areas of CalAIM and how they will intersect with ODS remain unclear. Of particular importance and consideration is payment reform. Payment reform is one of the major initiatives for behavioral health under CalAIM. And that process of rate setting, setting our rates with the state for various services and also rates with our contractors is happening right now. And the timing is less than ideal to understand exactly how all of that will roll out, because the payment reform is also effective July 1. And so it is a serious concern that we have given those uncertainties with how all counties are navigating this payment reform process together. So in short, I don't know, and we need to look at that very carefully.
And so my final comment, and I guess request, is I don't know that I see anything in here that says that you'll be reporting back to us on how ODS is doing. If we can maybe implement a request to come back either annually or whatever you think is a good amount of time to figure out how things are going, because it takes time when you implement something from scratch. But I'd love to keep an eye on it and keep track to make sure that we are seeing the benefits and that the hardship doesn't overwhelm the benefits.
Absolutely. You haven't heard the last of this yet.
Okay. I will open it up for public input. I don't see any in the chambers or in the Zoom room, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
For the resolution.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Okay. Motion, or the yeah, that. Sorry, I didn't get back to my. Okay, so then next, item 7.5. Get to it.
Musical chairs?
I'm actually going to step down. I'm going to turn it over to, well, I'll let you introduce yourselves,
Okay,
but I'll just be in the way here. And Matthew said he was going to help us with the,
It's coming up.
he's all over it.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, let me just
And we
read
have
that.
two.
Yeah, let me just read the item before we get there. A, consideration of presentation on the Lake County opioid settlement funds by Lake County Behavioral Health and Health Services Department. B, approval to use a portion of the funds toward the match for behavioral health continuum infrastructure program round 6. And C, board and public feedback regarding proposed uses for funds. Okay, now.
Thank you so much, Board. It's a pleasure to present on California's opioid settlement fund this morning. My name is Elise Jones. I am the Deputy Director of Administration for Lake County Behavioral Health Services, and I am joined here by Kim Tangerman, who is with Health Services, April Gambra, Deputy Director, and Christine Andrus, our Fiscal Manager. Matthew, if you could please advance the slide. Thank you so much. So, we are in the midst of an opioid crisis in our country. That's not news. But there was a settlement reached with regard to that crisis to the tune of about $26 billion. And of that $26 billion, California will receive approximately $2.05 billion of this settlement over the next 18 years. So there'll be continuing disbursements of these funds. The majority of that money must be used for opioid abatement activities, and included in the board packet was a informative document regarding approved and recommended uses for that funding, which I hope you all had a chance to review. So these funds are dispersed by the Department of Healthcare Services to the counties. And Lake County received, actually that number has gone up. It's now almost close to $1 million. So we're continuing to receive disbursements. I think it was around $950,000 or something like that is the latest that we've received. And Lake County has established, of course, SafeRx is a longstanding group, but within SafeRx, an advisory subcommittee is established to discuss how these opioid settlement funds will be dispersed. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've excerpted here from that document attached in your board's packet, the top 5 allowable expenditures, high impact abatement areas. So what that means is big bang for your buck. These are really areas where we're going to see investments. And so number 1 on that list is to use these funds as a match for any projects that are proposed through the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. 2 is creating new or expanded SUD treatment infrastructure, addressing, of course, needs of marginalized people within our community, BIPOC individuals, including sheltered and unsheltered individuals who are unfortunately and tragically disproportionately impacted by substance use disorder issues, and diversion of people with substance use disorder issues from the criminal justice system. And there's a variety of ways that you can do that. And last but not least, interventions to prevent addiction from taking place in vulnerable youth. So those are, again, the 5 high impact areas as identified by the state. And it must be noted that at least 50% of the funds must be used towards those activities. So as stated, in 2022, Lake County Behavioral Health Services applied for and was awarded a behavioral health infrastructure planning grant in the amount of $130,000. With that, we have worked in coordination with our Buildings and Grounds Department to secure the services of an architect and engineer firm to give us a new plans for our South Shore Clinic in Clear Lake. The primary purpose of that, of course, is to expand the literal footprint of the clinic to create more space and expand services. It's very hard to expand services if you're at max capacity in your clinics, and we are. We're like busting at the seams. And we know that our services are needed now more than ever. So if we really want to ramp up and meet the needs of the community, we have to have more space. So that project is happening right now. And we expect that we will have, we'll be ready to go out to bid for a contractor in the next 6 months. I would anticipate, hopefully we'll be at that point before the end of the fiscal year. And then we'll really know how much this project is going to cost. But at this time, we're estimating that the project will probably come in between $4 and $6 million, again, for the total expansion and renovation of a beautiful new clinic in Clear Lake for our behavioral health department. And so this grant, the BHCIP has rolling funds of grants, and the last round of that is round 6. And we're hopeful to apply for that, and we'll need 10% of that match, so $400,000 to $600,000. We already have a portion of that saved towards that match, and so we are hoping to earmark or save $200,000 to $400,000 of the opioid settlement funds towards the match for that project. And again, as indicated in the prior slide, that is one of the top priority uses for those funds, and we must spend at least 50% of funds on that activity or one of the other 5 activities that had been indicated on the previous slide. All right, next slide, please. So what are the next steps? If approved, to earmark those opioid settlement funds for the match for that round 6 of the BHCIP, we have about, oh gosh, this is probably like $400,000 to $700,000 left over, depending on how much more we end up getting, to decide as a community what we want to do. And so we can engage in additional high impact activities or consider any of these additional approved strategies. So expansion of naloxone availability, increasing the availability of medication assisted treatment for opioid use disorder, expanding opioid use disorder services to pregnant and postpartum women, expanding treatment for neonatal abstinence syndrome, worm handoffs, a variety of different activities. And I would say that, $500,000 to $700,000 is a lot of money, even in behavioral health that has a, pretty large budget. And so there's a lot that we can do with these funds, but we know that we are in no position to determine what is best. We need that community input to say, hey, here's where we think you would best be served putting your money. So next slide. And at this point, I don't know, Kim, do you want to talk about the SafeRx or anyone else, or I can walk us through this slide? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, so as stated before, Health Services Department has within it the SafeRx Committee, which is, of course, a multidisciplinary committee comprised of various community members. And the subcommittee that's being proposed will conduct stakeholder feedback and needs assessments as appropriate to determine where it makes the most sense to spend our dollars. Of course, following the guidance provided by the Department of Healthcare Services. Sustainability of projects will definitely be a central focus. We don't want to prop up programs that don't have sustainability beyond the opioid funding. We definitely want to focus on prevention, support, and I'm sure the board will be pleased to hear really enhanced and robust data collection methodologies to evaluate whether or not what we're doing with the money is making an impact. A focus on evidence-based strategies, of course. And I think that this committee has a long-standing history of looking out for the best interests of Lake County residents struggling with substance use disorder issues. And so I have a lot of confidence that they're going to make really sound decisions if given the opportunity to do so. Next slide. Questions, comments, recommendations?
I have a question for the public to understand, is what do the rest of the disbursements look like?
Moving forward?
We don't know.
We are not sure. I think that it may make sense for us to contact the Department of Healthcare Services to find out if they have a funds distribution schedule. That has never been released to us. So all of the funds were a surprise. And I agree, it would be very nice to know how much funds are anticipated to be received in the future for planning purposes.
Anita?
Your board has been informed of the settlement amounts and the various funds from which they come. There will be more coming, projections of payments. It was a county-approved settlement, as you know. So your board's been approved of all those funds and how the monies are going to be used. Also, as is mentioned, the settlement agreements themselves provide very clear direction as to the use of funds. Just in terms of some of the settlements, and there are additional ones coming in, some of those settlements have not actually, in fact, a recent bankruptcy hadn't involved the county's participation. It was settled by large counties, and the county simply benefits, as all the other counties will benefit in that settlement. Right now, just in terms of the J&D settlements, you've got California Abatement Accounts Fund, the California Subdivision Fund, and the California State Fund. At the state level, they make reference to all of those core strategies, et cetera, just briefly, that are included in the settlement agreements. And they do include, at the state level, high-impact abatement activities, with one provision saying, in addition to the opioid remediation activities outlined within the settlement agreements, California has designated a set of 5 high-impact abatement activities. And it does state that there is no less than 50% of the funds from the Abatement Accounts Fund in each calendar year that has to be used by each participating subdivision. So this is not a simple formula, and the monies are going to be coming in regularly for a period of years, as you know. The actual settlement amounts at this point haven't been identified, though your board has received now year 1 payment and year 2 payment as to certain of the settlements. Another recent settlement resulting in a bankruptcy had I think it was approximately $71,000. So there are going to be some of those coming in as well. I think your board had talked about both short-term and long-term strategies for the use of these monies. Again, within the confines, particularly of the settlement agreement, which you know, the qualifying uses run pages, which are all part of the settlement agreements that are available to the public online as well. And California has also indicated where they find 5 high-impact abatement activities. But again, different funds, different purposes.
Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. Very exciting to see this money come online. Lots of buckets of money flying through the air. My question involves the cities. In particular, the city of Lakeport was a direct litigant, I believe, in this. reached a settlement. At the time I was still on council, we considered the use of those funds. The council as a whole did not feel confident in taking advantage of the opportunity that cities do have to partner with counties in provision of these high-impact activities. I don't believe City of Clear Lake was a direct litigant, but they also are going to receive some benefit payouts from that litigation and probably some of the other litigation that Anita was just talking about. So I just want to highlight that if there has not been outreach to the cities, I think don't need to do it for today's item, but clearly they are affected by this. We have impacts within our cities involving this, and they are getting a little bit of parallel funding in accordance with this. And just based on what I see here, just as I commented back at the time when they chose to kind of hang on to that money, they don't get to use it for whatever they want. They do have to address specific activities in there, and I think it would be well above and beyond either city's capacity to effectively use those monies for the purposes intended. So again, not necessarily pertinent to today's item, but I do hope that moving ahead, that we can both encourage some confidence in our county BH from our city people, and hopefully we can prize some money out of them as part of that confidence so we can actually provide the expanded services that our cities need. And that's just a comment. Thank you.
Supervisor Spatier.
Thank you for bringing this to the board. I struggle to approve Section B at this moment in time for the sense that I'd like to have the big picture conversation. What is the total amount? We know we're going to get 16 more payments, I think it is, that we were told. I want to look at the total amount. I want to leverage that total amount to see how can we turn that into 40 million, how can we turn that into 20 million, how can we make sure that we benefit the most out of that larger amount versus looking at only the 900,000 right now and figuring out what's the best to do with that. I think that is looking at a very small portion of the entire conversation and making a decision without understanding what is the greater impact that we can make. I mean, I love the idea of renovating and expanding the building in Clear Lake, but I want to make sure we're looking at this settlement as a whole. And I don't want to get into details of some thoughts of how I think we can move forward, but I'd love for this conversation to come back with some greater specificity of what it is we anticipate to get as a whole. What it is that if we can get any further information, I know it's unknown what the next payments will be, but we kind of figured out what the total amount is, so we can pretty much make a guess and be close to that. But without that large conversation, I just feel like we're taking a little piece of money away for one project without recognizing what we could be taking away from a much larger, more impactful project. So I don't want to stop the idea. I want to postpone it until we can have that greater conversation with greater specificity as to what exactly are we looking at.
Chair, may I respond? Thank you, and I do appreciate definitely having a big picture context about the totality of the funding and the ways to strategically invest that funding for the greatest good. I'd also like to point out that the BHCAP project is somewhat time sensitive, and it does leverage these funds to grow funds. You're trading in $400,000 to $600,000 for, $4 to $6 million, which is probably for me a once in a career opportunity to leverage funds in order to complete direly needed renovation and expansion of our South Shore Clinic. And so completely appreciate and want to have that discussion, but also want to be mindful of the timeline that we have to apply for these grant funds. The BHC funding project is probably a once in a career opportunity as well for those type of funds to be released to counties. And so I'm mindful of that. That's all.
And what is the deadline?
So they haven't released round 6. They anticipate releasing it in the next couple of months here, which is perfect timing because we have not yet completed the engineering and architecture plans of that. And because we haven't gone out to bid for a contractor, this is an estimate. So it may make sense. I would say in the next 6 months, it's going to get really serious, and we're going to have to put some numbers on paper, and the application's going to get started and things like that. So this doesn't need to be approved today for the sense of timing, and we certainly could bring it back. I just want to make the board aware that there will be a sense of urgency around that in the pretty near future.
And personally, I don't want a conversation in 6 months. I want a conversation in the next 2-3 months to figure out what our plan is so we can finance appropriately based on our plan.
Okay, members from the public.
Does Stephen have a comment?
Oh, Stephen,
He just wanted to say hello.
are you just here to?
Well, I'm just here in case there's questions about where the funding currently is and if there were any plans during mid-year to put in a reserve, et cetera, until there was a approved plan.
And I just know that with our policies of spending $25,000 without having to come to the board, I would hope that these funds get locked in until we have those conversations to make those decisions, just because I think it's important to look at the whole.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your comment, Supervisor Sabatier, but, I appreciate the information provided today, to help us move forward. I know, looking at the long-term plan, I think, is it over 9 years or 10, or is it that we're going to be getting these payments? I always like being proactive. And as we said, this is kind of the initial step. Hopefully, we'll be using these dollars to continue to bring more funding in. But if there's an opportunity to move forward right now with some other grant funding, with just this allocation being put over, I myself am ready to move forward with this opportunity. Appreciate it if it comes back to then, but we'll just say at this point today, we'll see. We'll see at the end of this discussion. Those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Green?
And just would add, I do appreciate the suggestion for a big picture, and again, my request that we kind of loop the cities in, even if it's hypothetical. I'd like to see what the funding amounts are coming down there, specifically on the Clear Lake side, if they're going to get the biggest benefit from expanding this clinic. Obviously, it's going to be regional in basis, but I think it's hard to do big picture stuff if we don't have all the pictures, and I do think the two cities can and should partner with the county on this, and maybe we just need to ask them nice, and part of what we need to ask them nice is how much money you guys getting. So.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for the public. I don't see anybody in the chambers, and I'm not seeing anybody on Zoom, so I will bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
And I'll just add a comment from, based on the comment from Supervisor Green. I agree, we're all in this together. The opioid crisis crosses every boundaries and every line. And I would suggest any stakeholder that has received any kind of settlement funds, which could include also tribal. I don't know if our local tribes were also recipients, but I think that it would behoove us to all meet together and figure out what is the best way to resolve some of these issues, prevent some of these issues, and work on these issues rather than simultaneously working on our own projects. So.
Have there been any collaborative meetings with all the stakeholders and sort of first steps for strategic planning?
Thank you for the question. So SafeRx meets once a month, and from there we were looking to form an advisory committee. But I kind of want to, I really want to open that up, not just to the people who regularly attend the SafeRx Coalition meetings, but anyone that has a burning desire to give their input. And I mean, I'm sure there's pieces that we're missing. And so I would open that up to the community. The meetings themselves, we have met once on a smaller scale, recognizing that we really want to create this advisory committee and move forward with it.
And who would you suggest be on the advisory committee?
Right now, it's members of the SafeRx Coalition, and those are agencies here, represented here, as well as the hospitals and others. And so I would say that if there were others, maybe a board member, a supervisor, could be part of it. I think that there's opportunity there. And I didn't realize that the cities had received funding as well, so that's really kind of cool. And so maybe there's a city member that would like to be in these meetings. I'm open to all of that. We're definitely.
Are there tribal members?
That go to SafeRx meetings, yes.
Oh, okay, great.
But I think that can be expanded too, because I don't know, while I appreciate their participation, whether they're the right member to be on the advisory committee. There might be someone that we're missing that has greater knowledge on a larger scale.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
When you say the SafeRx committee, do you mean the committee that's from Hope Rising?
Yeah, it's now part of public health, but yes, it started with Hope Rising and is now part of public health. And that's the same SafeRx coalition that's been meeting for 7 years.
So the meetings that I've been involved in.
Right, yes, correct.
Just wanted to make sure it was separate.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Well, I appreciate the presentation. I would like to move forward with this and not miss these opportunities. These are pretty amazing. But in collaboration with our other groups and including the cities, but also taking a bigger look at what potentially we could do over the whole 10-year term.
Okay, are we back at the board now?
We are back at the board.
I know, I think we've had two things here opposing, obviously, to bring it back, but I'm prepared to make a motion today and see what happens. So I move to approve portion of opioid settlement funds for use of contribution to BHCIP, match for Lake County Behavioral Health Services, and authorize the Lake County Health Services SafeRx program to establish a subcommittee to make recommendations regarding use of remaining funding.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's 7.5.
Did we do something wrong? I see Anita shaking her head.
What?
Anita's shaking her head, so we do something wrong.
What's the matter?
Okay, all right, making sure.
Okay,
Right.
so we have still
Six-
some,
6.6.
but it's 10:55.
Oh my gosh, I'm awake.
Okay, so,
I am sorry.
7.8, please.
okay, we'll do 7.8.
Lars is all, please, please, please.
Come on up, Lars, 7.8.
Thankful that missing time.
Thought he just wanted to see the meeting.
Consideration of update on Lake County Recreation Center efforts, public services, Director Ewing.
Right. Good morning, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. For the board's consideration, this is intended to be a brief update on the status of what we're calling the Lake County Recreation Center Task Force, for lack of an official term. As the board will recall, as well as Supervisor Green from his time on the City Council, last September, the board received, and as did the City Councils, a presentation on a feasibility study of a recreation center and/or a swimming pool located in Lake County. That was at the time, the culmination of a multi-year effort between the county and the two cities. The feasibility study is included as an attachment to the agenda item. There's actually two. There's a phase 1 and a phase 2. Phase 2 essentially is just the final report. At that time in September, the board's direction was to continue participation for a future project development and further investigate the potential of a joint powers authority. The following month, a presentation was given to county and city representatives from consultants who have a lot of expertise in the areas of establishing JPAs, both on the financing side and on the legal side. The consensus from that meeting was to move the concept forward of a potential JPA. specifically a JPA for a countywide recreation agency, and also to conduct preliminary polling. Also included in those, in the attachment are slides from that presentation. That was not presented to the board as a whole, so I wanted to ensure that they were provided here. The joint powers agreement is currently under review by staff at all 3 jurisdictions, and in about a month, we're assuming in about a month, we will be coming to the board for consideration of that joint powers authority. And so we thought it was important to ensure that we come to the board to get a status check and you know, are we headed in the right direction? Also going on right now is a polling strategy, the development of a scientific polling rather than just the general outreach that was done during the feasibility stage. Now, I think we're well aware that the financial needs of this project are not insignificant, both on the capital side and on the operational side, even if the project scope is refined from what was presented in the feasibility study. There are a variety of different potential funding mechanisms. Some examples, direct facility use revenue, jurisdiction contributions, other partnering agency contributions, state and federal requests, grants, donations, and joint use agreements. The JPA, if approved, could form a countywide community facilities district and place a ballot measure for voter approval of a special tax. The question is, would it be a parcel tax? Would it be a sales tax? That's not defined at this point. It's a part of the polling effort that is intended to go forward. It also could be a graduated parcel tax based on a variety of factors, distance from facility, square footage, zoning. There's all sorts of potential ideas. And again, we're not limiting it to simply a parcel tax. The proposed membership of the JPA Board of Directors, as proposed in the joint powers agreement that we are drafting, it does include representation from each of the jurisdictions, as well as a resident at large appointed by the other board members of the JPA. So the next steps, right now, as I mentioned, the polling is in development. The JPA has been drafted. The agreement itself has been drafted and will come to the board very soon. And then next month, the consideration of that joint powers agreement. So at this point, I didn't have a presentation. Wanted to ensure that you are aware of where your staff is in working with the 2 cities, and just get any direction from me and also through me to that entire task force. So appreciate any questions and any comments that you might have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I know that you've brought these numbers, but just kind of curious, do we know what an annual, approximately based on the feasibility study and what we're looking at, what the annual needs would be in order to operate?
Yeah. So depending upon the facility, as a reminder, there were 2 facilities or 2 types of facilities that were envisioned during the feasibility study. One was a pool center, and the other was a recreation center. For the recreation center, based on estimates, the annual net operational subsidy was somewhere in the range of $300,000 to $400,000. For the pool, and again, this is based on the size of the facilities that were envisioned in the feasibility study. For an indoor pool, bear with me here. It was about $400,000 for an annual net operational subsidy.
And then obviously you're saying net, there's a belief that a certain percentage will be covered just from usage fees, club fees, monthly passes, whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just want to highlight, I think it was a comment that seemed to echo for the Board of Supervisors. I'll mention it personally, that I want to make sure we're thinking about the people outside of the city areas. They're going to be looking to, if it passes or if it goes to the voters as a property tax or as a sales tax, there needs to be a, what do I get out of this type of
Yes.
thought process put into it. And if we're only singling out the cities as the main locations without looking to expand further, I think that we would lose those votes. And so I hope that the conversation continues by remembering Middletown, by remembering the North Shore, and others that are outside of the city areas. Sorry if I didn't state your specific location that is outside of the city areas, but just wanted to highlight that because I think it's really important because those votes are going to make or break whatever is proposed.
Yep. And that's, I appreciate you bringing that up. That has been a point of emphasis all along, and a concern with just these two facilities. Obviously, these are the ones that we did the feasibility study for, but consideration of the more remote locations, at least. I mean, unincorporated means not very far from here, right? I mean, we're really just outside of the city limits is unincorporated, but what we're really talking about are say North Shore, South County, making sure these areas that if we had facilities in each of the two incorporated cities, how are we providing recreation facilities that would justify a community facilities district for citizens who don't have direct access to that? There are a variety of options with that. It could mean facilities that are in those areas, improving existing facilities, but also coordination with transportation. We talk about Lake Transit Authority. I've had conversations about that. So there's no answer. I don't have an answer to say, oh, here's what we're proposing in the North Shore. Here's what we're proposing in Middletown. But the way that the JPA is drafted, it's not limited to just these two facilities. It allows recreation facilities that would serve the community at large.
Thank you.
And I just have a comment about a measure for a tax. Depending on what district you live in, you're already heavily levied in different areas. And I would say for maybe the sales tax would be a more successful route, and that way all the residents are contributing, because in certain districts, there are quite a few assessments that are already on the rolls.
Sure.
And that will affect how people make that decision.
Yeah, and by no means is the parcel tax the one we're looking at. Sales tax is still on the table with the concerns that you mentioned. The polling that we're developing, that's why we're doing the polling. Is this viable? Or do we have any interest in this by the public to pursue this? The establishment of a JPA, as I understand it, is rather administrative in nature. But to move forward with a community facilities district would really be the meat to get the funding behind it, and that would require that's going to require some additional funding above and beyond what we have. So the polling is really going to help drive that. It will include questions that will help inform us about parcel tax, sales tax, other opportunities. So it's informative.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I know this update, just no action today, but as it was when it was presented over the city, it's a big lift. It's good to dream big, but all the financial analysis done so far indicates it's going to cost us big to dream that big. And although this is focused on the creation of the JPA and these needs that are kind of unmet in our community, I just want to compare and contrast again, just because I'm educating myself on the existing collateral the county has in its portfolio for park facilities and stuff like that. So before I go too far down JPA landia to get into this new vision for these facilities, and not to discount the need for them and the community's interest in them, I just want to catch up a little bit to where the county is currently with its financing and operation of its current recreation facilities.
Sure. Well, I'd be happy to come back at the next board meeting with a presentation on that. Where we are with county facilities. I mean, we have but the mid-year budget, would be an opportunity to discuss that. I don't have it at my disposal right here, the exact numbers, but I do know relatively well my own budget, certainly. And so we do have We do have a Parks and Recreation budget that funds on a recurring basis, essentially the maintenance of our approximately 24 parks. I say approximately because what one person might call a park, another person might call a boat launch. So it's approximately. But we do have funding to maintain those facilities. The improvement of those facilities or any other proposed facilities is typically handled on a one-time funding basis. That's the best way that we can put it. There was discussion a few months ago, I believe, or possibly at budget adoption, discussion of a recurring reserve for improvements, basically a capital budget for improvement projects. So we don't have that. But we do have, above and beyond the one-time funding, we have grant funding that we're working, that we have for park improvements. But on an ongoing basis, funding for maintenance and I'll say some nominal improvements at each park or at some parks.
And when is the master plan going to be coming back
Sure.
to us?
You'll be coming. In fact, we intended to have it this month. There were some delays at the consultant side, but likely it could be at the end of this month or early March, coming to the board with an update. We are at what we're calling the engagement window 2. There will be a public survey. Actually, we just posted on social media the beginning of that yesterday for a survey to get public input on what are the needs that we have. But yeah, that will be coming here very soon for the status of the master plan effort for parks, recreation, and trails.
Okay.
Have to add those, the full
Yes.
3.
Yeah, so if you want to meet with him offline and talk more about the budget, because we already have that presentation coming up, so it should be adequate. Supervisor Sabatier?
And I just want to jump off of something Director Lars mentioned about the capital improvements. Did offer and didn't happen to put in $1 million. We had a lot of rollover from the previous year. I think we do need to look at growing some sort of foundation for this. As Supervisor Green mentioned, the overall number is a very large number. We're not going to get all that money for free. We're probably going to have to do some sort of match, and that match is probably not going to be a small amount that they're going to be requesting. And so I think if we can slowly increase some sort of reserve for these projects to make sure they happen. I know that the city of Clear Lake is already doing that. I'm certain the city of Lakeport is looking at that, and I think we as an equal partner in a potential JPA in the future, we need to come into play with something rather than saying, we're here.
Right.
So I hope that we continue those conversations.
Okay, and I'm glad to hear that. I want to make sure, at least for the administrative side of things, that when I use the term reserve, I may not be using the right, I'm not speaking about it in a financial way because that means something specific, but essentially I think a capital
savings
reserve
account
is the best way to say it. So, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, so Supervisor Sabatier mentioned the North Shore, so I wanted to, I know you and I have talked about potential areas or something along those lines, possibly transportation. I think just from history, I know in a situation with the previous initiative, voting on a tax, either way, I know that having an earmark is very important, whatever it may be, and I don't know where that comes from, if it comes from us or the JPA recommends it, but it is an important factor. So I think that might help with the survey, right? You're still conducting that, so yeah, I just wanted to highlight that because I know after a different initiative failed, the community was like, there was nothing in it for us, so it's very important to have that.
Great.
So.
And I'll carry that back. And that won't come as new information to the group, but I'll carry that back and emphasize that. What we don't have at our fingertips is something to the level of what's in the feasibility study for those other proposed or ideated facilities. I know that's not a real word, but we don't have anything for a facility in the North Shore or proposed improvements to the Middletown pool. We don't have those available, but I think we need to start. So I'll take that that's the whole point of the direction to staff. Take that as marching orders.
Right. So as long as they know that when and if the vote comes, they know that there's something set. So that
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry, go ahead.
So if you can clarify for me, the only kind of opportunity we have to even do a comparison of what potentially this would be the Middletown pool, right? Is that the only pool that the county owns where the tickets are sold? It's got the pool, it's got the tennis court, and I think the playground, is that part of county-owned property
is.
there too? Because it's right all up to the school. So that's the only operated facility that we have. So I would just suggest maybe having that, if we're going to have an offline conversation, that's kind of the only thing that you can really compare it to that we're doing from the county side.
Well, and if I could offer that, that's what was envisioned in the feasibility study. I've stepped back from calling it an aquatic center because I think people might think we're building Marine World. We're not. We're talking about a pool here. Now, the pool in Middletown is a kind of a community pool. It's a relatively recreational pool. What was envisioned initially in this through the feasibility study was more of a competitive level pool to get and there's a certain size requirements for that for competition level swimming. There's also been discussion of other opportunities for competition there, but it was on a larger scale. It was more of a regional basis. It includes a lot of indoor facilities there. Maybe a room for parties. I'd be happy to come back, and actually it is included in the attachment, some of the feasibility studies that show the concept of that facility, but it is at a much larger scale than what is.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that I'm sorry but it doesn't mean that couldn't be revisited to ensure that the scope matches the need.
No, I'm not talking about scope. I know it's going to cost to run the facility. So I think for just a reality opportunity is to look at, all right, what does the Middletown pool do? Because they do sell, right? Tickets are
Correct.
sold.
Yes, yes.
And uses happen. It does have the ability to be rented. I don't think it happens a lot, but I know.
Right.
We personally rented the pool. You have to get the insurance. You have to pay for the hours. You have to pay for the lifeguard. You can do those types of things for private parties there. So, just if we're going to really look at it and say, all right, well, what could this aquatic center be? What would it cost? Looking at that, I think, is the only income-based pool that we have in the county that we operate. So all I'm saying is if you're looking at things budget-wise, that, yeah, it's a very small snapshot. It's nothing like what you're going to build, but you can look at that and say, all right, what's the reality of that? And I know we're talking about the tax measure, but I've been on this board and we had an unsuccessful tax measure which was just kind of evening out the taxes from the cities to the county, the unincorporated areas that did not pass. So anyway, just looking at those long-term opportunities. So I'll just throwing it out there as a suggestion of, it's nothing like what we're going to build, but here's the reality of what's happening right now with that pool. And it does operate. A lot of kids, I know I've been to it. I think most of the board members, I know at least 3 have been there. I've heard comments. I don't know if the rest have been there during the summer, but it's used. But what is that opportunity from a profit level to keep it going? So,
I appreciate that clarity. And
that's all was my comment.
Supervisor Green?
I think everyone would be thankful I have not yet been splashing around in the pool. I'm thinking that. So to the vision of this recreation study, so you're right, aquatic center sounds big, and it is big. And without speaking for the various people that have been pushing so hard for it, I don't want to say, oh, that's never going to happen. I want to acknowledge the vision, the largest part of the vision that is in that feasibility study. And if you haven't had a chance to go through all 163 slides, it's interesting. And it's kind of modular. So the biggest part of the ask would be basically one aquatic center that would be sufficient to really do some exciting things for the county as a whole. Maybe that is too much and we would have to split that in half. And so how do we serve the sides of the county with smaller facilities? And then we kind of keep devolving down to, well, Middletown has a pool. Well, Lakeport hasn't had a pool for at least 10, 20 years or whatever it takes. So there's a definite need in Lakeport, definite need in Clear Lake and what have you, definite need in the North Shore. So there's any number of ways you can slice and dice this. But the genesis of this latest recreation study is focused on an aquatic center, is focused on that bigger vision. And I do think it's a heavy lift, but I don't know that I can immediately say, oh, we just got to slice it down to a community pool for each district, and we'll do a JPA on that. I don't know that that wins with the voters any more than the broader vision for an aquatic center does. So, I just want to be respectful to the ideas and the people that brought us this far. I want to keep calling it aquatic center just because that seems to be the focus of this recreation study, more so than other types of recreational amenities. So, when it comes back, I want to make sure we stay realistic in terms of what we do with our community pools if it ends up going in that direction. But I also want to be honest and true to the vision that brought us here, true to the vision that the people who brought us this far have, and acknowledge that. I still think it's a heavy lift. I think 5 community pools will be a heavy lift too. So we'll see where that discussion goes. But I just don't want to throw in the towel on the aquatic center concept just because I do think it is the biggest of the asks and probably the most expensive of the asks. I think the JPA is kind of ministerial and we can kind of see where the discussion goes. But just trying to highlight a little bit of the history of this recreation thing as I understand it. I may be explaining it badly, but it's both. We need recreational facilities around the lake that people can get behind in terms of a sales tax measure or other type of revenues. But we also need kind of big attractions that this county just doesn't have an opportunity for, and that students and community members in larger cities really do enjoy quite a bit. And so the Aquatic Center, I think, is a proper name for that. So let's just see where the discussion takes us.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to clarify, I don't think anybody demoted the Aquatic Center.
Nope.
I think we've already had those conversations, and we've agreed to look for a competitive style aquatic center to provide a place for swimming meets to occur in Lake County. But the idea is, if we're going to be doing anything that requires voters to approve something, to look at ways to also, not in place of, but to also ensure to provide to others so that we can get those votes, because if we don't provide to others, it's going to be a hard lift, and at that point, it probably would not pass, is my belief. And so that's why we've been kind of harping on, let's make sure not to forget the other more remote locations. It's not to replace, it's in addition to, which does add a burden, but at the same time, we can't forget the people that don't have access to those areas that we're originally speaking of.
Okay, I will open it up for the public. I don't see anybody in the chambers oh, we do have one hand up. Mr. Pettis. If you can state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mr. Pettis, and I run a group of All Children's Thrive at Clear Lake High School and within Lakeport. I know that a few of you are familiar with that group. I do have a group of students who are very interested in the construction of either a recreational center or an aquatic center, and they would love to give public comment on this topic in the future, as well as give their input into the design. So I'm absolutely going to be informing them of the survey that Mr. Ewing already did, but I would like to make a request that the meeting set up for the end of February or March be timed so that I can allow my students, pull them out of class, and give them an opportunity to speak to you guys directly if no one would be opposed to that in the future.
Definitely not opposed.
Yeah.
All right. If I could respond.
But that was for the Parks Task Force.
Well, it could be for both, to be honest, but, and actually, it would be appropriate to have it timed, in my opinion, for the master plan effort countywide, but also for the formation of the JPA is when that would be coming back. So I from a staff perspective, there's no reason not to time either one. And I wanted to just clarify on the survey, it is forthcoming. There's 2 moving parts. The Parks, Recs, and Trails Master Plan, there is a survey going out now. That's already out. But specific to the item that we're discussing, there is a polling effort that is in development, and that will be going on. But that's not a put out to the public at large and respond to whoever wants. Now, that's a polling effort that is quite a bit different than surveys. So I apologize if I confused anyone with the discussion of both of those.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
And just real quick, I'll share Mr. Pettis's contact information with you. That way he and his students can have access to the material.
Great.
And make sure that they have time to look at it and review for their comments.
Wonderful, thank you.
Supervisor Green?
And yeah, to the last speaker, we'll love to see the students here at the board. They love to see them at the city council. I know this for a fact. And you don't have to pull them out of class to do that. That's an evening meeting. And same thing for the school board, who I think would probably be on the hook for any JPA agreement that we move forward. So love to see the advocacy. Want to make sure we spread the wealth to our city and school partners. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Lars.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you
the
very much.
presentation. So we've got time, should we do 7.9 or should we do the consent?
No, Patrick is waiting. He's in the Zoom.
Okay, 7.9, consideration of agreement between the County of Lake and the California State Franchise Tax Board and authorize the treasurer tax collector to sign.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation this morning. The agreement before you is with the Franchise Tax Board Court Ordered Debt Division. This is a long-standing agreement that we've had as a county. It's one of the primary enforcement tools for court-ordered debt and court collections throughout the state. And this is just a renewal of the existing agreement. It did come to my attention earlier that one of the PDFs, because of a encryption upgrade the state did, may not have been visible to folks on Granicus. So while the agreement, it should be visible to all of you, the signature page may not have been readable depending on your Acrobat version. So I can go ahead and share that if it would please the chair.
Yes, please.
This is the agreement that's created by the state. It's a template. It's used with all their different departments. So it's just indicating that we're going to engage in the same renewal as before, and the text of the agreement was already posted for your board to consider. And I'll scroll down just to show. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a quick clarification question. There's over $700,000 in excess proceeds in this, approximately $400,000 that are being requested by individuals or entities, and the rest is going into general funds. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Supervisor Sabatier.
So sorry. That was a different item that you had. I apologize.
You're referring to the excess proceeds item from the, okay.
Sorry.
Do you have
Ignore me.
a question about this item?
No, this is formal. It's very awkward. You got me back.
Okay, I will open it up for the public. I see none. And bring it back to the board.
There's no additional comment. Madam Chair, I move to approve the agreement between the County of Lake and the California State Franchise Tax Board and authorize the treasurer tax collector to sign.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Item passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, so should we go to,
Chair, we have Director Portney on Zoom to answer 5.14.
Okay.
That was pulled.
Yes.
And that one's real simple.
All right, we will go to item 5.14. Director Portney? Approve that's not the right one. Approve contract between Lake County Health Services and Trina Maia for physical therapy services in support of the California Children's Services Program, CCS, and the Medical Therapy Unit, MTU, for an amount not to exceed $10,000 and authorize the chair to sign.
I think Supervisor Sabatier, did you pull this?
Yeah. you want me to? So the only reason I pulled this is on the fourth page of the PDF, which is, I believe, the third page of Exhibit A, or second page of Exhibit A. It says county responsibilities, and the term in 3.2 is different than the term of the agreement. And since we have a contract with Trina Maia prior to this, I want to make sure that we separate all the dates and everything fits in their compartments. So I'd like to change 3.2's term to be January 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2023 in order to match the front page term, which is exactly as I just stated. And that's the only change I would like to make.
Director Portney? We're not able to hear you.
All right.
There
Good
we go.
morning, board, and hello, community. I agree with Supervisor Bruno Sabatier about modifying the dates to reflect an updated MOU accordingly for service provision for CCS.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the contract between Lake County Health Services and Trina Maia for physical therapy services in support of the California Children's Services Program and the Medical Therapy Unit for an amount not to exceed $10,000 and authorize the chair to sign with amendment.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Do you want to do calendars?
Yes. I feel like we haven't done calendars in a very long time. Okay, so we'll start with Supervisor Green. Go down the row.
I'm here today. Let me see. Looks like APC LTA tomorrow. Mental Health Advisory Board on Thursday. Friday, I'll be doing a little sit-down with our cannabis program manager. Looks like on the 16th, we'll have Continuum of Care. There is a mixer out at Mendocino College on Thursday, the 16th, where they're going to celebrate the installation of the new illuminated sign. So that's kind of cool, and I'll get a little lunch and a little tour after that, so I'm excited to see that. Just real quickly, the week of the 20th, I will be at my second installation of new supervisor training down in Sacramento from the 22nd through the 24th. So I will be out of county on those days. And that's about all I got right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Simon?
LTA and APC meeting tomorrow with Supervisor Sabatier. So we'll be doing that in the morning. I think, too, I've been notified that there will be a meeting tomorrow at 1:30 at the Big Valley Rancheria with some folks from the Water Resources Board coming in. I was just informed of that. Got an email this morning from Sarah Ryan, and also spoke with Commissioner Dee. I think she is the vice chair. So a lot of tension, obviously, moving in that direction. So hopefully we'll have some good discussions. Did you get an invite or anything for that tomorrow?
I'll find out.
1:30, Big Valley. So it's at Big Valley. It's on the second floor in the conference center. It looks like I'll send that along, but if you could attend, that would be great, Michael. And so Thursday, have the Middletown area town hall Thursday. And then Friday the 10th in the morning, have the meeting with CAO Parker. And we have the weekend, the RRA meeting. What is the
20th.
The 20th, yeah.
No, it's not. It's the 27th.
Oh, yeah, we moved it because of the holiday. Okay. I was thinking we moved it backwards. My apologies. So and we have a board meeting here on Tuesday. For some reason, it's not populating on my iPad. Could I get that figured I got it on my phone, but our board meetings aren't popping up here for some reason. Maybe I did something. I'm not blaming anybody. It could be me who did something, that it's not on my iPad, so greatly appreciate it. And so back here on the meeting on Tuesday. Tuesday night, too, I'll just talk about Tuesday night, have the Lower Lake Action Committee group has started up again. We had our first meeting. I did the kind of state of the county with them last month. Glad to have that board back. The Lower Lake Action Committee group is, obviously it's not an advisory committee. They're off on their own. Sometimes I really enjoy that they just kind of do their business, make sure to attend. But they have moved their meetings to Tuesdays because it had conflicted with the Canocti School Board meetings, and now it's Tuesday nights. So my request would be, let's get those agendas done by 5 so I can attend that meeting at 7. But I did make it last month, even during the rain, and it was great to just have that community meeting back up and running. And a few little projects we have going on there, hopefully to help the cemetery on some tree issues that they have inside the cemetery of Lower Lake, which are really important. So, all right, that's it.
Supervisor Spatier?
So let's start with what's going on tomorrow. I already know about the LTA APC meeting that we'll have. I'm going to listen in to the Sulphur Bank Superfund site conversation. Already listened into one, I believe, last week. Just want to keep listening in case there's new information that comes through. If I have the chance, I'll be joining the Canocti Unified School District Board meeting that evening. On the following day, on Thursday, I'll start my day off with Judge's Breakfast. Again, that's happening over at our senior center. Starts at 7 a.m. Please come out there if you want to learn about what's happening in your community. And then I'm going to Woodland Community College. The library system is starting the big read, and got contacted from Georgina Guardado, who is our poet laureate, and she is putting this together, working with our library system. And the big read this year is Post-Colonial Love Poems by Natalie Diaz. And there's going to be an event happening on Thursday at 12 to 2 p.m. And I will be sharing some words there as well. So check out the book. It's one that a lot of different people will be talking about and reading, and interesting stuff. Then Clean Water Management Council meeting, I will be attending that as well. And that's it for Thursday so far. And then on Friday, I've set it up on my calendar, as I had stated, both to the Continuum of Care, and I believe I also made the statement here for the Board of Supervisors. I'll be visiting every Friday to check out how the warming shelter is doing over at Juvenile Hall. Right now, I have some questions just to see how things have been set up. They did a soft opening. I believe that their main opening will be happening, I want to say, within the week. But they have done a soft opening, and appreciate the fact that the building was available and ready for them to utilize, and thankful for the board's approval as well to move that forward. But just want to go visit and see how things are going there. And following week so far is pretty clear, just a CAO meeting and then Board of Supervisors on the 14th.
Supervisor Crandall?
So tomorrow morning early, I fly out to DC with RCRC. We'll be making hill visits from the 8th to the 10th, and then on the weekend there'll be a NACO conference. Pretty sure there'll be some other scheduled visits as well, though, so we'll see how that goes. I'll probably miss majority of tomorrow's, but I'm scheduled for the 9th and 10th, which will be, going and visiting specific Congress and Senate, and also superintendents or directors of specific, entities like EPA and things like that. So I've got a packet that I've been reading through that we'll be bringing forward to talk about with them, fire, things like that. So then I just need coverage. I know Supervisor Sabatier said he'll cover the Clean Water Management Council for Thursday. And I think Supervisor Green, you're on the visioning forum with me, right, for I think it's the Monday night. We have the Community Visioning Forum Planning Committee.
Sure.
Okay. I think he's on there with me, so, yeah. And so I won't be, I will be in the air, so if I can get on, I will, but I doubt it.
It's going to be rough.
But I'll be back here for Tuesday's meeting, so,
Well, thank you for going.
yeah, I'm glad that, they asked me to go. The reason why I get to go is Dan Miller, who was the president, retired and went to Arkansas, so they had an open spot because we've been on for, well, I'm probably one of, many people retired, so they were like, well, you want to go? And I was like, well, you guys paying for it? Yes, so, yeah, as long as they're paying for it, I'll go, but I'm not going to, go otherwise, so.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Right.
I went to the Wrangler Roundup dinner at the fair Saturday night and raised a bunch of money for the Fair Foundation. They have been able to complete some of the projects, but there's just a lot of deferred maintenance over at the fairground. So any way that we can support them, it's important. And so it was really fun Saturday night. And then tomorrow, I have a gender review, I have a meeting at hospice, and I have a meeting with the strategic planner that's been engaged by clerk, then a meeting with staff on CAL FIRE grants. 100 Women Strong is in the evening, but I'm just not sure I'm going to be able to make it with all of those things that day. Thursday is the Fire Safe Council. And then every Thursday at 2, I have my breakout group for my leadership class. And Friday is my birthday, and I'm not working.
Happy birthday.
And it looks like this weekend is mostly clear too. So Monday, I will have my meeting with CAO Parker. I have a meeting with the RCC Round 1 application debrief from our Climate Safe Lake application. And then getting ready for Tuesday's meeting. And we have 6 minutes until our next item.
I forgot. I'll just add a couple things because I said fire. I want to be more specific on the things that we're talking about so that you know. Payment in lieu of taxes is one of the discussions that we'll be having. Farm bill, cannabis banking, let's see, BIL, IRA, and I think that's the Inflation Reduction Act, so we'll be having specific asks on that. We'll be meeting with Doug LaMalfa, Michaela Body from the Senator's Office for Senate Agricultural Committee. Let's see, Policy Advisors for Alex Padilla. He may join. Chief Randy Moore for the U.S. Forest Service, and I think that's something that I'll make sure that I can get to somebody for that. Zoe Lofgren from, she's a congresswoman. Eric Hoffman for Mike Thompson, but I think that's tomorrow, so I won't be able to make that. But I mean, we see him all the time, right? Kevin McCarthy, let's see, and Ron Snyder from the Advisor for Agricultural to the Administrator, EPA. And I think Friday we see Senator Feinstein. So, yeah.
And then I had just sent Supervisor Crandall the email that Supervisor Sabatier and I received about delaying the prescribed burn that was supposed to be happening this year in the Black Forest that has been planned for many years because of PG&E cutting trees and leaving them in a sensitive area. So our RCRC has been advised on the problem, and when I reached out to BLM again yesterday, they said it likely won't happen this year, but that we need to talk to his manager, and so anything that we can, any wheels we can get moving to deal with this so that we can get that project done. It's been way too long, so I really appreciate you carrying that for me.
I'm also taking some stuff for Middle Creek Restoration. They've given me like a paper to pass out, and if I could sneak over to, I think it's the Department of Interior, because I know we've had that situation with the Army Corps, one of the tribes doing a feed a trust application. So, trying to get them to understand what's going on with that. You know, I know that there was discussion between one of the representatives from Army Corps, but it always helps to be there in person and hand that information to them so they understand the realm of it, so.
Well, and he's out of the room right now, but I know Supervisor Spatier is having difficulty with prescribed burning in the monument area, and so some help with that would probably be great too.
Okay.
Okay, we have 3 minutes now.
I missed one meeting on my calendar.
Okay.
It's class and comp. I think it's from 3 to 5 tomorrow afternoon. I think that is the time is for. Actually, 3:30 to 5. So 3:30 to 5 tomorrow. I missed that one on my calendar. That's not 3 minutes, but hopefully that helped.
Okay. Yeah, I just brought it up. We were giving him a list of things to talk to people about in Washington, and so the prescribed burning in the monument. Yeah? Okay.
If I'm on class and comp, do I get an invite? Or, thank you.
I'll double check.
And just for being more specific, it's mostly, it seems to be a wilderness issue, but the monument might also be a limbo. So I think looking into both is good.
But it's national lands or federal lands?
It's federal.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, now we're down to 2 minutes. Um, 5.2 later, that would be the only thing. We've hit them all, right? 1, 2, 3, 4,
2 minute break.
5,
2-minute break.
I think
6.
Michael needs a break.
All right, we'll take a 2-minute break. Come back at 11:45, please. Okay, we are back for item 6.6, Lake County Health Services Tobacco Education and Prevention Program Update. Health Services, come on up.
I electronically sent it to you.
And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I do have a hand up from Mr. Pettis. Mr. Pettis, I've asked that we go ahead and start with the presentation, and at 12:15 at the latest, if the presentation is still going, that we can pause for your students. Hopefully that works for you. If it does, go ahead and put your hand down, and they'll tell me that that works for you. If it doesn't, then I will need to figure out something else. And his hand went down, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here and being patient.
No problem. Okay, so I want to first off say good morning, or close to afternoon, and thank you for the interest in continuing the discussion related to the leading preventable cause of death and disease in California, which is tobacco. My name is Liberty Francis, and I am the project director for Lake County Public Health Tobacco Education and Prevention Program. Today, we would like to discuss a few things. One, review adult tobacco use rates and vaping rates in Lake County versus California. Bring back the draft policy that was worked on prior to the COVID pandemic with the board at the present time. As well as options to create a comprehensive policy to protect the community's health. Third, we're going to continue a discussion about smoke-free outdoor places and what surrounding cities and county jurisdictions have done to protect the non-smoker. And fourth, provide information related to the smoke-free multi-unit housing projects. Today in the room, we have Greg Dameron from Blue Zones, Joanne Sacato from NorCal for Health. And then in our Zoom room, we have a couple partners as well. Diane Kaiser, PhD, and she is from Health and Social Policy Network, Communities Against Nicotine. And Jay McCovery, PhD, and he is with Tobacco Free North Coast. So to share a little bit about tobacco use rates in Lake County, they have been much higher than the state averages for several years. The average percentage of adult smokers in California comes in around 11%, where Lake County has been hovering in the 20s for the last several years. Clear Lake and the jurisdiction of Lucerne being the highest, around 25% of adult smokers. This is according to the California Health Interview Survey. When we look at the youth surveys, they are self-reported, and that's the Healthy Kids Survey. They're looking at about 35%. Now, the thing about this survey is it's done at school, and they may or may not report all of the things correctly due to fear of getting in trouble. What we've learned working with youth in our tobacco youth coalitions is these averages are much higher. When we asked a group of students recently at Upper Lake High School, what percentage of your peers do you think are vaping? They unanimously said between 80 and 90%. One student actually said 100% until she realized, oh wait, I don't vape. So she lowered it to 95. This is not only an issue in the high school levels. Recently, I have been addressed by school administrators in the elementary level as young as third grade that are being caught using these products on campus. The staff, the families, and the community need our support. It's no surprise that smoking causes cancer, heart disease, and other health issues. The Health Ranking Roadmap identifies Lake County as having one of the lowest ratings for health in the state of California. We currently sit at 56 out of 58. Our community members need our help as well. Unfortunately, there is a common misconception that the chemicals hiding behind all of these fruity flavored vapes and e-cigarettes are somehow healthier. A fourth grade student told me at the end of last year, it's like it's something good to eat, like a sucker. This is the same student that shared with me it's easy to get his vapes. He just goes to the guy outside the gas station over there and gives him money and tells him keep the change. This is a fourth grader who's already identified how to work the system to get his addiction taken care of. In Lake County, approximately 30% of seventh graders, 60% of ninth graders, and 70% of 11th graders reported in the Healthy Kids Survey that it was fairly or very easy to access vapes in Lake County. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what a tobacco retail license is and how that's identified in our county as to something that could help with our youth use rate. It's a cost-effective way to reduce the availability of an addictive and deadly tobacco product. The policy provides resources for local enforcement and are proven to reduce illegal sales to youth. For instance, in Sonoma County, prior to their tobacco retail license, they had a youth purchase rate of about 18%. They were able to reduce that rate to 1.3% in the years following implementation. With a tobacco retail license, a jurisdiction monitors local tobacco sales by requiring retailers to purchase a local license to sell tobacco products. This local license fee covers the cost of TRL development, enforcement, and administration. Licensing enforcement is how this policy helps address issues like youth tobacco or nicotine use. By regular store inspections and compliance checks to ensure retailers are not selling to minors. The consequence of fines or revoking the right to sell these products in their stores serves as a deterrent and to make sure that their employees are following the state guidelines. So I'd like to introduce again Greg Dameron from Blue Zones, and he's going to share a little bit about the recent SB 793 flavor ban for California.
Thank you, Liberty. And those are grim statistics. I always get depressed a little bit hearing those. But the good news is tobacco retail license ordinances are evidence-based to lower teen initiation rates. And I have some good news to share with you today. And you may know some of it, but rarely do we have a statewide opportunity to take the pulse of state support for tobacco prevention as well as local. But we had, in this past November, SB 793 went to Prop 31. And in Lake County, as we heard, we have high smoking rates and teen use rates. We had 58% in support of one of the most widespread and drastic interventions of tobacco products to 42 opposed. So what does that tell us? I'm not a voting stats analyst, but what it tells me is that we're probably aware that we have this challenge here, and we have support in our community, vast support, a movement of wanting to address this. By comparison, Yuba County, close to the same number of voters, 47 in favor of Prop 31, but 53 against. So it's the reverse. So I look at that in terms of taking the pulse as amazing. Local control is key. State is not going to do much to help support that. So when we look at TRLs as the acronym, and as Liberty has mentioned, local control is key. And we have a pulse in terms of community support for this here. It's a rare opportunity that the timing of this is coming in a good way. So that's just what I wanted to share in terms of context with that.
Great, thanks. So next I'll just share a little bit about how a tobacco retail license can also provide opportunities to address the burden of tobacco products on the environment, by reducing or restricting the sale of products that are identified as hazardous substances. As outlined in the document that I provided to you, the burden of tobacco on the environment, vape waste is particularly hazardous to the environment because it creates plastic waste through the devices, the cartridges, or the pods. Toxic biohazard waste in the nicotine and the chemicals included in those products, and the electronic waste with the batteries. Currently, the manufacturers have no guidance on how to safely dispose of these products. When these products are littered, flushed, or thrown in the trash, they can leak toxic heavy metals and chemicals into our soil and water systems, posing a danger to wildlife and humans. Next, a healthy retail environment is one that denormalizes tobacco use. Joanne Sacato with NorCal for Health will now share with you ways that tobacco product placement and store advertising play a role in youth tobacco use.
Thank you, Liberty. And thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's an honor to be able to be here and bring to you some information that our project has learned about around tobacco advertising and how big tobacco and vape companies are targeting our children, particularly in rural areas. And I come to you today not only as the Community Engagement Coordinator for the California Health Collaborative's NorCal for Health project. But as a Lake County born and raised woman who started smoking tobacco, commercial tobacco, at the age of around 12 and struggled with that addiction for more than 25 years to be able to finally quit. And I have to say that when I started this project a couple years ago, I had been out of the tobacco retail environment for 20 plus years. It's been that long since I quit. And I have to say I was aghast to learn what has happened in the evolution of not only the products, but how the products are being marketed and targeted towards younger and younger audiences. I could not believe that I was seeing cartoons and flavors for a product that you need to be 21 to use. So I want to share 4 points with you, and it's from a flyer that we included in your packet about product placement and advertising. The first is that I'm not alone. As Liberty shared with that data, there are a lot of youth that are starting these dangerous and addictive products. In fact, 90% of today's tobacco smokers started before the age of 18. So that's one thing, but here's what I find kind of concerning. It's what tobacco companies know. Do we need to do anything about that? Okay.
They're on it.
It's what tobacco companies know about marketing to youth. So they know that youth are 3 times more sensitive to tobacco marketing than adults are. They also know that if youth are exposed to tobacco marketing, they are more than double likely to start using the products. So tobacco companies know that kids who see it, try it. So what they may not know, and what we know, is that when you put tobacco product restrictions in place, youth engagement, youth initiation, and youth use go down. So what does that look like? Well, for storefronts, if we're looking at the exterior of our stores, one strategy that's being used is to reduce the percentage of windows that are covered by advertising. So the model is about 10% coverage, and that reduces the normalization that these products are part of our community, and it reduces the exposure and impact to anybody walking by, but particularly to our sensitive youth. It also has the added benefit of reducing crime and increasing public safety and reducing blight in our communities. When we look at the interior of a store, what's happening is these products are really difficult to distinguish from kid-friendly products like candy and snacks and sodas. And so communities now are adopting policies that actually create a minimum distance requirement between these nicotine and commercial tobacco products and those kid-friendly products. For instance, Del Norte County just recently passed in their tobacco retail license a 5-foot minimum, so that the tobacco products could not be placed within 5 feet of any kid-friendly products. And a few years back, the city of San Diego did the similar thing with a 2-foot distance. So all of that to say, our youth are sensitive, marketing matters, and it's intentional to try to hook the next generation of customers by our vaping companies and the big tobacco. Our project is here that if the board decides to move on the tobacco retail license, and particularly these aspects of that, we're here to offer technical assistance, language, after policy adoption support. And so again, I thank you for this opportunity to share this information with you, and I return it back to Liberty.
Thanks, Joanne. You've been great. So our next topic is smoke-free places, outdoor places. And I've provided support documents in your packet. One of them is the Lake County Jail policy that you currently have. And then also the Health Services Department had went 100% tobacco and smoke-free. And those are also included in your packet. And the City of Clear Lake's 2019 comprehensive policy on smoking in public places. I'm going to turn over to Jay McCovery in the Zoom room. And Jay's going to speak a little bit about smoke-free outdoor places in other communities.
Okay, I hope everyone can hear me.
Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here and zoom down from Arcata. My name is Jay McCovery, and I'm Project Director of Tobacco Free North Coast. I've been doing tobacco control work for about 30 years now, back when these secondhand smoke policies first started being adopted in the early to mid 1990s. I've had a good career fighting against the leading cause of death and the tobacco industry that causes it. Many communities have adopted these types of policies. In fact, one of the first was a smoke-free multi-unit housing policy that you'll hear about in a minute, adopted in the city of Brisbane, just south of San Francisco. Secondhand smoke policies really started to take off in the mid-1990s into the 2000s. And now rural areas like ours in Humboldt, Del Norte County, Lake County, and Mendocino County, we're playing catch up. In fact, over these years, smoking in rural areas have increased relative to urban areas. Smoking is a rural problem, and Lake County has some of the highest smoking rates in the state. I remember talking to a Humboldt State University student not too long ago. She said, oh yeah, I'm from Temecula down in Southern California. She says, you can't smoke hardly anywhere, not even in the street. And then she kind of looks up in the air and she says, you know, there's a lot of smoking going on around here. In fact, visitors from urban areas and other countries even expect no smoking policies to be present. And it's really a shock to them that people are smoking in such high rates in our rural areas. But now policies are being put in place. The Humboldt State Campus and in fact, the entire California State University system has now gone smoke-free. Following the lead of the University of California system, all their campuses are smoke-free. Most hospitals and medical systems in California now have smoke-free campus policies, and a lot of county health departments have similar smoke-free campus policies. At the 25-year anniversary of the tobacco control programs in California, we celebrated the fact that these secondhand smoke policies not only protect non-smokers, especially vulnerable people like children and the elderly, but they also help smokers cut down and quit. That's why the smoking areas in urban areas are now lower than in rural areas, because they have these policies. The secondhand smoke policy that Clear Lake adopted, I believe it was 2022, is a really solid policy. There's nothing in there that would be at all wrong about a policy to improve the health of all of Lake County. And the good news is that these policies are basically self-enforcing. As in Lake County's policy, it's required that no smoking policies be put in place. And most smokers want to comply. In fact, they want to cut down and quit. So when they see a no smoking sign, guess what? They're not going to smoke there. Now, there'll always be a few people that say they're taking away you're taking away their liberties, or they have a right to smoke, and what's next? But I remind myself, that's the addiction talking. Most people want to do the right thing, and when they see a no smoking sign up, they're going to comply. So outdoor areas, public places, building entrances, plazas, recreational areas, community events, all of these things are included in the Lake County policy, and those are pretty much standard in secondhand smoke policies in urban areas throughout California. And that's about it for me. I'm going to pass it on to Diane, I think, is next, or if there are any questions, we'll get that later.
Yeah, I just have one more thing to say before I pass it on to Diane. Every year, the American Lung Association puts out a report card for the state of California. They identify a grade similar to a report card at school, A, B, C, D, F. And for many years, Lake County as a whole has been in the F category for each jurisdiction. When this outdoor smoking policy was passed for the city of Clear Lake, in that category, their grade went up to an A. Currently, the city of Lakeport is at an F, and the county unincorporated is at an F. So this is something that we are encouraged to educate folks about, to improve that score as well as our health rankings. So I will now pass it on to Diane Kaiser, and she has a little discussion about smoke-free multi-unit housing.
Hey, thank you, Liberty, and good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diane Kaiser, and I'm with the Health and Social Policy Institute's Communities Addressing Nicotine. I'm standing in today for Gina Lyle Griffin, our lead staff member in Lake County, also with Communities Addressing Nicotine. I know some of you know Gina. Gina underwent a minor medical procedure and is recuperating well, but she asked me to present for her today on smoke-free multi-unit housing. People living in apartments are really more likely to be exposed to secondhand smoke. Smoke can enter through so many areas, through vents, electrical outlets, open windows, even cracks in walls. And interestingly enough, more than 65% of air in an apartment can come from other units in the building, not from outside. When humans come in contact with secondhand smoke, it can be inhaled, ingested, and absorbed into the body through the skin. Children are especially at risk, and their lungs can be permanently damaged by such exposure. Seniors, disabled persons, those suffering from other health issues are at a greater risk and for further complications from exposure to secondhand smoke. And many older people in particular have pets, and actually even pets, when exposed, can be affected. Several years ago, in the city of Fireball, which is in Central California, Fresno County, the city council heard testimony from the parents of 3 children who had to sleep in their van parked outside their apartment because 2 of the children had asthma, and smoke entered their living space from their next door neighbor and their upstairs neighbor. Needless to say, that ordinance passed, and those children and others are actually able to stay and sleep in their own beds. As seen as in your packet, there's a document entitled U.S. Laws for 100% Smoke-Free Multi-Unit Housing. And as of last month, January 2023, 77 California municipalities at the city and county level are now prohibiting smoking in 100% of private units of multi-unit housing rental properties. 5 California counties have passed laws, and these laws are working well. Smoke-free multi-unit housing has become an amenity in California. Even the California Apartment Association is helping out with model smoke-free leases. Landlords are saving money, not having to totally refurbish an apartment or a property where smoking has taken place. As a landlord myself, I could not imagine allowing smoking inside a property that I wanted to retain its value, especially knowing that less than 12% of all Californians smoke. So it seems marketing to 88% of the population would surely be better for business. Our organization, the Health and Social Policy Institute's Communities Addressing Nicotine, is available to the Lake County Board of Supervisors to bring a more in-depth presentation on multi-unit housing policies. We can assist with implementation and enforcement techniques at the board's request. We have assisted in implementation all up throughout California, and including Plumas, Amador, Humboldt, and Fresno counties. We specialize working in rural areas. I want to thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate your interest and your concentration and your efforts on behalf of the health and safety of the citizens of Lake County. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Diane. I would like to turn it over to Mr. Pettis at this time.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. My name is Jaden Martinez. I am the secretary of the ACT Club, which is All Children Thrive at Clear Lake High School. Our goal is to promote, healthy environments at our school and just in our community in general. And we would like to voice our support for the flavored tobacco ban, as well as banning tobacco from public spaces, since we believe tobacco has great potential to be harmful and should be limited when possible. We agree on the idea of a tobacco selling license, since this brings up the proposition of generating money while ensuring a deterrent for minors. Ultimately, we are in support, but we would also like to see our youth being supported who are already addicted to these substances and will be adversely affected by these policies. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for that support. So I just want to, as on behalf of the whole team here, just want to thank you for the opportunity to present this wealth of information. I know that there's a lot more support documents provided in the packet that we gave you to further research any of these areas that we've talked about. We look forward to continuing the efforts and discussion related to creating a healthier Lake County. If the board is interested in any further action, we encourage you to consider the areas that we've discussed today and let us know how the partners at the table can assist you and work with the Public Health Law Center to create policies and procedures, models that you are interested in.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you so much for coming today. I didn't know I had to make a request for you to come back, but we started this conversation back in 2020. COVID-19 hit. Obviously, public health as the entire department started really focusing on other things, so it wasn't appropriate to make a request at that point in time. My patience was there, then it started slowly disappearing, and that's when I started reaching back out and saying, when are we going to talk about this again? There is a highlighted point that I want to make that resonates in my mind again and again and again, and it was our previous director, Denise Pomeroy, letting us know that the last time that we did a sting operation in Lake County, that 100% of the businesses we went to that sell tobacco were selling to minors. And that is something I can't let go, and that is something that we absolutely need to do. Before I keep going, I do want to share appreciation with the youth that spoke up today. Mr. Pettis' class has the ACT Club. The ACT Club is through Hope Rising, hence why I reached out to them. I want to make sure that we hear the youth voice in understanding where they stand rather than just where we stand based on our experience and our own lenses that we wear every single day. So thank you to that group and Mr. Pettis for leading the charge. Had no idea what they were going to say, but love what they said. And I think that I'll be continuing the discussion with behavioral health on what can be done for those who have fallen prey to the addiction of tobacco. So I'll be brief on what I would like to see us continue on. We have a good setup for the retail tobacco license. It ensures that tobacco is not being sold to minors. There are repercussions if tobacco is sold to minors. I believe it's 30 days, yet you can't sell tobacco if you get busted once, 60 days, or is it 120 days the next? No, I think it's 120 days if you get busted twice, and then 365 days if you get busted 3 times, or something along those lines. And I think that that is something that helps make sure that that doesn't happen, because that hurts. And I want to make sure that we get people to comply and do the right thing and follow the rules.
Now, is that for all retailers? There's nobody grandfathered in? Or how does that work with new retailers?
It would be all retailers have 90 days to get their retail tobacco license to continue selling tobacco. And then there are consequences if we find you not in compliance with the rules and regulations of the tobacco retail license. And again, with that 100% from before, to me, it's an absolute must that we have to do this. Now, there's a lot of details within there, and I'm not going to get into the details. I think we want to have one specific conversation about the RTL in order to go through the first reading and the second reading, but I think that's something that I would like to see in front of the board for us to look at. Our public parks currently, I've seen no smoking signs, but we actually don't have a policy of no smoking. I want to see that happen. I know I've had conversations with Director Ewing, and he's prepared for any potential changes that can occur. But I would love to make those environments as acceptable to anyone so that they are not subjected to any kind of nuisance that they shouldn't be subjected to, such as tobacco smoke or cannabis smoke. That's just not the right place for those things to occur. And I would love for us to look at this courthouse and take the example from public health and take the example from our jail facility, and I mean, which is not a perfect apples to apples comparison, but in order to present a healthy environment. We all know that if you walk out the second floor, we have an ashtray less than 25 feet away from the door, even though on the door it says can't smoke within 25 feet. We know the rules, but we're not even following the rules on our own. And I think that we need to just extend that out and make it our health metrics. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is the easy fix. This is the easy change. It will not make us healthy in the sense that we suddenly all live to be 100, but we are at 23% based on our latest community health needs assessment, when the rest of the state is at 11% for the percentage of adults that smoke. And that doesn't even include the number of youth that smoke or have access to those types of products. I think we can do better. I think we should do better. And those are the things that I would like to see come back to us immediately. I'm interested in the multi-unit family housing conversation, even though if we use federal grants, which we're most likely to use, it's already embedded in there that they have to follow the non-smoking rules. But why not make it an across the board? So those are my specific comments. Thank you to the entire team. I know I've been working with NorCal for Health for quite a while on this, and also with Blue Zones, and Greg previously was NorCal for Health as well. So appreciate everybody bringing this, and looking forward to the rest of the conversation from the board.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, first off, thank you very much. Appreciate everyone coming. Important subject. I'm probably going to part ways with my colleague across the way here on next steps. It's such an important subject. It's a matter of statewide concern, and portions of our tobacco laws are enforced that way, and portions of them are not. Some of the subjects you've raised here today about what retail requirements should be, hey, I will agree. Our retailers are a train wreck. I've asked whether they would voluntarily remove ads. I think they're probably getting paid to place those ads, but I think moving those ads 2 feet away from the candy is not really the solution. There are First Amendment implications for advertisers of state legal products. There are space considerations in our retail businesses, and they're just trying to make a buck. We have tried to regulate other public health issues in this county before, as recently as COVID-19, with very mixed success. And the idea that we would set up the county to be the arbiter and enforcer of these value-added propositions on top of state law is problematic on a couple reasons. One, we don't even have a business license in the county. So the first business license we would have in the county would be for tobacco retailers only, and then all the other retailers and other types of businesses in the county, we still don't charge a dime for a business license. That may be a subject for a different day, but why would we start with a TRL if we're going to start licensing businesses here in Lake County? Whatever one may take of the rights issue involved in multifamily housing, it's there. Whatever one may make of the rights of smokers who work at this particular workplace, who work for this county, who work for our cities, who work for other government agencies, we can argue about what those rights are. But do I think we're making a major health impact by moving them from the second floor to the sidewalk? No. Do I think we're making a major impact when I see people, senior citizens, huddled out in the cold on the sidewalk because they happen to live in multifamily housing that requires them to not smoke in there? No, I don't know that we're making that big difference. So I see these tools in the toolbox, and I am interested in hearing how they might be applied on a statewide level rather than a hodgepodge of, oh, you're in the county, you got to go do this. You're in the city of Clear Lake, oh, it's an outdoor place, you better hunker down and then figure out whatever Lakeport is up to. I don't think it is an effective way at all to basically force upon our public health advocates to go piece by piece, city by city, jurisdiction by jurisdiction to do what the state should do. And I understand there are hurdles for statewide legislation, including our tobacco companies, including the same ones who put the referendum up on the flavor ban, but it did pass substantially here. So I think there is interest in voluntary actions that will continue public health education, continuing outreach on that. I don't know for a fact that the policy goals presented here today are a proper direction for the county at this time. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I met with Dr. Pace, I think, right before COVID, like we were talking about. And I think we talked about this, and we also talked about the flavors, especially when it came to menthol and attracting children, things like that. One thing I'll just, from experience, especially in the military, young kids are in at 18, so cheap cigarettes, cheap alcohol, all that stuff. And one of the things I know is there were a lot of young soldiers that decided to start smoking because they felt incentivized to have an extra break to go smoke with the higher ranking sergeants. So they were like, wow, I can get a break, I can get some me time with the guy in charge, and so a lot of them got hooked. Then, of course, high-stress situations being deployed. Drinking alcohol also contributes to the addiction because a lot of them go hand in hand. So I think deterrence is a big deal. I think it's something that's like a low-hanging fruit to work with. I think that's if it's inconvenient, a lot of people won't do it. They'll just say, heck with it. That's just from what I've noticed. The other thing is I noticed business licenses were mentioned, but I think, is there a way they can be reported to the California business license if they're doing something, or is that a different process or something along those lines? I don't know. Just thinking of that for the future. I know we don't have those because it's often brought up about other things, but when it comes to, this is a California basically initiative trying to, right? This is California also working with us to do this?
There's multiple states that have tobacco retail license as well as counties and city jurisdictions.
Okay.
So it's kind of happening all across the United States, but it's not different than the state retail license.
Okay.
Because the state retail license will do Stake Act purchase decoys, they'll have youth with to do the decoys. But like Bruno had said, it hasn't happened here in Lake County in many years.
Okay.
And they're looking like that across the state.
Okay. Well, then my business license thing don't matter. But yeah, no, I like the idea of doing these things. It's a big deal. It helps because then the store owners are like, I don't want to try it. So yeah, no, anything that we can do to deter youth, and there's a generation of people that are going to continue smoking. They're not going to. My grandpa was a smoker from 10 all the way to 86, and he never stopped. He was one of the very few that probably lived that long from smoking. But there comes a point when you're just like pain management, let them do it because they're going to do it anyhow. But a lot of people are, because of some of those folks, a lot of people are like, I don't want to do that. It makes my house smell, makes my car smell, all that stuff. So it's becoming something that's dying out. But at the same time, with these new marketing schemes, it's not ideal. So I'll stop there.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
So I appreciate it. Obviously, in 2020, we were talking about some opportunities to look at the business license, and I agree, the bigger conversation are their business licenses, other business license we should be considering also, but, you know, I bring it up because, you know, like I said, people are going to do what they feel their rights is to do. You know, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't eat too much sugar, but everybody eats sugar. So anyway, I just want to come at it from, something comes back to the board or is brought to the board, we'll have that discussion then as far as a business license for tobacco. But also, we need to look at it when we talk about who can smoke at the parks, you know, or other areas like that, that we know, and we talk about equity and inclusion. It's the poorest folks that are going to be affected by this. And, you know, that's the hard thing. Where do most of, you know, a lot of our homeless folks, they congregate around the parks, right? You know, so you make it non-smoking, you know they're going to be smoking. At one point, that might run into an interaction with the sheriff, you know, or somebody else. So I appreciate the conversation. You know, I always say it goes back to, you know, teachings inside the home, which we're never going to control, you know, how it is. I came up in a smoking family. I don't smoke, but I drove around in a car as a young man with the windows up and grandma and grandpa smoking, and that was the reality of it. But did I pick up smoking? No, I did not, because I didn't like the smell. You know, so anyway, we're always talking, those are key words, equity and inclusion. And we know anything we implement like this, it's going to affect our homeless folks and other things. It is a concern of mine if we're talking about smoke-free, low-income apartments, then we need to be talking about smoking low-income apartments. Because you know there's somebody who has to make a decision, I'm going to keep smoking. Now, where do I house my family if I'm going to do that? They can't afford to obviously buy a home. I mean, you always got to be thinking of that, you know, from my point of view. So anyway, it's a hard conversation, but we'll see what comes back here. You know, I did, when 2020, look at supporting a retail license, you know, for the cigarettes, at least that conversation. I don't know where it is, but when you talk about equity and inclusion, yeah, you can say you want one thing, but we know it's going to affect some of the poorest folks in our communities. And even, you know, that's something always to consider, one way or another, because you can't just tell somebody no. So, you know, I don't know if any of you guys like to be told no. No, you can't do what you like. You know, I know I don't like that. You know, and I know there are folks out there, you know. So anyway, we talk equity and inclusion, but sometimes it gets forgot about in developing policy of what I'm going to, or we're going to tell someone to do. And that's really important. That's really important that we do, because it's always affecting policy we usually set up here. It affects the poorest folks on the smallest things. You know, it's hard to have home ownership alone in the state of California, but folks are always looking for places to rent. And, you know, God forbid you make a decision that says, well, I can afford that house, but they have that apartment, but they have a non-smoking rule. You know, so anyway, those are always things, you know, I just want to bring up. That's the key words right now, it seems like this decade, equity and inclusion. But it's missed out a lot, because all these policies and things that are set up affect the most poorest and the most vulnerable people in our communities. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I don't know if it goes anywhere, but those are just my thoughts right now, because it's forgot about, you know, it really is.
Well, I appreciate your comments and understanding the nexus of why rural counties have higher smoking rates, and what are the communities, who are they, and, you know, what could be the unintended consequences. So I really appreciate your thoughts. We have a hand up in the Zoom room, so I'm going to open public comment. It's phone 7257. What's the unmute? Is it star?
Star 6.
Star 6 to unmute your phone?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Go ahead, Bart, if that's you.
Yes, me, can you?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Please state your name. We're not able to hear you any longer. I'm going to give it one more try. Okay, I think that there's some kind of technical issue, caller, so I'm going to close public comment. I don't see any other hands up. So bring it back to the board to continue our conversation. Oh, Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, no, Supervisor Simon, I hear you on that. There is a lot of people that don't like to be told no, and I agree with that. My concern about this is deterring children. And also ensuring that, it's just discouraged in general. So that's my biggest concern on that. So I know that we're not going to be able to tell adults what to do. And commonly, with other subjects, that's always thrown at me. And I'm used to hearing no as a person in Lake County. So other people, it's like, well, you can't be told no, but it's true. He's right. And so I agree with that. But children are the focus for me. So,
Supervisor Spatier?
I wanted to have a bit of a conversation with Vice Chair Simon. I appreciated the comments, but I'm thinking that the conversation is already downstream where we're having it, because I will say that those who are poor are already being victimized by inequity of the marketing and the process to get people addicted. Hence, when we look at who is addicted, typically it's going to be the largest percentage is going to be people living in poverty. And we have to question why, and I hope that we can work on fixing that part so that it's easier for people to make good decisions later on rather than us having to force to make decisions for them. Because it is uncomfortable when you're adults to be told specifically what to do on every aspect of your life. That I will agree with you on. But I think that there's an issue in the way that it's being marketed and who is being targeted by this marketing, and it is the people who are poor. And addiction is very real. So I want to ask you a question because I didn't hear too much about it. Are you okay with moving forward with something like a retail tobacco license?
Yeah, I think I made that comment.
Okay.
Absolutely, I was involved with that. But my thought was really coming from, because I don't have to guess what it is to be poor. I come from a reservation. You ain't got to tell me what it's got to be a Native American in this country and to be desolate, to not know where your next meal's coming. You ain't got to tell me about that. To be home, we're still landless. Native Americans in this country today, which we had our land, no longer do we own it, and we have that right here in Lake County. And so I don't have to guess that, marketing and other things, I clearly understand that because I do that. I bring thousands of people through marketing here to Lake County every day. We bring them every week. So I understand that. And so I just bring up the equity and inclusion and those types of things because I know who it's going to affect. And I, like I said, the retail license, willing to have the conversations from a business standpoint. I think like I said, I agree. I think we need to have business license all the way across county. I think that'll help the county. I ran into some issues on the board of, well, heck, how'd that business start there? Well, we don't have a business license. We can't do anything about it. It's like, okay, well, that's interesting. So having those conversations. So that's really where I come from. And obviously, not promoting for kids to, absolutely, the youth is always in front of mind, but understanding, no matter what laws you put in place or anything, the family dynamics is the most important place to attack those issues and to talk to our children and to be a part of them. I can't expect the government to raise my kids. That was my job. That was my responsibility to understand, to make critical thinking judgments as they grow up. So anyway, those are some things. So not against anything. I'm just bringing up from that point of view. I don't have to guess how laws affect the poorest people because it's been happening to me every day of my life. Now, I've grown, I've gone in different positions, but never forgetting where I come from. I can tell you how to make a commod meal right now today. I can tell you what it's like to eat in. I was never in the service, but you know what we grew up on? Military, what do they call them? MREs? Yeah. The military meals where you rip it open. Heck, my fruit cocktail didn't even have water. You had to add water to it. You had to make milk out of water in the powder, in which a lot of folks in Lake County have done that, and probably sitting right here in this boardroom. The survival of people and those types of things. But anyway, that's where I bring it up from. The business license, make it very clear. I want to have that conversation as we move forward.
Supervisor Crandall?
This last thing, and I don't want to. I just thought of something when we talked about people that are poor. I agree with the cigarettes, and I hope if that's a step in the direction, but alcohol. I mean, if folks that are indigent are going to purchase cigarettes and spend $10 on a pack, or whatever the case may be, then a lot of times they're still going to use alcohol too. So I mean, I don't know if that's another initiative but I see that kind of, again, in my experience, they kind of go hand in hand. And so I just mentioned that, I don't know, I know it's off the subject, but in talking about, folks that, I know indigent folks that will spend their last dollars to get alcohol too and cigarettes. So if they have $50, they'll buy a dirty rack and a carton of cigarettes if they can. And, so that's just another thought.
So I'm in favor of bringing some of these policies back to look at, but definitely with the lens of Supervisor Simon's context that he's brought. I think the business license is a good place for us to start, and I think the healthy workplaces are too. And we do have a smoking section right outside the door that all of us have to walk through. And that does not contribute to the health of the rest of the people that work here and the rest of the people that like to enjoy outdoor spaces. I was a smoker and I lived in San Francisco, and I lived through that conversion where you could smoke everywhere to where you could smoke nowhere. And did it impact behavior? Yes, it did. It does matter. It does matter. I don't smoke anymore. It has been almost 17 years. But I was a smoker for about 12 years. So I understand how to, what it's like and things that can be in place that are not necessarily beating you down with all of these laws, but create an environment where you just feel like making healthier choices. So that's where I stand on this, and I hope we can bring this back. I think we've got a lot of opinions up here. But yes.
Can we respond to any of what we heard, or is that not?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I just appreciate hearing from the different perspectives of being a smoker to never being a smoker and being in the, in the car, which is how it was in my family too, windows were up and everything. But one of the things that I've learned is that we don't have a constitutional right to smoke. There's nothing in the Constitution that protects our right to smoke. But we do have a constitutional right to breathe clean air. And that's one of the things I think when we're looking at the protections, we're looking at protecting our youth from becoming addicts to the tobacco smoke and to where, we're spending our last $30 on these things because of our addiction. So we're trying to prevent that from happening. The tobacco retail license, so the tobacco retailers have a state license. The state passed SB 793, the flavor ban, They didn't include enforcement, or let me rephrase that. Enforcement comes down to the local jurisdictions for that. So the counties and the cities are the ones that will be enforcing that flavor ban, but they don't have a mechanism to do that. They don't have the funds to do that. So a tobacco retail license will step in and become a self-funded mechanism to be able to do that local enforcement. So there's that. And then I think the only other thing, and asking the team to step in on this, but the idea that tobacco companies are targeting specifically rural, poor, rural impoverished communities to get them hooked is, I think, an equity issue right there. I think the fact that I think that's an equity issue, that we can put protections in place for the future. We know we aren't going to stop. This isn't about stopping people from smoking. This isn't about making it illegal for people to smoke or use these products. This is about being proactive upstream and working at the retail level to stop these from continuing to happen and creating more addicts in our community and healthier folks. But
Thank you, Joanne. Also, I'd like to add that we would be more than happy to bring back the Healthy Stores and Healthy Kids surveys Healthy Stores and Healthy Communities. We do that every couple of years, and it's something that's done statewide. I was the one that actually went into all of the tobacco retailers in Lake County, and one of the specific questions is, how much is your cheapest pack of cigarettes? And I can guarantee you they were several dollars cheaper in low-income neighborhoods than they were in other neighborhoods in this county. So it is specifically targeting low-income neighborhoods as well to create that addiction. So I'm more than willing to bring back those statistics for Lake County if you would like that.
Supervisor Green?
Thank you. Trying to get some consensus here. So I'm hearing some consensus to move forward with the draft of a tobacco retail license. I would echo some of the comments. Alcohol, so like, wow, we're going to do all this for tobacco, and then I'm going to go to Safeway and see an entire row of liquor bottles at eye height of a toddler that gets rolled by in a stroller. So I know it's probably not, alcohol is not in the Blue Zone's portfolio, and you didn't come here today to do that. But if you're going to bring back an ordinance anyway, I wouldn't pull punches and pretend that if I'm putting 2 or 3 feet between tobacco and kiddie stuff, that we shouldn't put alcohol on the same realm. We are talking about behavior modification. We are talking about laws that affect people's rights, whether they're constitutional rights, as has been decided, or rights that just exist in their own mind. And the way we proceed in a positive way is one thing. I do firmly believe this is a state level thing. But if we're going to move forward locally on the consensus here, let's have a TRL that is a TRAL. Let's talk about alcohol. And then it sounds like there's consensus to talk about county workplace policies. Okay with that. I'm going to draw the line myself personally on any further discussion of multifamily housing policies. I think that's well beyond the county's purview, and I think we'd be well advised to stay out of that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So in a similar vein, just wanted to, I'd love to see a first reading draft for a TRL so that we can nitpick it and provide our input and see what happens from there. And also bring a policy for parks as well as facilities such as the courthouse for discussion, and anything else I'm open for continuing the discussion but not providing direction to come back with something that's law-based, ordinance-based, as it appears that we would need to continue to have the further conversation and better understanding of what it is that we would like to see. But those are the two things that I would like to see come back where we can look at taking action.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, and so I agree. Anything that can, this is, like you said, low-bearing fruit. It's already kind of in place. We could work on something like this, but anything that gets us to a path where we could use some of this towards something like meth. I know it's not something that you can buy in a store, but when you said constitutional right for breathing air, and I just immediately thought of communities that, should have a constitutional right to live in peace, but because of the meth problem, they're not. And it's a very difficult problem that I deal with, and I know everyone else deals with in the county. So I know that's a little off subject, and sorry to go off on that, but I just thought of it when you said that. So if it leads to a path where we can use some of whatever's written in there to something like that, I'm glad we're doing something in that direction. So maybe we can tackle that later on, but.
We can't look at our health rankings and metrics and not be committed to do some action. So I really appreciate that we have the consensus to bring this back. I did close public comment, but there is a hand up, so I'll just briefly open it for caller 6205.
Somebody here.
Okay.
Hi.
I thought I opened it.
Thank you so much. This is Bart Levinson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate all of your concern and this presentation. As you know, the discussion about dispensaries, cannabis dispensaries, is front and center in our county. I didn't know that they wouldn't be required to have business licenses. I hope the county will look into that for all businesses, because our county needs support to pay for the staff that supports the citizens and the businesses. And I just want to empathize with the group presenting about tobacco, that many cannabis products are presented to look like tobacco vaping products, and also candies, pastries, sodas, and cartoon-like packaging, definitely appealing to kids. And one of the issues for dispensaries is how close can a dispensary be to schools? So I just wanted to bring awareness to that this is up for discussion at the Community Development Department, at the task force meetings. The next meeting will be on the 20th, Monday the 20th of February, and I hope that we can continue to care for the children and for the people who are low income, that are being disproportionately targeted with packaging. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we did give that direction to community development to work on the cannabis retail issue. Members of the public in the chambers.
Hi, good afternoon. Just real quick, thank you very much for bringing children into the conversation. I agree, Supervisor Moak, that it is an equity issue, but there's equity with our children. And our children, speaking from a community member, being a community member, and also on the Children's Council, child abuse prevention is always on my mind. And when we deal with families, when children are being referred for services because they smell, because of the cigarette smoke on their clothes, they have no control over that. When they are referred to us because the family is having difficulty making ends meet. Well, when the families have to buy cigarettes, they cannot afford to buy other things for their children, like shoes and such. So to me, that's a neglect issue, which is child abuse. So please, whatever we can do to help our poor families get out of situations like that is super important for our future, which is our children. So please just always think about our children for anything you decide to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a hand up from Amber.
That was Anna Santana, just if anybody needs to mark that down.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Amber, go ahead, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Yes, my name is Amber Weir. I am the project director for NorCal for Health.
And I'm actually situated, my office is up in Del Norte County. And I just wanted to share two more stories actually with you about children. One is, before I even got into this position, I had a youth who was 8 years old. We went to a pharmacy, pick up my daughter's medication, went to the front to, I was buying like toothpaste or something. And he was huffing and puffing, Colton, this 8-year-old I had with me. And I was like, what's wrong? I thought there was someone in line that he was upset with. And he's like, no, I just don't understand. Back there, they want to save us and heal us. And up here, they want to kill us. I don't understand. Well, and I was like, what are you talking about, Colton? And he's like, well, look at all the walls of cigarettes and the cigarettes that are on the counter right there next to the candy, the soda, the chips, and the lighters and the magazines. So an 8-year-old noticed it. I didn't even comprehend this as an adult because I was used to seeing it. But as a young child, you see these things on counters, go into the gas stations, you'll see them on the counters next to the candy. These are evidence-based policies that are promoted throughout the state as ways and tools, as you've heard. So there is evidence to prove that, kids who see it, try it. So I just wanted to share that story of a youth that saw it and I was blind to it. And then I also have a story for a mother who lived in a smoke-free apartment, and she was in an income, a lower income apartment, and it is an equity for them. Her husband was a smoker, but he chose to smoke outside, take off his jacket when he came inside, wash his hands. They were very good about not sharing that secondhand smoke with their youth and their children. The neighbor wasn't, and they had a smoking apartment in their lease. And so the landlord came in, sealed up everything, tried to help out for the children. It was so bad that you could smell it in their toothbrushes, even after they sealed those apartments. We talked to the managers that are the owners of the apartments because the manager was like, that's as much as I can do. The owners were down in Oakland. They said, well, we've never had any problems with this. We've never heard about it. End of story. They didn't want to deal with it. She ended up having a premature baby, having to fly down to Oakland. They informed her of the risks of secondhand smoke with a premature baby, and they still could not get out of that lease to protect her child. She ended up moving 45 minutes away to, is that my time?
Yes.
But she ended up stuck. And when you're talking about equity, it's she doesn't have the options to try to find a new place to live like people that have money to do that, and that they're lucky that they can live in a place that doesn't have secondhand smoke. So it is an equity issue. And I thank you for your time. And I thank you for looking at these policies as a way to address the health of our communities.
Director Turner?
I just wanted to correct something that was stated in public input regarding the Cannabis Task Force meeting. The next regularly scheduled meeting falls on President's Day, so we will not hold the meeting on that date. The Cannabis Program Manager is working with the task force to see if they want to hold a meeting on a different day at that time or in that week, but we'll skip that meeting and then it'll be 2 weeks after that.
Thank you so much. Okay, now I will close public comment. I'm sorry about that. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just really quick. One of the commenters was talking about the cannabis regs. The cannabis regs are statewide regulations. They highlight the point that this is a state issue and should be regulated as such. The state regulations already prohibit marketing to children, already prohibit the use of cartoons and likenesses, require child-proof packaging before any cannabis exits those dispensaries. And yet they are handled so differently. Again, you can get alcohol in any store in the county, but you got to go knock on the door and show your ID and do that just to prove up to use cannabis as a substance. So it's fascinating, it continues to fascinate years and years later, how we distinguish between alcohol, tobacco, and our cannabis regulations and appear to conflate them. So I just want to set the record straight. The state regulations pertaining to cannabis and prohibiting marketing to children and ensuring that child-proof packaging is adequate, it's already there. And yet still we have people in our community, and I don't want to put out one of my former colleagues, but it's like, oh, if it's going to exist at all, we should send our cannabis users to speakeasies, out of sight, out of mind, and then it won't be a problem in our community. So some of these things we're talking about here, they all sound common sense, but they're all baby steps toward prohibition, and we know prohibition doesn't work. So if these are state legal substances, harmful as they may be, and adverse health impacts that they may have on an individual basis, we have made choices over the years that the individual is the ultimate arbiter of that decision, not the government. So, as we go down this road, just be careful what you ask for, because if you think a TRL is good for our liquor stores, maybe an ordinance that would force them to have a standalone business, a smoke shop only, a liquor store only, and you can't come in the door unless you show your ID, and then you can go shopping for your liquor. I mean, if we're going to put everything on the table, let's talk about that. But the idea that moving something 2 or 3 feet away from here is going to make a meaningful impact, the idea that forcing people out in the cold in their own apartments is going to make a meaningful impact, it does come back to personal choices. It does come back to parental education. And if you want a good model, look to our state cannabis regulations to follow. Thank you.
It is personal choice, but when your personal choices affect other people, I think that's where our conversation is right now. Okay, anything else?
I believe you have consensus.
We have consensus. Okay, well, really appreciate the conversation. I know this was put on hold for a while, but we're glad that you're back here and that we can move this along. So thank you for your time today. Our next item is timed for 1:15, but we're going to be taking a 1-hour lunch break. So we will be back here at 2 o'clock. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, we are going to start with our 6.7 item. I just want to welcome everybody that's in here. We have full chambers, a lot of engagement in these items, so welcome, and we're glad that you're here with us today. We'll start with 6.7. Our 1:15 p.m. item, presentation and discussion regarding Clear Lake Hitch and other fish species by Fred Fryer, United States Geological Survey, USGS, sponsored by Water Resources. So if you would like to come up and have a seat with us and make your presentation. Oh, and sorry, Scott.
Good afternoon, Board. Scott, can you hear me okay?
Oh, Scott, there's something wrong with your...
You sound like you have bronchitis.
Yeah, to do a virtual throat clear there. Try again.
That's not any better.
No.
You mean you forward them? Just slide there.
You might have to come and join us.
I'm trying not to. Johanna, you need to slide there?
Oh, where'd he go?
I was told they were.
Is that it? It's already up? Is that what you're looking for?
Is this your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was magic.
Okay. Did we hear from Scott already? We did, but we got scared, so we told him to stop. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you for being
Well, thank you very much for having me this afternoon. Happy to be here. I've got about 15 minutes worth of presentation for you, but feel free to stop me and ask questions anytime. So the previous meeting where we covered Clear Lake Hitch, you guys got a lot of background and information on the species itself and its status from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so I'm not going to cover that in much detail here. What I'm going to try to address is some of the other issues that you didn't hear about with regards to Clear Lake Hitch and some of the other fishes in Clear Lake from the work that we've been doing. A couple things that are going to be really important in my talk as it goes on are these two aspects here at the bottom that I want to point out to you. Working.
It's there, it's just on one, so it's hard.
The fact that this is, this fish lives about 5, 6, possibly 7 years old, and it uses a diversity of habitats, as I'm sure you probably know. In addition to the lake, it utilizes tributary streams for spawning, and those are both really important aspects of its life history, as you'll see here in a minute. So next slide, please. All right, so I'm with the, as Scott was going to mention, I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey's California Water Science Center. We're based out of Sacramento, and we started monitoring Clear Lake Hitch in 2017, and we did this work at the request of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. At the time, they're still considering listing the fish right now, as you know, but they were approaching a time period where they had a listing decision and associated critical habitat designation decisions they need to make, and there was very little information for them to base their decisions on, so they connected with us. USGS is the sister agency of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service within the Department of Interior, and we're the research side of the federal government within Interior. And so we've been monitoring the population since 2017. This is exactly how we do it here. We're typically out on the water the last 2 weeks of June. We'll be out here this coming June again. And we sample the fish. We collect samples of the fish with nets. So we use these nets to sample the fish. The fish occupy a broad array of the available habitat within the lake, everything from very shallow water to very deep water, out open water. And so we have to use these nets to capture them. There's really no other way for us to sample and get observations of these fish. Next slide, please. And so jumping to the punchline here, so this is a plot showing you the trends in the abundance of the fish over the course of our surveys. And what I'm showing you here on the vertical axis in the abundance measure there, that's essentially a catch per unit effort, or the number of fish that we capture on average per net sample with 95% confidence intervals around that. And you can see that in 2017 and 2018, the numbers were much larger than they were in the most recent years. And to give you a little bit of context of the scope of this decline, so when we first started our work in 2017 and 2018, as you can see there, we averaged roughly about 1.5 to 2 fish per sample when we were out on the lake. It's a schooling fish, so we would get a lot of samples with zeros, and we'd get some samples with a lot of fish in them, but we would average out to about 2 fish per sample. Fast forward to 2022, we were averaging, well, it took us 30 samples to catch a single fish on average. We only collected 6 total fish in our survey in 2022. And another kind of contextual item there with that is in 2017 and 2018, we would get really large numbers of fish in our samples. We had numbers as high as, we had a couple 60 and 70 counts of fish in a single net sample, and we only caught 6 total in 2022. So the numbers are really way down. The population is not doing well. Next slide, please. Okay, and we don't know exactly what's causing this population decline, but what we do know is that it seems to be associated with what we're calling a recruitment failure. And what I mean by that is that there are essentially no baby fish being born into the population. And so what I'm showing you here on the horizontal axis is the size of the fish, the length of the fish, and on the vertical axis is the number or the count of fish that we collected at that given size for each given year. The vertical line there is the approximate delineation that separates juvenile from adult life stages. And so what you can see there is in the first year, in 2017, there is a relatively large number of juvenile fish in the population. And fast forward to 2018, fewer fish. 2019, even fewer fish. 2021, we didn't get a single juvenile fish into the population. In 2022, we caught 6 total fish and 2 juveniles. So really no numbers of fish in our survey. And the way I like to contextualize this for people is, and Felipe Alous mentioned this a little bit in his presentation last time from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, is so keep in mind that this fish only lives 5, 6, maybe 7 years old. And we are going on 6 to 7 years of no recruitment of this fish. And so to put this in a human context, imagine no babies being born into the human population for probably 50 or 60 years. That would not be a good thing, right? So that's the situation we're facing with Clear Lake Hitch. And so there's a lot of concern that the fish does not have a lot of time left on the landscape if conditions and the situation does not change. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit, very briefly, about some of the things we know about the hitch, the fish in the lake, and then also in the streams as well. So I'm going to start off with the lake, and this is just a very broad-brushed slide to kind of show you that what we do know about the fish in the lake is they occupy the entire lake. They're very broadly distributed. You can see, they occupy each one of the arms, both life stages. But there are some critical factors that control the habitat and the distribution of the fish and where we find them when we're out sampling. So next slide, please. So the primary driver by far of where we find fish in the lake and what's driving their habitat and their habitat volume is dissolved oxygen concentration in the water. So when we started our surveys in 2017 and 2018, we learned really quickly that these fish like to live where they can breathe. They need normoxic water. They don't want to live in hypoxic water because it causes them lots of problems. So what I'm showing you here on the left is just a scatter plot of the counts of fish in our samples in hypoxic versus normoxic water. And as you'd expect, the fish are where there's oxygen in the water. And then on the right there is just a few example maps of interpolated habitat volumes in terms of dissolved oxygen concentration. And so, the example there is that in 2017 on the bottom of the lake, there was a large proportion of the lake that was inhospitable to these fish. So it really constrains their distribution where you find them in the lake. Next slide, please. And when those dissolved oxygen lenses on the bottom of the lake work their way up to the surface, that's when we experience these fish kills that everyone here is unfortunately too familiar with. So this is just an example from the fish kill that we had, the last really big one in 2017. And these are some photographs and a quote from that particular news article. And through the work that UC Davis is doing, their limnology work within the lake, we're learning a little bit about what's driving these fish kills in terms of the dissolved oxygen concentrations and how that dynamic works. But that's one of the issues that's clearly affecting Clear Lake Hitch and a lot of the other fish within the lake, not just directly through direct mortality, but also indirectly with water quality issues that causes stress to the fish. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to transition over to a little bit about what we know with what's going on in the streams with the fish. And so on the left here, that's a map, it's a county-generated map that shows the geological diversity within the watershed of the lake. And that diversity in geology translates into unique chemical signatures within the streams of those particular drainages. And fortunately for us as scientists, that chemical signature in the water gets recorded naturally in the fish in their ear bones or their otoliths, which is what I'm showing you here. And we can analyze the chemical composition of those otoliths and kind of take on a kind of an ecological CSI, if you will, and we can reconstruct where these fish have lived and which streams they've been born in. And so we know that they use the entire watershed, not only from visual direct observations from what the Chi Council and many others have been doing, but we can also look at the natural tags within these fish and find out which streams are supporting successful production. Next slide, please. Okay, if you hit the space bar, the video should play. So I'm going to show you a little video here. If it doesn't actually play, it's okay. What I really want to convey with this particular video is the habitat that these fish are utilizing for spawning. So this is some video of fish spawning in Kelsey Creek in, I think, 2018 or 2019. And the key point here is that these fish are using water that's extremely shallow. So you saw, this is very jumpy, so it's not very smooth to look at right now. But, you know, the water is essentially barely ankle deep here. You can see the backs of these fish out of the water. What's happening here is there's the larger fish in the frame, if you can see them, are females, and there's groups of smaller male fish that are trying to mate with the female, and they do this broadcast spawning on this kind of gravel, cobbly substrate. And the males are trying to get the female to release her eggs, and they want to fertilize those eggs. And this is just an example I wanted to share with you that these fish will utilize extremely shallow water, which makes them pretty vulnerable to the hydrology of the system now. If the water drops down really fast, it could expose eggs that could then get desiccated. And that's what I'm going to show you here in this next photo. So next slide, please. So here's a shot of the eggs in the water. You can see they're broadcast spawners into typically in rocky, kind of cobbly, gravelly substrate. They will utilize anything they can, but this seems to be what they prefer to use. So next slide, please. And it's the context of the habitat they use for spawning is very important with respect to the hydrology of the system and the watershed. So as everybody in this room knows, the hydrology of the watershed here is very flashy and very dynamic. So, you know, we can get very large fluctuations in the amount and the timing of when water is coming down through the streams. And so what I'm showing you here is flow measured at the USGS Kelsey Creek gauge for those same study years that we've been working on the monitoring program. And you can see that, you know, the hydrology, these peaks and flows are really extremely responsive to the storms that we get, especially the atmospheric rivers, as you guys experienced this last winter, where, you know, we'll get a storm and there'll be a big slug of water that comes through the system, and then things drop down quite dramatically. And when we get extremely wet years, such as in 2021, that's a photograph there of the mouth of Adobe Creek. Got similar photographs of Kelsey Creek. Those creeks weren't even accessible to the fish because they were bone dry. Next slide, please. And so if the hydrograph drops too quickly now, what can happen is these eggs that the fish deposit in the shallow water can get exposed to air, and they can become desiccated and they will not survive. And this is an example from Adobe Creek in 2018. And what really seems to be going on here that's causing problems like this is the physical habitat in the streams now is altered such that the physical habitat does not really match the hydrology anymore. There's a disconnect between the geomorphology and the flow. And that's what I have for you here in the next slide, please. And this is an example. This is just one example of a situation like that we have in Adobe Creek, and that's the Bell Hill Road crossing. And what this is showing, so this kind of pocket right here, this is where those desiccated eggs were that I showed you a minute ago. So the fish during a flow event were able to get up past the bridge through those culverts and spawn in that really shallow gravel bar there. But that gravel bar there is not natural. It's not supposed to be there. It's there because of that bridge. And there's a lot of other really altered kind of habitat dynamics going on there. And so when the flows came down after that pulse, those eggs got stranded and desiccated. And so there's this disconnect between the physical habitat and the flow that is a noticeable problem for fish in the streams. Okay, next slide, please. Yep. So I'm only going to briefly talk about other fishes in the lake. So again, we've been monitoring the fishes since 2017. It's a very standardized, very rigorous program. So the data are really good. The data are published. I've been including links to all of the data sources and all the publications on every slide, so you can get access to them if you like. So what I'm showing you here is a time series of abundance for Clear Lake Hitch at the top. I've already showed you that one, so you've seen that. That's what I showed you earlier. But then we've got the other fishes that we sample fairly effectively in our monitoring program. A combination of native and non-native fishes. Clear Lake Hitch and Tule Perch are two native fishes. The rest of the species up there have been introduced, and they're very important sport fishes for the system. But to a T, every one of the fishes that we've been sampling since 2017 have been in dramatic decline in their numbers. And so we've been catching very few of these fish over the last several years. And what's particularly striking about this is that these fish up here on the screen, this is a suite of fish that have very different life histories, very different modes of reproduction, very different feeding ecologies. And so there's something going on in the lake. We don't know what it is. There's something going on in the lake that's affecting not only Clear Lake Hitch, but the other species as well. So for example, Tule Perch, Tule Perch is the only freshwater member of the surf perch family, and it actually bears live young. So that's a live bearer. The rest of the species are nesting fish that reproduce in a variety of different ways, but there's factors definitely going on, in the streams that are affecting Clear Lake Hitch, but there are also factors going on within the lake that's also affecting Clear Lake Hitch and these other species. And I don't have a slide for it, but there is evidence in the data that what's affecting all of these species is very similar to Clear Lake Hitch, in that we're seeing a reproductive kind of recruitment failure of all of these species in the lake. So what we're seeing in our monitoring program is fewer and fewer juvenile fish and only adults as time has gone by. And so, it's an issue that's caught the attention of a lot of folks, and we're going to be trying to find ways to find some resources to look into what might be driving this. Okay, so I have one last kind of conclusion slide here. So two main points I wanted to share with you that perhaps maybe did not get conveyed in the previous meeting. One with respect to Clear Lake Hitch. We know that the decline is really associated with this recruitment failure. We don't know what's driving the recruitment failure, but what we do know is the particular points in the life stage that it's occurring. So it's occurring some point between when the adults are reproductive and getting ready to spawn to when the juvenile fish a year later actually recruit to our sampling gear. So there's some early life stage mortality factors there that are affecting that. And that's a result of a combination of factors both within the streams and the lake. So there's no silver bullet here. There's no, if we fix the streams or if we fix the lake, it's a combination of these factors. And we don't have the information in the data yet to really understand exactly what those factors are. And then the second point is just re-emphasizing the fact that there's no silver bullet. There's no smoking gun. It's not one particular factor that is driving this. It's a combination of factors that are likely acting synergistically. All right, well, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have questions from the board or comments? What?
Saying public comment, but go ahead.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a quick question, seems rhetorical. We're looking at a decline with many things that you just discussed, and you said you don't really know. Obviously, you don't know how long it would take to get the data either in order to ascertain exactly what's going on and then being able to find a solution. Do you have certain amount of data that you're specific, like variables that you're looking for that you hope will provide you those answers, or is it still unknown as to what variables you're looking for?
Yeah, so a good question. So we've kind of initiated a working group of sorts that is comprised of people from the U.S. Geological Survey, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, UC Davis, and others. And in fact, we met just last week, and we are working on developing hypotheses on what might be driving this decline, and associated with that, specific research avenues we can take to try to understand what's driving these declines. What we do know is that there definitely seems to be something that's affecting the early life history stages of these fishes, so that's really where we're going to focus a lot of our effort.
And is this something that's unique to Clear Lake, or are you seeing similar types of issues happening in other lakes?
To the extent that, well, I guess the simple answer is no. We don't, my research group in particular, we don't do a lot of work in other lakes. And so what seems to be happening here actually seems to be pretty, unique to Clear Lake itself.
Is your research properly funded?
We're getting by. It's, we've been on a bit of a shoestring budget with barely enough funding to do the actual monitoring. So we understand the status and trends, but we have not had the funding available to actually understand the mechanisms and the processes that are underlying those status and trends. And so that's one of the things we're hoping to generate with this working group that I discussed earlier a second ago here, is to generate the research questions and the funding through a variety of sources.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for traveling here personally today. Appreciate it very much. Working groups, task forces, commissions, we have a lot of balls in the air. I'm just wondering if you can give us a 30-second elevator speech of how USGS kind of came to be the population plotters du jour, and as we segue into this season, which is going to be kind of mission critical. She asked about funding. I'm asking about boots on the ground, what types of rigorous scientific methodology you're using, whether there's opportunities for observational crowdsourced data that would help you do your jobs. So just that. Can you kind of explain the agency's role? I guess DOI, you're part of the Interior Department. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So, there's a lot there. So as I mentioned earlier, we initially got involved at the request of the Fish and Wildlife Service as their sister agency that is the kind of the science arm. And so we've been working very closely, in addition to the agencies and entities I mentioned earlier, we're also working very closely with the tribes locally, especially with Robinson Rancheria. And so we've got a lot of boots on the ground. We are funded to do our surveys, our population surveys. And one thing I didn't mention earlier, when I showed the population abundance slide, is something I want to make sure that you all understand, so that, to manage expectations. So it is very likely that this coming year in our surveys, we're going to get extremely low numbers again, if not a zero with Clear Lake Hitch, because the way our monitoring program works is that it's effective at sampling fish that are 1 year old and older. So what that means is that if this coming spring conditions stay really good, we have a lot of flow in the streams, there's a lot of production of fish in the streams, and there's a really big year class that's produced, we won't see those fish in our survey until 2024. And so we've been working really closely with a lot of the local folks to get eyes and boots on the ground, looking in the streams for the fish. We're going to be working really closely with the tribes on developing a juvenile fish survey that's going to help us get an eye on what's happening with these earlier life stages. Because right now, everything younger than 1 year of age is a black box for us, because we don't sample that life stage. And so all we know is what happens from age 1 and older.
Supervisor Spatier?
Just one last question. I know you started your study in 2017, hence data only as 2017. Just curious if there's any other data that you've been able to access prior to 2017, just to see if we've seen a low like that, and then maybe a bounce back, just to kind of get an idea of, is it possible? Is it the worst situation we've seen? Just kind of curious what was before then, because we've experienced droughts. Granted, that may not be the factor that you're talking about specifically, but we've experienced issues with the lake in the past, and just kind of curious what that would have looked like back then.
Yeah, sure. So it's definitely not just a water issue. So we've had really wet years and we've had really dry years since we started the program in 2017. And despite all of that, we've just had continually declining juvenile fish in the monitoring program. There's little bits of data here and there that various entities have generated. So there's a little bit of data from the Department of Fish and Wildlife that we've been able to look at. And there's also some historical data from UC Davis when they've done a fair amount of research up at the lake over the years. And there's a little bit of similar fish data to what we've been collecting from the 1980s. And that's something in our meeting I mentioned that we've had with that working group the other day. We've been discussing getting those data from the professor who has them and looking at them more closely to see what the conditions were like at that point. They're not going to be, it's not going to be a fully apples to apples comparison, but it will be a little bit of data that will help us get a bigger picture of what's going on.
So I'm just curious, the data that you're working with and collecting, is that available to the public, or is it just with your working group? And where is that? Can that be?
Yeah, everything that we've done is publicly available. It's been published. And on every single one of the slides there's a link to the data that was used to generate those particular figures. So there's a repository called the Science-Based Platform that USGS hosts, and all of the data are posted there, publicly available.
Great, thank you. Okay, I will open it up for public input. So if you would like to come up to the podium and give your name and speak for 3 minutes, I am going to hold my phone up to the microphone when the alarm goes off so we can try and stick to the 3 minutes today. So thank you so much.
Hey, I'm Sarah Ryan with the Big Valley Band of Poma Indians, Environmental Director. I have a couple comments and points that I'd like to make to the board about that previous presentation. The first is that during that working group meeting that happened with UC Davis just last week, that was the first time that certainly any of the tribes who were present had ever heard that there were problems with the other fish populations in the lake. You have a Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. Have they ever been briefed on his data that goes back years, I guess? No, I don't think so. And in the presentations that he's made to the Clear Lake Hitch conservation strategy, that has not come up as well. And so why is it? And you know, it was the same with his data on the juvenile recruitment failure. That came about several years after he had collected that information. And I feel like, you know, when outside scientists, even though they're like the gold standard, when they come and they give information that it's like a shocker, like, wow, why weren't we working on this a long time ago? Why didn't we know about this? Why aren't you presenting it to the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee at least, or to the Board of Supervisors, that we have a huge problem in the lake, that all the decline is happening with every single population, including the bass, which the county cares about very deeply because of tourism and, you know, just the money that comes in from that. Why are we just hearing that now? It's really shocking. I'm amazed at that. The other thing is, he said several times that the Clear Lake Hitch there were no babies being born into the population. He has not said it that way before in any of our meetings. He said it's a juvenile recruitment failure, which means sometime in the first year, they're not, you know, something is happening. To say not being born into the population, in my opinion, is very manipulative. It sort of sets a stage that maybe it's not happening at all. You don't have to worry about the water use in the creeks. Don't worry about it, because no babies are being born into the population. But as he finally said at the end of this thing, after saying no babies born into the population several times, then he says, as a juvenile recruitment failure at some time during their first year. I feel kind of manipulated by some of his language. The next thing is, he did say that the water they can use water that's extremely shallow, water that is barely ankle deep. Well, I have an email from a local biologist, a fisheries biologist from Robinson. It's Luis Santana. We were having a conversation with him and Fred and Ben Ewing from CDFW about, you know, this video that he's shown at the working group last week and again today, about, you know, kind of intimating that, hey, low water levels are, you know, we don't have to really worry about the water levels in the creek. And actually, the biologists are saying it's a different story, that they actually can't do well.
We're at 3 minutes now.
All right. Thank you. Anyway, I think you need to listen very carefully because I feel like it's a bit of a manipulated conversation. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Brock Zoller, local farmer and citizen in Lake County since about 1972. Anyway, you said you did, what was it, 4 years of data that you had? So 2020 was not included?
Right.
Fish and Wildlife, I gave a presentation at the last session we had here about this topic, and you can get a little bit of it online, but Fish and Wildlife, actually, 2020 was the highest number they got in monitoring 2014 to 2022. And I guess they do spawning out in the streams is what they're looking at. And the last couple of years, as you did, were very low. The streams were dry. But actually, the 2020 ahead of that was the highest year they got of all the years they looked at. So if you took that out, actually their data is fairly similar to yours, but that was a pretty good year according to them, and it actually corresponded with following a pretty high rainfall year. So rainfall does seem to have some indication that it is part of the pattern. I wish we had more data from the 76-77 drought, but there were some catches, that the people on the boats made, and they kept track of it, and that was in their lowest level of catches. But there were other years like that also. But I'd like to thank you for what you do, and I'm interested in all the data that I can pick up.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see everybody showed up today. I'm super happy to see that we're moving forward. Oh, sorry, Michael Wagner, citizen of Kelseyville, Lake County. I think it's great that we're here again, trying to sort all of this out, right? Which is, long and short of it, ag is coming together with the surrounding community to try and find a solution for what's going on. And I think with what we've seen in presentation today, there is a bigger issue going on here. And I don't think it circumvents the necessity to focus on the hitch, right? Doesn't mean like now the hitch are unimportant because there's a bigger issue. But with that, I was hoping maybe you'd be able to explain maybe a little bit and what you are monitoring. You said your work group is monitoring things. Would you mind maybe telling us what it is that you guys are monitoring, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. So what we do, my group does, is we come up to the lake every summer, and we do our sampling to assess the Clear Lake hitch population. And so we're here for about 2 weeks, typically the last 2 weeks of June. We're out in the water with 2 or 3 boats, and we use those nets to conduct our sampling.
Sure. So, I'm sorry, what I guess I was wondering is if there was like chemical levels that maybe that you were keeping track of. When we say that there's some kind of bigger issue going on, some kind of sampling for things that might be toxic in the water body itself would seem important or pertinent. And so I was wondering if you guys are sampling the water itself or you're just dipping for fish.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. There's a lot we don't know and a lot that we don't particularly do. So my group, we're just the fish.
Okay.
But there are other people who are looking at various other aspects of the environment. Yeah.
And do you guys correspond? Meaning you're looking at the fish, are you working with these other groups that are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And did you find anything that was evident or like clear from what you're seeing with the fish and what they're seeing in, say, nitrite levels or nitrate levels?
Yeah, there's nothing that's come up like that yet.
Are they tracking the nitrate levels or the nitrite levels?
Well, so I can't speak to it fully because I'm not. I don't have everything in front of me, but the folks at UC Davis are doing a lot of water quality work. I don't know the extent to which they are measuring and assessing nutrients, but they do a lot of other water quality parameters. And I know that a lot of the folks locally here, including the tribes and the county, also are assessing a lot of these other water quality aspects.
Mm-hmm. So it would seem like that would be like a really pertinent piece of this big puzzle. Nitrite and nitrate are two different things. Nitrite is extremely toxic for fish, people, everybody, it would seem like that would be a major contributing factor to maybe this collapse of the ecosystem that we're looking at. And so with this being a bigger conversation than just the water and just the fish, bringing up the hydrology of our landscape, if you look at the fires that started from 2015 to now, there's a burn range all the way around us, and we haven't done anything to address the hydrology of the landscape.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chris McLeod. I sit on Tribal Council for Big Valley Rancheria. You said that there was no juvenile recruitment in 2021 and very few in 2022. In your professional opinion, how many years does the Clear Lake hitch have left for survival before extinction?
Well, considering the fish only lives about 6 to 7 years, and we are going on that many years of poor recruitment, if things don't turn around, it's not looking good. I can't say definitively, when the fish might get wiped out, so to speak.
Approximately? 2-3 years?
I couldn't say. There might be conditions this year that will produce a really strong year class, and we might kind of, tip the direction of the population growth rate in the other direction, and so things might turn around. If things don't turn around, it could, it's just not a good scene for the hitch right now.
Okay. So my next question is, you said you started this information in 2017 and you come out in June?
That's right.
So the spawning season is February to May. So we're talking about spawning and the necessity. So who's doing the research on during the spawning?
So the California Department of Fish and Game has done surveys during the spawning season.
But you had some spawning material.
I'm sorry?
You had some spawning material. You showed a video.
Right. Yeah, those were just visual observations of fish, just like any other.
What's that, yours or somebody else's?
Oh, I took that.
Okay, thank you. So then also, I just want to point out that the Clear Lake hitch was listed in 1980 as a species of special interest. And then in 2014, the state listed it as a threatened species. Here we are in 2023, so we're looking at 43 years of discussions that have been going on about this Clear Lake hitch. So his 2017 numbers, I appreciate them. Thank you for bringing them out. But this is something that's been going on for 43 years. So I did hear at the Fish and Game Commission meeting that I attended when we spoke about this, they said we haven't lost a species in 50 years to endangerment, which I applaud. But here we are at 43 years in the making, and still nothing is being done. So I'm fearful that the state and what they list as a threatened species, I don't feel like the state is reaching you guys at your county level in order for you to implement some changes for conservation or to pay attention to this fish. Is there something that you guys can offer as in information on how you work with the state and some implementations that you guys can offer today?
Thank you.
Hi, Elaine Brown, educator. Just real quickly, can they look at pesticides, herbicides, the increase of the hydrilla? When my dog can't swim there certain times of year, I mean, these seems like pretty evident possibilities, and maybe aluminum bromide. And is there a possibility of having hatcheries to save these fish until we can figure this out? And is there funding that the county can provide?
You want to answer the question?
Yeah, sure. I would say that nothing is off the table right now. We want to look at everything. And, in terms of resources, there's not a lot of resources right now, but there is a lot of momentum and a lot of push towards addressing this issue. So fingers crossed, we'll be able to generate and get the funding to do the studies to really find out what the problems are.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Sabatier?
So there was a question earlier, and I just want to make sure the question doesn't get asked and lost or forgotten. So there's a couple of things I can mention, but I'm going to ask Director De Leon if he can respond. But I know we spoke about it last time, Middle Creek restoration is an important part for dealing with the hitch. We did receive $15 million from the state. That money has slowly been spent. We have to purchase property. There's a process. It's very slow. So slow that it almost takes 6 months, if not longer, for the state to approve our appraisals that we send them, so that then we can offer them to private landowners to purchase those properties in order to eventually get to the part of working with the Army Corps. A lot slower than I would like for it to happen, but that is one way that we are working with the state. Another way, and it was mentioned by Director De Leon, and I hope he can speak to it, was last time we spoke about that the Water Resources Department has attempted to get $10 million worth of projects. There is some indirect relation and some direct relation to the hitch, not necessarily saying this is to save the hitch, but it's to provide restoration to certain areas or to provide rehab or fixes to the lake or the streams in order to provide some assistance. So I'll let him speak on that. And I believe we've been denied every single time since 2015, since it's been listed. And that is not a way the state has helped us, absolutely. I just want to make sure we respond to that question.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Can I add to that also? Since you came on board also, and I think we've got participation from everybody on the Blue Ribbon Committee. Obviously, when I first came on the board, we had talked with our Assembly Member Agar Curry, which she really championed that opportunity. So we know, and those conversations were started on the health of the lake, not just specifically for one species that was in the lake, but obviously the hitch was a conversation too that was had when that was being developed. So bringing in UC Davis, partnering there, and looking at it, the overall health of the lake, because I think it does go hand in hand. We may be looking at species by species, but also understanding that there's a decline off the board. We all know, and each one of us that live here have seen that exacerbated by, just as was said by a constituent sit up. Can't take your dog in a certain area, the algae bloom outbreaks, what are we looking at to do? So what you mentioned about the restoration project on the North Shore that's being, I just blew the name right now, Middle Creek Restoration. Those are all things that tie together the overall long-term. And this is a long-term game here that we're looking to do, but we are starting to do it. And we see some of these proclamation conversations, and the one we're going to have today are to really set that stage to really put the light on it of everybody addressing it. So I just want to bring up the Blue Ribbon Committee that is looking at the oxygenation and the nutrients. Thank you very much. And the nutrients that are getting into the lake. So there is a holistic look at how we're going to approach this thing moving forward to hopefully help every species living, including our communities living around the lake. So I want to say Blue Ribbon Committee too is part of that conversation.
Do you want Director De Leon to respond?
Scott, did you want to respond to Supervisor Sabatier's point about the grants?
First thing I wanted to do is check my audio.
Yes, you're much better.
Okay. Well, we, Department of Water Resources, since 2015 have applied for over $9 million, it's about $9.4 million worth of grants on a variety of projects, many of which would have had impacts, positive impacts on the habitat for hitch. And those $9.4 million worth of projects were all projects that were not selected, and we did not receive any funding. So, the county is certainly trying, and so we will continue to try, and hopefully, and someone said, this whole effort is really shining a spotlight on a number of issues, and perhaps future grant applications will be more successful as a result. So, but Supervisor Sabatier's point is correct. We've applied for that much since 2015.
And that's a total of 18 grants is what I just counted that were denied.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Rebecca Harper, Lake County Farm Bureau. First of all, I just wanted to thank you, Fred, for your presentation. I'll just offer a couple of brief kind of background statements on some things that were brought up. I know nutrient loading and water quality are of huge concern to many community members and organizations. And so I did just want to highlight the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program that operates under the State Water Board. That is a mandatory regulation program that all Lake County growers comply with. So that includes well water monitoring, sampling, all of their pesticide or herbicide applications are recorded, as well as specific in-stream monitoring sites that are analyzed by the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center. So there's some third-party organizations involved as well, and all of that data is reviewed by hydrologists and scientists that work for California State Water Board before it can be approved. So if any one grower has some red flags maybe per se on their irrigated lands regulatory report, those are followed up on multiple times. So an outcome from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is that Clear Lake and the Clear Lake watersheds have actually maintained as the lowest priority as far as nutrient loading, outside nutrient loading. I know we have a lot of internal nutrient loading due to mining and other nutrient sources that are naturally present within the lake, but we've maintained that low priority and we've had no loading offenses in the history of the program, which hasn't happened in any other watershed. So I think that's really important to note. When we talk about water quality and what can be done from an external perspective, I also just wanted to touch on the Blue Ribbon Committee, as Moak mentioned. There's been some push from all organizations involved in that committee since at least I've arrived on the committee to promote connectivity between projects. So I think maybe that's something that the Board of Supervisors could also get behind and recommend to the BRC, is that they are holistically looking at all of the projects presented and making sure that there's connectivity between those projects, especially with regard to projects that benefit the hitch. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have call-in user 1.
Okay, call in user 1. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Angela Amaral, and I just had a quick question. I wanted to know with regards to the hitch, has there been any discussion or research on reproduction in a controlled hatchery setting while all these processes play out?
I think we just had that question, but maybe specifically you want to...
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and answer that specific question directly. The answer is no. It's been discussed quite a bit. There's been a lot of discussion about potentially utilizing hatcheries and artificial propagation and refuge populations to try to ensure that the fish does not go extinct while things are not looking so good right now, but nothing concrete has actually happened.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Philip M.
Okay, am I there?
Yes.
This is Phil Moy. I'm a Lake County resident and a fisheries biologist. Fred, great presentation. Really brought up some very, very interesting points. One quick question. Obviously, this is a multi-agency effort to tackle this. Who is looking at forage? And I mean, both, it could be vertebrate forage, but also forage fish, but also invertebrate forage.
Yeah, that's one of the, thanks for the question, Phil. That's one of the things that we're interested in learning about is the available food supply for these fishes in the lake. And so in terms of Clear Lake hitch and some of the other zooplanktivorous fish that live in the lake, there's a data set that UC Davis has been compiling since it's only been fairly recently. It's just been a few years now that they've been collecting zooplankton samples in the lake to try to assess zooplankton populations and what that might mean for food supply. But the bottom line is we don't know.
Okay.
Next is Fred Briones.
Yes, hi, my name is Fred Briones, and I'm a tribal member at the Big Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians. And I hunt and I fish, and I'm a traditional basket weaver. My family is originally from Buckingham, but we were forced relocated. And long time ago, before the settlers came, our area was known as a place of healing. Our water, our animals, our plants, there was so much medicine, there's so much healing. But now, what has changed within our area? Agriculture came. And now we have this grapes, these vineyards. And may I remind everyone that in the audience, before Bud Light and Coors, Budweiser, alcohol was known to Native people as poison. So now when I see it all around our county, and it shows, look, the graphs, the animals are dying, the land is dying, the trees are gone, there's no more water. Agriculture is changing that all. And you read all the books of Lake County, they talk about what a place of the animals in the water. Why can't we have a future where Lake County is a nature preserve for the birds, for the animals? So, and keep a mandatory lake level where you could ride your boat around again. Now everyone around the lake, your dock is a hazard. The trees growing in front of your beautiful view of the lake is gone now, and the water is being turned into wine. And the death associated with wine. I want to ask that Blue Ribbon Committee, have you ever been to an AA meeting? Because alcohol is not our culture for tribal people. Have you ever been to an AA meeting at the old bowling alley? You should really go. That's the end product of your wine. It causes so much damage. And with your alcohol, we have no more future. Again, it was poison to all our people and our animals. And we've lost. And here, again, they've always tried to take our resources and they use alcohol to swindle us. And that's what they're doing right now. We won't even have a future of this lake if we continue to go in this direction of poison. And that was my comment. I yield.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next is Lori Montserrat.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Montserrat with the Office of Environmental Health Hazards Assessment. I'm hopeful that the Board of Supervisors will move to list the hitch while you're doing these studies rather than wait another 40 years and watch them die. Thank you.
Next is Meg Townsend.
Good afternoon, Fred Fair. This is Margaret Townsend, a senior attorney and freshwater attorney at the Center for Biological Diversity. And I've been working on trying to help protect the Clear Lake hitch now for a few years. And I appreciate all the work and research that you've done and the data that clearly shows there's a significant problem. Today, too, I learned that it's not just for the hitch, that there are other fish in Clear Lake that are suffering. But I want to point out the fact that, because other fish are suffering in Clear Lake, it doesn't make what's happening to the hitch any less important or any less dire. And the threats that are present for the hitch are no less real because other fish are also suffering from similar abundance trends. So I want to make that point, and also the fact that, when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service declined to list the hitch in 2020, one of its stated reasons for denial of listing under the Federal Endangered Species Act was because it could survive and spawn in the lake. And here today we're hearing that conditions in the lake are so poor that all of the treasured fishes in Lake County are in serious peril. So I really hope that the county pays attention to this issue, recognizing the serious emergency that is facing the Clear Lake hitch, and, really the water that everybody in Lake County depends on for survival, including the fish. Thank you.
Next is Haji Wharf.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Haji Wharf from Upper Lake. I would like to focus on one obvious contributing factor to the decline of the hitch. As a stakeholder with 20 acres of ag-zoned land near waterways in Upper Lake, I strongly support putting meters on all domestic and ag wells immediately. Testimonies of individuals who claim their withdrawal from our shared water basin has negligible effects on surface water is noted, but hundreds of straws simultaneously sucking on our aquifers does cause a rapid depletion. That's just common sense. Both Mendocino and Sonoma counties have some form of well monitoring, even though they don't have an imminent extinction event like we do in Lake County. Water is a finite resource, and to have wells and diversions freely taking without quantifying the data is negligence at best and wanton corruption at worst, especially if the unprincipled practice is allowed to continue unchecked. Resisting genuine accountability enables the largest users to continue obfuscating and cloaking the truth of their impact with dire consequences. Operating in the shadows of the intentionally unknown allows plausible deniability while using smoke and mirrors to deflect and blame many myriad of reasons for the creeks going dry. Until we know for certain the true impact of ag water use, which accounts for 80% of all human use, we will remain in limbo, pointing fingers instead of solving problems. Who knows? Ag use could account for 95% or 5% of the cause for low water levels in our waterways, but not knowing seems to serve their purpose more than taking responsibility. The hitch is the fish version of a canary in the coal mine, as others have alluded. Something is clearly wrong. The detrimental effects of our collective irresponsibility have led to their precipitous decline. Without man, the creeks likely would be teeming with hitch. Each of us needs to be responsible stewards of the land and all of its inhabitants, not just cheerleaders of the short-term economic interests. The legacy this would leave in the wake of your inaction will be another permanent stain on this county's record of moral deficiency. Thank you for your time.
And that is the last hand on Zoom.
Okay, anyone else in the chambers? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Patricia Franklin, and I'm from Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And I just wanted to share a little bit about how important the hitch is. I'm sure you've heard people say this, but I want to make sure that my voice is heard. Recently I conducted a survey among our tribal elders, and it was for basketry materials. I'm a basket weaver as well. But what the common answer among our elders was that how important the hitch were. Even though we were talking about basket materials, it always went back to the hitch. And, you could just really feel that joyous feeling that they had when they talked about the hitch, about going out during that season and gathering together with the families and making sure, to do that, to take care of their families and the community. And I just think it's really important. I know it's important to our tribes. And I know that something needs to be done right away. We can't wait. We can't wait. If we wait, this might be the last year. And I'm asking you to please do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we will close, close public input and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just once again, I wanted to thank you, Fred, for coming out. I know it was a long trip and a lot of data to digest. This was an informational item. We will take up another item right after this where we're going to hear some more about your concerns about the hitch. I just want to, on top of thanking you, I want to caution people, data is just a tool. Data gaps have been noted by multiple people at multiple times. We're going to talk more about it during the next item. But this is where we begin those discussions. This isn't where we end them. So if we have not, prior to today, heard some of the things that we did here today in this presentation, I hope people will not take it as any concerted effort to skew the data or take it in directions that is anything less than fully transparent. Sometimes data happens because we start asking questions. And I think we can all agree in this room that we have many questions and that we're going to need more data moving forward. So rather than looking at this latest revision of the data as something, anything other than shocking for what it is, but in that sense of shock, it is not, in my sense, deficient or lacking transparency in any way. I believe it results from the good faith efforts of our state and federal partners, and I certainly look forward to hearing more information from them as we proceed through this.
Anybody else? Okay, then we'll close this item. I think we should take a 10-minute break, 5-minute break. What do we need? 5? Okay.
I mean, I don't need a break, but if you're going to ask for a break.
Well, yeah, okay. Let's do 5. Let's do a quick break before we get started on item 6.8. So we'll come back at 3:10. Thank you, and we're going to get back to the meeting now. If everyone could have a seat. We are going to move on to 6.8, item for 1:30 p.m., continued from January 10th, 2023 and January 24th, 2023. Consideration of a draft proclamation declaring Clear Lake Hitch emergency, and this is Supervisors Green and Crandall.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. Thanks everyone for coming back. There is a long paper trail with this item, and so for those who have not tuned in previously, if you go on to the county website where agendas live, you'll see for this agenda item, there's a long list of documents that have been submitted, including some late entries. I encourage you all, if you haven't had a chance, go read that material. There's a lot of good background in there, lots of good ideas, some disagreement about other ideas. But if anyone is feeling out of the loop, or if anyone is feeling that our efforts so far together have not been fully transparent, I hope that today we can put those concerns to rest. We have done our absolute best in recent weeks to pull information from all these sources, to parse what these various efforts and committees and commissions have been up to in recent years, and we bring a lot of that information to you here today. We only have one item to talk about today, and that's the draft emergency proclamation. But if you want to see what all the other efforts and what all the other balls in the air have been up to now, there's no short of information on the agenda and all the attachments to the agenda. Also, I do want to mention that for those who were here January 24th, we almost spent 5 hours on the item then. We do have that posted on the county's YouTube channel. Should be on the Granicus as well. So again, all the material that was presented orally during those presentations, we are thankful for those who attended, and we incorporate all those presentations and all those comments in this continued hearing today on the proclamation. There's also a 2-page staff report. I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs out of it. While it is encouraging to see kind of this new focus being placed on the long-term recovery efforts of the Clear Lake Hitch or the CHI, it remains to be concerned. It is still concerning that no coordinated short-term plan exists for this all-important critical 2023 spawning season. And that's not a criticism, that's just an observation. Plenty of long-range planning has gone on to this before, and yet we still have a population level that is tanked. We are still faced here today as a board and as residents of this county about what do we do next. So it is reasonable to expect, regardless of what happens here today on this item, that in coming weeks and months and years, we will have several proposed actions, programs, funding requests, what have you, that will try to address what's happening here with the Clear Lake Hitch. We don't have the benefit of having those here today. We don't know what we're going to do on a lot of these items. We haven't identified buckets of money to apply to specific projects. So again, I ask for patience for those who say, what is the county going to do? A lot of what we're going to do today is say, we don't know yet. And you know, I appreciate that there's some concern that we've been at this several years, but we have not received the dramatic information we have until very recently. We are all learning this as we go. So one thing we are not going to be talking about today are a whole bunch of specific projects that probably do need to happen and will happen. We just need to figure that stuff out. And accordingly, the emergency proclamation that we are here to talk about today does not pretend to address, much less answer, many of the questions that have been raised regarding the specific roles and responsibilities of the County of Lake and the many departments, agencies, and commissions that the county oversees. Rather, the way it has been worded, it attempts to provide broad direction to our sister governmental agencies and other parties without necessarily committing them or the county itself to any specific plan, project, or course of action. Most, if not all, of the proposed board requests in the proclamation have been vetted in close consultation with agency representatives to ensure that they are reasonable, actionable, and limited in scope and purpose. Emergency proclamations can be useful tools to draw attention and funding to important issues. We have several of them standing on the books. This one is a little unusual in that it does have several requests that the board might make to our sister agencies, depending on the outcome of the discussion and debate here today. But whatever the outcome of that debate and this proclamation on the agenda today, we want to thank everyone who has contributed their ideas. We want to encourage them to continue to communicate, not just with the board, but with each other, to build bridges of understanding. Because with or without an emergency proclamation, it has become clear to me that there might be some distrust, there might be some divide, there might be some misunderstandings among our various communities, and we can't solve that with an emergency proclamation. We can only solve that with open hearts and open minds. And so I hope as we continue in this dialogue today that we will have those open hearts and minds, and then when we get close to a vote on the proclamation, it'll bear some resemblance to the will of the people here. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, you covered most of it there, Supervisor Green. But I just want to emphasize that I would really like to get to a point of agreement today so we can get this proclamation for the hitch completed, because it seems, and it's been stated that everybody, that's the main deal, everybody's fine with that. But there's a couple items that we all need to come to either agreement or disagreement or agree to disagree or something along those lines. But I really will just emphasize, let's do that in a constructive manner, and let's see what we can get done together. So appreciate everyone coming back, and be glad to see us move forward.
And I do want to mention, just for the benefit of people who don't understand the Brown Act because they don't use it on a daily basis like we do, but there have been multiple drafts that have been circulated over the past month, and we have not had the opportunity to speak as a board about it. For public transparency laws, we can only have these conversations in public with all of you. We cannot have these conversations without you present. 2 board members can discuss, so you have the 2 supervisors who brought the item, and the rest of us have not not had a conversation, we have not had the opportunity to talk about it as a board, as a body, and that including all of the drafts that have been circulated. So I just wanted you all to know that because it occurred to me that maybe that's a piece the public doesn't quite understand. So how do you want to proceed?
Well, just a couple bullet points of explanation. So, as Chair Pyska alluded, there have been a couple drafts floating around. We've been literally sending up trial balloons to see who likes what and to see if there was some consensus. And so there was a no asks draft that went out there that basically removed all the portions of the draft proclamation that requested anything of other agencies. Pulled that back because even that wasn't super popular. Some of the asks in here, the board requests seem to be fairly non-controversial and well supportable. There are some asks in there that at least a couple people have concerns with. I do want to clarify, in the first draft that went out on January 10th, there was at least an inkling in that draft proclamation that the board was taking a position on the emergency listing request with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That got pulled quickly because I don't think we would get consensus one way or another if we moved on that. There is some language still in one of the whereas statements in here that alludes to the fact that emergency listing request is pending. So just an explanation, and everything in here is totally editable. I used to be an editor, now I'm facing a room full of editors. But just for clarity, there is no formal position stated in the proclamation, as I understand it, or as I intended it in writing it, that would take a position on the emergency listing request. But there are several asks in there of our sister state and federal agencies that are specific in nature, and I think are meant to provide them some guidance and maybe even some assurance that they can count on the county as a partner. And if there are any questions on any specific items in the proclamation from the board, now might be a good time to do it, or we can just wait for public input. Thank you.
I'll just add one more thing. Blue Ribbon Committee did conduct a letter. There was some verbiage that was adjusted, so don't have it really on me. I could find it, but I know that there was a portion that used to say something along voluntary, but then now it's based on the science or something along those lines. Finding the science before making any changes, and so that letter was crafted differently before they agreed on it. The Blue Ribbon. Does it sound familiar? Anyone on the Blue Ribbon that was at the Blue Ribbon with me? Yes, and so Sarah concurs.
Somebody said yes.
Yes, thank you.
I guess I had a slightly different takeaway because the letter that was, the Blue Ribbon Commission letter that was attached to today's agenda item, my understanding is it was sent the way it was. My understanding is they were going to watch today's meeting and possibly make some amendments depending on our actions today. But my understanding is that the original draft of the letter was approved as it was, and that's what
I highlighted it too and read it. It says critical agencies work quickly to determine where reductions in water usage are required based on the best available science. And it used to say something else like voluntary actions or something like that, but it was changed. So that was the only sentence, though.
Okay.
But just another thing to add, I know in this Blue Ribbon Committee, there also was projects and is projects that are currently still intact that revolve around the hitch. I know that there's a couple that were approved last year for, I think it's Adobe Creek, I might be wrong. But I know there was a couple other proposed that probably didn't get passed yet, but I know the Tules are another aspect that would provided the hitch as another, situation to keep. So not just the water quality, but the hitch were also brought up to contribute to why we need to do the Thule restore as well. So someone had mentioned the Blue Ribbon Committee having discussions about hitch. Well, there is, and hopefully it continues on. And maybe if we can figure out something along the lines of having another committee in regards to the Blue Ribbon Committee, rather than creating a whole different one, because sometimes it seems like we create ad hocs and we just have so many. If we can address that maybe in the Blue Ribbon Committee and have that be another third ad hoc out of that committee rather than us creating one and then kind of getting caught up with our staff and everything like that. But it's just a thought and an idea. But
Yeah, bouncing balls.
I know.
Totally appreciate that. Yeah, I think just for clarity, it may be helpful. I don't want to read all the bullet points, but just to explain why they landed there and what thought process went into it, it may be helpful. One, this all started, my own journey started in December when we had this emergency summit out at Big Valley Rancheria. Again, hugely thankful to all those agencies that pulled that together. It was in the form of an intergovernmental consultation, so it was not kind of the full-blown public airing we're having here today. But it was hugely important and significant for that to happen. In learning through that, so I believe what happened on the December meeting was a meeting of what's been called a Clear Lake Hitch Task Force, which has spun up on relatively short notice. There is a longer running committee or work group, I think Fred might have talked about it, involving the creation of something called a Clear Lake Hitch Strategy, which will be kind of a living document that could help the county and other partners here. So I'm just going to go blow by blow really quickly down the bullet points just in case there's any questions. First one is fairly standard, that we would declare an emergency here in Lake County, and we would ask the California governor to do the same. Next two bullet points are directed at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Basically, we want to be supportive of the process. There was a lawsuit and a settlement in April of last year that directed U.S. Fish and Wildlife to reopen its investigation of the status of the Clear Lake hitch and whether it deserves to be placed on the endangered listing under the standard protocols of the Endangered Species Act. And that review process is ongoing, to my understanding, but it is expected to take up to 2 years to complete that new process. And of course, that raises questions about what do we do in the meantime. The second bullet point directs U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, among its other emergency actions, to prioritize and expedite completion of the draft Clear Lake Hitch Strategy, which I have only seen a rough draft of, but I guess they've been kicking that around for at least 3 or 4 years. It sounds like it's almost ready to present, and it would be presented to this board, and some of our sister agencies and our other stakeholders in this room will get some signatures on it, and that would provide a broad umbrella of potential future actions, both short-term and long-term. So the ask here is for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which has been acting as the lead agency on development of that strategy, to basically kick it into high gear. Let's get some signatures on it. Let's figure out some plans, and let's get on with it. There is an ask in there for the Blue Ribbon Committee for the Rehabilitation of Clear Lake to convene a meeting as soon as practical to talk about the hitch in specific threats to its 2023 spawning run. I'm a little bit new to the commission and its process. It's like most of our government agencies, really good at looking at the long-range future of the lake and what projects might be needed for that. It's going to be an important source of shepherding these various projects and actually getting them funded by the legislature or other state agencies. And it was pretty interesting. And they did submit a letter to this county in regards to this. And again, that's in the public record if you want to read it. There are 2 bullet points addressed to the State Water Resources Control Board, which does have some jurisdiction over not just water discharge, but also water supply issues all across the state, not just in Lake County. One of the bullet points is focused on potentially illegal activities, including illegal cannabis cultivation. And it does ask for ongoing enforcement of Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and the Cannabis Cultivation Waste Discharge Regulatory Program to ensure that those laws are being enforced in a way that are protective of Clear Lake hitch habitats. The second ask of the Water Board is a little more contentious. It does ask the Water Board to take regulatory steps, such as an information order or emergency regulations that may be necessary to assure viability of the Clear Lake hitch upon receipt of stream-specific emergency flow recommendations. And as was mentioned here briefly, trying to calculate emergency flow recommendations is not an easy thing to do, much less apply them in a real-life situation in a very flashy, volatile watershed. But it's in there. There's an ask of the California Fish and Game Commission, which has chimed in not once but twice on this issue so far, or the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, to take reasonable steps to consider whether emergency regulations or amendments to sport fishing regulations may be needed to reduce predation of Clear Lake hitch by carp and other non-native fish, to consider whether a hatchery or a refuge might be needed given the dire state of the chai population, to review and recommend short-term habitat improvement strategies, and for Fish and Game, when they do talk about these things, to actually come to the County of Lake so that we can participate in those discussions just as you are here today. And then lastly, there are two asks, I'm sorry, for Bureau of Land Management and Mendocino National Forest. We do have, again, a whole lot of lands in this county that are in public ownership. They are in watersheds that do drain into Clear Lake. Their exact linkage to this, would be unknown, but when we're taking a look at the future of the lake, and it's in particular tributaries, it is helpful, I think, to take a watersheds-based approach. I think most agencies would agree that's the best way to take a look at this. So it just gives them a heads up that the hitch is a species of concern to this. There is going to be a state of emergency in the county, and we're letting our BLM and forest partners know about it. The last bullet point, this has been amended from the last version. There does seem to be some widespread support that one way or another, the county will develop and implement a plan this spring to manage flows from Adobe Creek or Highland Springs reservoirs to supplement some of the flows that are coming down those creeks to the extent feasible during the hitch spawning season, including but not limited to cold weather events during which groundwater pumping occurs for agricultural crop protection. And it also asks Water Resources to submit a mid-year budget request because they're probably going to be spending some money this year on projects they weren't exactly planning to do. So that's kind of the laundry list of things that the Board of Supervisors could request in this emergency proclamation. That said, it has been noted by multiple people, if we took all the requests out, we would still have a perfectly good emergency proclamation that would just say, hey, emergency, help us out. So that's kind of the long and short of the various requests in the draft proclamation. Again, I hope you all had a chance to read it. If you do have any specific questions about the purpose of an emergency proclamation in general or the specific purpose for any of the asks that are in this draft, we'll take those questions during public comment.
Supervisor Spatier?
I think it's important that we have our conversation before public comment. That way they can provide public comment based on our feedback and our opinions rather than waiting on theirs and then sharing ours and not them being able to speak on that again. I know I've been in the public before and that's really annoying. I want to know what people are thinking so that I can speak on that. So I think we should have the conversation. We obviously need to do something. I'm saddened that there have been efforts for the last 8 years of being denied to try to do small projects as far as whether those projects would have changed the outcomes of what we deal today. It's a big what if. And so I'd like to change that so that when we do put in a grant, we do get those things. And I think that there's a possibility that we're looking at that kind of change. I know I've spoken to Chair Paiska that was a similar intention with the tree mortality, was to see if we can open up some funding to make things available. I do have some questions on this. And I think we need to do something. Number one, we are not leaving this room without doing something. We have to be able to move something forward more so than where we are today. Let's continue to highlight the chai, but let's also recognize that with the work being done at Middle Creek, it's about also water quality and algae. We need to look at our lake and make sure that it's better. Hence why people worked on Save the Lake years ago. That never went through. We've known that there's a need to do something to fix the habitat that is a part of all of our lives. I have some questions and then some comments. One question is, so right now in the state of California, it is listed as an endangered species, correct? Since 2014 or 2015?
I'm told it's listed as threatened. I'm told under the California ESA, there's no real distinction between threatened and endangered status. So it's been listed under state law as threatened since 2014.
So you just said there's no difference? So
I'm told. I don't have any direct knowledge of that. But we distinguish between a state level threatened designation and a federal endangered designation. But as far as whether there's an endangered designation under the state law or whether there is and there's no real practical difference, I would have to defer to the experts in the room.
Okay. In speaking with Fish and Wildlife over the past week, I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between it being listed and declaring an emergency, because that would seem to be the listing is a declaration of emergency is what I'm getting from Fish and Wildlife. So I'm kind of curious, how did we get to declaring a specific emergency for the hitch versus talking about the listing of it?
Jurisdictionally, a county emergency proclamation is just that. And whatever rain falls or doesn't in terms of buckets of money, certainly I believe both state and federal agencies would take notice of a county-driven emergency proclamation. They would certainly take notice of an emergency proclamation by the Office of the Governor. The listing by U.S. Fish and Wildlife under the Endangered Species Act has two moving parts. So again, in the never-ending paper trail, the start of that paper trail is what I think is such a significant pivotal moment, and that was when the Center for Biological Diversity settled its lawsuit with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in April of 2022, and by court order of that settlement, they reopened their investigation. So their prior denial of endangered listing of the hitch is no more. They have started this kind of what they call a 12-month findings process that actually takes 24 months because, you know, government. And in the meantime, also in the paper trail, because if there's going to be this 2-year delay while the feds decide whether or not this species does deserve to be listed as endangered on the federal side, there is a request by multiple parties that U.S. Fish and Wildlife go ahead and do a rarely, if ever used, emergency procedure by which the fish could be declared endangered under the Federal Endangered Species Act immediately on an emergency basis while this ongoing review takes place. So they would be listed right off the gate if the emergency listing request is granted. Whatever happens with a listing under federal law happens, but we're still going to come back in 2 years as that court-ordered review process comes. And so what happens with a federal listing? What happens with a county emergency proclamation? In both cases, there is some hope that we're going to be able to shake money, precious money out for projects that will receive higher priority based on that understanding of the emergency. There are maybe some other things involved with a federal listing that are less easy to predict, but that's what it is. So you'll hear federal listing used two different ways. One is this reopened investigation and whether it should be listed under federal law. That's a 2-year process. And then you're going to hear some stakeholders that have asked in the meantime for the feds to go ahead and list it right now.
But meanwhile, it is listed within the state of California, again, just to...
As threatened.
Just to separate between federal and state, there's two separate processes. One of them is listed, one of them is not.
Listed as threatened under state law, yes.
Yes, okay. And the reason I bring it up is number one, it's not that it concerns me, but I feel like we're asking something we're not allowed to ask. If you look at the definition of a state of emergency, it does not provide a state of emergency for endangerment of species or animals. It does say for, I don't have the right terminology, but infestations or disease. And I looked up and I tried to figure out, have we ever done this for the condor or for other things? And I've never seen that happen before, but obviously it makes it to the endangered species list or the threatened species list. And I'm just curious, is that something that you've looked at? Is that something that's even appropriate to ask the governor within the law that emergency proclamations provide?
Yeah, yes, for two reasons. One, this may be a slow-moving emergency, somewhere between 6 and 40 years, depending on who you ask. But it's an emergency involving the environment, and it's an emergency involving natural processes that we don't fully understand and which do represent a threat to the citizens of Lake County. It is not as rapid as a catastrophic wildfire. It is not as quirky as an atmospheric river, but it's natural. I see somebody raising their hands. They may want to chime in on this. No? But the other thing, as highlighted in some of the whereases, is we face a procedural emergency. Whatever we may think of the state of emergency, it's pretty clear that there are a whole bunch of people stampeding down toward the county with their understanding that a state of emergency exists. Their thoughtful desire to get some of these projects funded that have been kicking around for several years, hopefully in time to save the fish. I can't cite chapter and verse, maybe Anita can, as to the wisdom of doing this, but I can't think that it is, and not to use Chair Pyska as an example, but I mean, pervasive tree mortality, that was kind of out there. It wasn't necessarily well established as an idea and all that, but she went ahead with it, and when this board passed it, and now the governor did sign off on it. So if there's some distinctions between those two examples, I'll certainly listen to other people who have better knowledge of that. But I see this county facing two states of emergency that are valid for an emergency proclamation. One, the actual physical decline of the fish such that an extinction event is imminent, and we have to, as a county, take certain actions, not only to keep our citizens happy, but to satisfy certain legal obligations. You know, we can't have this knowledge and not take action. And I believe the emergency proclamation is the appropriate way to do that.
So I'm just going to correct you. The state had a tree mortality or a disaster already in place, and then we did our local emergency. And it was with the infestation of disease for trees that can fall on people. And that is the connection to the peril. The state of emergency means the duly proclaimed existence of conditions of disaster, of extreme peril to the safety of persons and properties. And that's how it fit in there. So this is why he's asking. So how do we justify that within what the definition is of a state of emergency?
Fair question. I may defer to some in the audience for that. But among many things that have been described in recent months, is the prospect that it's not just natives. Everyone in this county who's been here any amount of time has memory, short-term memory of this hitch running hard, much more populous than it was. And one of the things I was most stricken by at the December summit was this discussion of family gathering and culture and subsistence. You know, it was not that long ago where this fish was fished for food. And it provided food security for people who did not have good access to education, employment, other sources of food. And some may say, oh, well, you know, it's not that way now. You know, how could we possibly look at this fish as a food security item? Like people would actually starve if this fish went extinct. And it's like, okay, I kind of get the point, but the larger point is if we use today's understanding versus yesterday's understanding, I think we're viewing it incorrectly. There was a time when not only was this fish culturally important to our native peoples, but it was a matter of food subsistence and food security. And so the peril to our community, and maybe we'll hear more about that, would be not just loss of culture, not just loss of prestige in the environmental community, but a real changing of the guard where we had something and then we lost it. And the peril is that we will lose that food security.
And so I'm not arguing what we can do. I think we can do whatever we want. It's the request to the governor. I just want to make sure it's in line with the law of what can be requested and what can't. And I think that it's in the gray for me. There's something that you keep repeating, and that's it. There's a lot of unknowns. And we just heard a conversation.
Neither could answer the legal question. I would like to hear that you asked a question. There's our attorney. I'd like to hear her answer.
Where'd she go? Okay. I can tell you that when you're talking about the Emergency Services Act and the Government Code, that is a list, but it's not an exhaustive list. So just for purposes of legal interpretation, it doesn't have to necessarily fall within one of those. I can also tell you that the OES, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, does list the Emergency Services Act. It also notes that California defines emergency as an unforeseen situation calling for immediate action. It also defines an emergency as a situation of grave character and serious moment, evidenced by an imminent and substantial threat to public health and safety. And that's the Los Osos Valley Associates case versus City of San Luis Obispo. What I would suggest is that you just ensure that the basis, if your board decides to move forward with an emergency declaration, just as always, that the basis for that emergency is indicated. It cannot just be a bald statement. You do have references in the recitals, et cetera, so you may want to just refer back to those. And certainly, there's no guarantee that the state will agree with your assessment of emergency conditions, but Supervisor Sabatier is correct. That doesn't preclude your board from moving forward if you find that it's an emergency.
So I will move on. Thank you for the
I was just wanting to get to it because we're going to have a long one there, it seemed like.
And so there's been a lot of comments about unknown. Last time we received some data from Big Valley Rancheria, specifically Ms. Ryan, and then we received some other data information from some of the ag community. In my opinion, it was very contradictory. That left me with not enough information to be able to say one's right, one's wrong, or make a decision. I know you've stated a couple of times that there's a lot of unknowns or uncertainties. We've received that from Fred this afternoon as well. And I just have to say that there's some concerns about some of the requests. I know they're not requests for us, but for the state to look at creating new regulations that could have impact on whatever the impact might be, without knowing if those are the things that are actually impacting the current population decrease. I think one of the things that's missing from this document is a request for everyone to be at the same table. It seems we have a meeting here and a meeting there and a meeting here, and I'm not seeing a request for everyone to be at the same table. That I feel is something that's missing from the document. If we're not all together at the same place, then we're not working together to solve the problem. And I think that's one of our issues that we've had. And we need to ensure that there's a specific place for everybody to be able to speak and take part in providing data, analyzing data, and deciding what the solutions are, rather than receiving the solutions from a whole bunch of different places that may, again, contradict one another. And there's something that's kind of not discussed throughout this whole thing that I just keep kind of going back to, is where does climate change fit into this, where we have to figure out how to deal with climate change rather than trying to figure out how to deal with specific entities and how they're interacting with the land or the water. Which one is the issue that we're dealing with? Drought is a very real thing. We've had a declared drought. And so to me, climate change is missing from some of this information. You speak of drought at the beginning, but then it kind of disappears in the rest of the information. And I'll just get to the point. I am Again, with looking in, and I've never seen a declaration for any species that I've ever seen when I did some Googling and doing my own research, which is not a professional research, but I could not find a declaration from the state or from a locality for a declared emergency for a species. It seems to be the endangered species threatened list or endangered list. And I would like to see if maybe we can amend our drought proclamation to say the hitch are an important cultural and ecological factor in our area, and to add some points of what it is that we're planning to do to make sure that we're coming up with the right solutions and not throwing solutions at the wall. I see a lot of potential solutions, but I'm also hearing a lot of unknowns, and I'd hate to try so many things where there's impacts and consequences we're unaware of that eventually doesn't lead us to the solution that we should be doing. So interacting at the table, finding the right data and the right solutions, and coming back to us ASAP for support for those things, I think is of utmost importance, and tying it to the drought issue, because no water in the creek is absolutely a drought issue. So that's where I am. We need to do something today. We need to move forward. And I just feel there's a lot of unknowns of consequences on some of the things that are listed here.
And to the drought, clearly that it can't be helping. I think has been noted here. It's been tanking during times both of rain and drought, and so I wouldn't want to tie our response necessarily to an amendment of the drought proclamation, if only because we don't know when the governor will change that or if the rain will change that. And I think the state of emergency, even if it rains 40 days and 40 nights this year, I'm still taking it as a state of emergency. You know, one good rain year is not necessarily going to be sufficient to turn this fish's fortunes around. Also, you've had several conversations with some of our agencies. I have too. I think one potential benefit of this emergency proclamation is, again, depending on what happens with these other state proclamations and the drought proclamation in particular, we want continuity of effort. So they could lean on a local emergency proclamation to give them some continuity of effort and sustained importance in their own internal funding processes. They're at mid-year budget too, just like we are. They have to get some budget requests up for the coming years. So again, we've noted there are plenty of big ticket items that have been crafted for long-term lake health response. But as noted in the introduction, even with all these agencies talking together, we just don't have a good firm plan for short-term response this year. Boots on the ground, who's rescuing fish this year, who's doing observations and stuff like that. We do have some voluntary actions that have been proposed. Very grateful to those people that are stepping up locally to do that. But I wouldn't want to tie it necessarily to a drought proclamation, even though it seems logical that we would do so. I do think the state of emergency transcends the drought itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I'll make a statement. Your questions were helpful, Supervisor Sabatier, but in the letters that I received, it states the hitch are on the brink of extinction. So for me, that tells me enough that I said I was ready to move forward last time, but we'll have the discussion, see where we go from there. And those are my thoughts, and they were last time, and they haven't changed.
Yeah. I said it to you last time, you know, the emergency question is answered for me. You know, I talked about was the experience as a young man on the Upper Lake Reservation of, you know, just the streams being black where we could catch these things. And we did, you know, that was food for the year. And that wasn't that long ago. I'd like to say, well, I guess I am old. You know, it was when I was a young guy, you know, running around on the reses. So, not on my watch. It's been talked about all my life. There's obviously both sides. I said it in this room before. We just need to come together over it. I saw the letter from our Lake County Farm Bureau, and I think there's a way to do it. I hope that, you know, this takes a 4/5 vote. So we're going to need this board to really get in and have that conversation on how we move this thing forward. I think what I saw in the letter was, one of the controversial numbers here, number 6, and I agree, it's tough to ask the state to make decisions. We want to have local control as much as possible, but like some of the folks that got up here and talked today, we've been talking about for 43 years, waiting for the state to make a decision. They actually had to be sued just recently, as you stated, to go back and look at it again. And so my thought is the regulations being one of the big words, if we get to a point where we're at an impasse as a board, that we look at that number 6 section potentially and say, issue informative orders to assure that, maybe take out the emergency regulations word. I'm just throwing it out there, but we've got to get, it's a no-brainer for me as far as it goes with the emergency situation that we have here today. And I said it before. I'm not sitting in this room bringing the agricultural department. I'm not saying that, what's happening here in Lake County has not had an effect on the hitch, but we got to come to a way as everybody, because it's the last thing. We already get enough bad publicity here in Lake County of, hey, don't go to Lake County and go in the lake because your dog could get sick. It's all over the news. A lot of times they say any publicity is good publicity, but that is not what needs to be done. The most important thing, and I've said this before, is that lake. It's sustained life here for thousands of years, and we need to take a step forward on how we're trying not only protect the hitch. What I was reported today, I didn't know that we had other declining species. I didn't know that. That was the first time I heard it here setting up on the diocese. But we knew the lake was sick, or we wouldn't have pushed hard to have Cecilia Aguiar-Curry help us with the Blue Ribbon Committee. And there's a lot of work to be done there that'll be going on long after I'm sitting here. But we got to get something today. I don't think there's anything that needs to be removed. But if we come to an impasse, we've got to get something done. I appreciate you saying that, Supervisor Sabatier, as we move forward. And I know, it's a challenge. I sat right here at this diocese last time and, had a tribal person in this county saying how they were disgusted with me as a tribal person and what was going on. But as we live in this world, we've got to work together. We're never going to agree. I guess if we did a good job, everybody who leaves this room here will be unhappy. And then we probably came to a pass that is equal for everyone. So we're entitled with making this decision, and I'm willing to do that. And whatever happens, happens. But protecting those hitch are more important. I also had this morning in public input, and I don't know if she's still here, but I think she's a teacher. Let me see. Where's that paper? Left. She may have left. She talked about educating our youth and those types of things. This would be a pretty neat project for some of those youth to go out and to work on something like this. We talk about lake science, but what type of a project? We know that we already have through EPA departments, through the tribes and other organizations, our FFA departments, they take trips to the creek. But maybe this year it's, hey, let's go make sure there's some hitch somewhere in these creeks and start to do those analysis on, kind of boots on the ground type of stuff. But anyway, making sure you know where I stand before you come up and make your comments. I'm ready to move forward with it. And I think telling our story here in Lake County, and just to let you guys know, I do that all the time. We did the TID today, but telling our story not only from the cultural side, which is, who I am, but representing this entire community, this entire county. There's plenty of stuff that I'm mad about in this county. I'm mad we don't own more water in this county in Clear Lake. That really makes me mad, and that affects all of us, not just the tribal communities, all of our communities. So ready to move forward with it today. I hope we get the 4/5 vote. And if we don't, I agree. That'll be a bad sign for Lake County as far as I'm concerned. So that's what I have to say. I'm not going to go as technical as you, but it's just, hey, common sense. When I ran for office, I want to bring common sense to government. It doesn't always mix together. But I hope I've been able to show that. I did the agritourism. I went to all grapes. I went to walnuts. I understand the value that it brings for our community and who we are. You know, we're currently working in South County to do a multi-use trail so we can encourage riding of the horse. You know, everything that we do of who we are is, you know, I guess I can say I'm all Lake County, man. Doesn't matter how it goes out. So hopefully today we'll do that. And it's not enough. And some people are going to say it's too much. But if this opens the door for us to have some of the ideas, a hatchery or other things here for this fish, I think it's awesome. So anyway, that's where I am. I'll talk to each and every one of you. Either, you know, that's all right. We can exchange it. We're not going to agree on everything, but I am not here. And in my vote today, when I do take it, will not be against agriculture. It will not be against farmers. It will not be just for the tribe. It'll be, we need to come together to save this species in the best way that we can. That's what it will be. That, you know, so. And we need some hitched wood statues around the lake, not just bass. So we'll take that next step, so.
Chair Pyska, I had one more thing I forgot. If I can add it real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So aside from that, I remember earlier talking about the Blue Ribbon Committee. Well, in the document that established it in 2017 under C, it states, Clear Lake is the oldest species-rich warm water natural lake in North America. It contributes to the surrounding ecosystems of native plants and animals, as well as species introduced in the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Clear Lake and the surrounding environment is also home to endangered and rare animal species. Clear Lake suffers from numerous environment hazards and negatively affects the quality of the water and the lake's fish, including all the following issues. And that's another reason why I feel like we should create a committee in the Blue Ribbon, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure we bring that at the next meeting, so that way, no matter what happens here, after that, we can have a place where people can come together and talk about this issue, because it states it in here. So talk to Eric Sklar since he came last time and say, hey, let's see what we can do when it comes to this and that. So just adding that to it.
I think it's pretty incredible the amount of people that are in the room today and the amount of people that care. And I think everybody in here is committed to doing something and figuring out a way forward today. And I'm kind of back and forth if this proclamation, just by definition, is the way to go. But there's some pretty deep passion from my colleague here, and maybe sometimes we have to forge our own way, and maybe that's the thing to do. So I always appreciate your input. I think that there definitely does need to be some facilitated group, some coordinated effort that includes local interested parties and our staff, as well as the agencies. I feel like that's been a missing link, and I don't know if that's if the Blue Ribbon, if that's where you feel that should be. I don't know. That's been a question of mine. We have our Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, which was brought up earlier today. We have 6 vacancies on that committee. In the past, that committee's been tasked with different jobs. But there are 11 seats on that committee, and there are district representatives, there's education, there's a pretty broad group of people that can sit on that, but there's no tribal representation. And I think that's something that we could bring back with the resolution and add a tribal seat there, and give that advisory group some direction with recommendations that come out of all of this work, because we do have a lot of different agencies doing this work, and we've received letters, but and maybe it's going to come with that strategic plan that we haven't seen yet, but I would like to see everything in one document. I would like to also get input from staff. And I know you've mentioned that you have spoken with all of the agencies to put this proclamation together, but we also need to operate we need to be advised by our staff. They are the experts that work for us. And so I want to make sure that that's happened and maybe we can get a response from our administration office and our water resources department about how this has been collaborated and what they recommend with what we have before us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have reviewed the materials regarding the hitch. However, in admin, we're not experts in this type of program or this type of request. And I would defer to Water Resources. We have had that discussion. Our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer has reviewed and has spoken to Mr. Green, Supervisor Green, but I still think that I would defer to Water Resources on what their review of this or what next steps they would like to see happen regarding this item.
Scott?
Well, let's make sure my audio is still working.
You're good?
Well, you're kind of put me on the hot seat here, but I will, I'll make a couple of statements. The first thing I want to be clear, the Water Resources Department does not manage fish in the lake. We have a number of responsibilities but we aren't the keepers of the fish in the lake. So we don't have that expertise to do that. But what we can do, and what I think you're asking us to do, is to bring whatever resources we have to bear to help protect the fish and help promote improvement of habitat and those types of things. And I stated at the January meeting that though Highland Springs is not designed to provide water downstream for habitat, if we have an opportunity to do something, we will do that. And so I guess what I am willing and able to do is to say that as a department, we are committed to work collaboratively with all the interested parties to do what we can and bring the resources that we can to the table. I do have concerns, and Supervisor Green, you've sat in my office and heard my concerns about asking state and federal agencies to make decisions that could affect us. I would prefer that we maintain that control and work as a county and as a group of people to include the tribes and the agricultural community and our business community and our supervisors to come to develop projects and ways to try to help the fish. I'm concerned about handing over those decisions to others. I'd rather keep them internally and keep them within our county. And I guess to just conclude, we'll do what we certainly can do, and we'll do what we can and work collaboratively. I hope that answers any questions.
So one item that I think is missing from this is a statement of our commitment to work collaboratively with all of with our local interested parties and with the agencies. And I think that's important to be added. I don't know how you all feel about that, but just as a statement to each other. I have some concerns with some of the asks in here.
You got Susan waving at you?
Oh, what? Yes, sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to add one thing. In whatever measure we move forward, I would like to include the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer as part of that group, collaborative group. I think it's important.
I think it's important too. And the reason I bring that up is, I don't know what the best group is if you've been a part of the Blue Ribbon Committee for a long time, if you feel like that's the best place.
I think it is a place we can at least move forward with something, but you mentioned the Fish and Wildlife Committee, and how many positions are open?
No, and that's going to be a commitment on our.
Or advisory?
6 vacancies.
Well, and that's the other thing, and I'm not highlighting this for like to stack on or make any points or anything. I'm just highlighting it because I'm reading it right here. So it's each district, one member of the Recreation Department, one member of Agricultural Department, an ex officio member department, not sure exactly what that means, one member of the Education Department, one member of the Land Conservation Department, and one member of the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Department. Doesn't necessarily list tribes, but it was developed in 1979. So I don't know if that's got to be a discussion to kind of reestablish that so that way there is representation or, or something along those lines. But that way everyone is at the table in that advisory capacity, if that makes sense. Yeah. Because what happens, I feel, in some instances is there's an initiative from pro or con to try and, we see it in cannabis. No one ever feels equitable when they're on there. It's like, no, they have more of the cannabis. Then the other says, no, we have more of this. So I'm highlighting that because I'm just reading off of what is here, and I know that policy is dated back to 79, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Ancient times. Well, when I was considering this, I was considering leaving that sort of undefined, but tasking our staff with bringing us back a recommendation of what that collaborative facilitated group looks like. But if that is something that you want to go forward with Blue Ribbon Committee, I'm okay with it. I think we also probably need to have the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee retooled and up and running to be supportive. And one of the reasons I discussed that with the Big Valley members last week, and then the more I thought about it, we have, for example, well, I'll explain this. This is my Cold Creek example. So I got pictures of pretty major flooding in Kelseyville on Clark Drive after the atmospheric rivers, and the residents there couldn't believe the amount of flooding, and they sent all these pictures, and Public Works went out there, and then code enforcement went out there, and it turns out that the creek is completely dammed up with debris, and the landowners didn't know it was happening, and then the tribal members said, hey, did you know Cold Creek was dry? And so it probably is likely dry downstream from these dams. And what is the process that we have? How can we educate landowners who have property on the creek on the process, which is a little cumbersome, to get the permits and do that creek clearing? So I thought that Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee could look at that process and do some education and outreach to the community. And that's just one piece of the many things that we need to do. And I don't know that it needs to be in this proclamation, but I just bring it here as maybe just another reason to not be quite so specific in the proclamation, because there's so many options out there that we could do. I know we talked about the Adobe Creek and Highland Springs reservoirs. We talked about, you asked if it was possible, and Scott said, well, sure, we can give it a shot. And I asked him, what does it look like to develop a feasibility study? And he said that's probably pretty lengthy and potentially expensive, or there could be a moment in time when the hitch are in distress and he figures out how to let the water out, and we kind of see if that works that way. So again, I'm not sure that needs to be in the proclamation. It's just something that we direct staff to do. And then again, I'm not really comfortable with the number 6 and how that's worded. So those are my thoughts, and I'm wondering if anyone has a response to what I've put out. Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. I don't think that the blue ribbon is a bad idea, but I do have a question. There already is a CHI task force. Where does that fit in? Because I don't want two separate groups having two separate conversations. I want to make sure that either the idea of the Blue Ribbon Committee is invited into the CHI task force, the CHI task force is invited into the Blue Ribbon Committee. It's just, we can't have separate conversations.
From what I understand, the Hitch task force is government to government. And I don't know that and maybe a member here of that, someone can tell me, is our county staff a part of that Hitch task force? If it's government to government, is water resources a part of that? And then maybe expanding that to include a board member so that we have more direct communication with that work that's happening. Oh, can you come up to the microphone? I haven't opened public comment, but I did ask a question.
I'm sorry. So
Can you
the
just
answer
state
to
your
that
name?
question is, yes, it is now opened. It is no longer just a government-to-government operation. We are looking to invite other companies or agencies and organizations that are interested in partaking. It originally started as a government-to-government conversation because of the emergency status of it. Director Bonham, Chuck Bonham from the CDFW, he's the one that had suggested to us when we spoke to them about creating the task force, and he's the one that gave us his employee, Felipe Lewis, to create that and do the emergency summit. It was all their idea, and we just jumped in with it and was like, yes, let's do it right now.
Great.
So that was their initial thing. But it is opening up to other people. To
Okay,
answer
and your
questions.
name?
I'm sorry, Chris McLeod, Big Valley Tribal Treasurer.
Thank you, Chris. So is that another option that you would consider because it's already a group that's functioning and just expand it? We have so many things going on.
Right, no, I'm only bringing that up because I didn't really know if that was an option, but if that's an option, that's fine. I don't want to do, that's why it said blue ribbon rather than us creating another one and having
Right.
redundancy. But I don't mind still bringing it as a subject and talking to Eric about more dialogue in regards to that, but not to have any other type of overlapping discussion or anything like that. But like I said, the projects, there's many projects that are in that, in those proposals that revolve around the Hitch. So it's not something that I'm advocating or not advocating for on the proclamation. I'm talking about after, so that way there's more discussion either way. So the proclamation is what it is, emergency proclamation, and I guess we're going to hash out which numbers are going to go or whatever the case may be, and that's that. And so, yeah, I'm fine with it as it is. So, said that already.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the comments. Yeah, we're catching up on this. So the question of how and when does the county get to stick its nose into things is appropriate. And I actually had those discussions.
Well,
you know,
I wouldn't say maybe stick our nose in things, but be
okay,
collaborative.
I said that, all right? I said that. But I was the one who managed to show up in December at what turned out to be a clearly Hitch task force and said, hey, we need a task force. And they looked at me kind of funny. And internally, yeah, we have commissions. We have Ag Advisory has chimed in, been very helpful, super helpful. Farm Bureau has chimed in. One thing I would urge caution for is, you know, how many Zooms have these guys put in the last 3 months? So, you know, if we do talk about spinning up a county committee of sorts later, one, we can do it later. We don't necessarily need to settle that today as part of this proclamation. But two, it's really encouraging to see all the synergy and energy that is going into these processes. So I think we're going to end up doing both. You've heard about working groups and intergovernmental consultations, technical stuff. What does the science mean? I fully expect those consultations to continue at an accelerated pace for at least the next year or two. So they don't need direction for us to do that. Again, we do have a Clear Lake Hitch task force of sorts that has been spun up, and I believe CDFW has agreed to take lead on that. We have this Clear Lake Hitch strategy that has been in development for 4 years. Again, the federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is in charge of that. As part of the court order that U.S. Fish and Wildlife is bound to do, they have to do public outreach as they consider the formal listing along the line. To some of the asks in here, they do and will encourage further public participation, not just by the county, but all our stakeholders. For example, in bullet item 6, should State Water Resources decide to expand upon its listening sessions, which it's already doing, and propose any type of regulations, you better believe there's going to be public hearings, opportunities for comment, opportunities for county input. And so I highlight that one because a lot of people have concerns about number 6. I'll just state this. I think the state's going to do what the state's going to do anyway. I do think we are expressing local control and asking them to go ahead and get on with it. To me, I know it is hard to deal with unknowns, and one way to get over that is to start dealing with some knowns. From prior work involved in cannabis regulation, I have some history with the state water boards. I have trust that they are going to be fair and open-minded. I think their listening sessions they've been conducting are proof positive of that. But I will just offer, if there are concerns about number 6 in particular, all these bullet points are up for discussion. Number 6, if it's going to be problematic, can certainly come out, as has been suggested by multiple parties. But as to whether we need to spin up yet another county led task force, I would kind of caution against thinking about that right now, if only because all these other agencies are doing what they're doing. And there is a little bit of history here where the county is not universally perceived as being the most helpful or the most expeditious agency involved here. I think we need to partner with all our agencies, and I'm confident with the assorted committees and commissions and task forces that have spun up right now. But again, if we want to have another discussion at a future date on that, I'm certainly open to that.
Well, I was not, I didn't intend to spin up another committee. I was just raising the question of we could put a request in here to expand the task force to include the county and to include a board of supervisor so that we're there and we know what's happening and we can be a part of it and have a little bit more proaction. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, last thing that I have a concern on is the beginning of number 7. With any unknowns, number 6 and number 7 have the potential to impact economically. And if there's unknowns as to if that actually is going to be a reason for the hitch diminishing, then I want to make sure it's known before we create any sort of impact. And so the idea of emergency regulations for sport fishing, which is a major part of hospitality here, and the issue of stream flows when our own GSP shows that there is little to no connection between groundwater to surface water. I think that 6 and 7 need to be reviewed more. And I didn't state that properly, but the report says that they did not see a significant connection when reviewing the use of groundwater in comparison to the stream flows. Obviously, water trickles down eventually and builds up into the aquifer. Not the expert on that one, just paraphrasing. But 6 and 7, the beginning of 7, are the only ones that I am concerned asking the state to come in, make changes, again, without the strategic plan being done. Once that's done, there's a better idea of what is being requested and what does work versus asking now.
And I will just highlight, among the things that are known, it is not unknown. Both the state water boards and CDFW are very aware of this, are actively working this issue, and in CDFW's case has already dropped a significant letter with several substantial asks. Now, again, we are not being We're not addressing any of those asks in any real concrete substance today. But these aren't in there for no reason. Again, I'm willing to jettison them if there's any uncertainty as to the impact. But the unknown as to what they might do is already an unknown. We know they're going to do something. We don't know when. I don't know that we, anyway. They're looking for concrete action this year, even as they continue long-term planning efforts that are beneficial to the lake and the fish. They're very clear in their statements so far. They're looking for voluntary action. California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the State Water Resources Control Board.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Everyone knows that, and I already mentioned this, you know, everyone's excited about the prospect of doing more long-range planning, putting more money into this and stuff like that. Everyone's kind of scratching their heads, with some exception, with our locals who are willing to spin up some additional data gathering efforts and stuff like that, voluntary actions. So even if they get fired up on the regulations and all that, I think there's no expectation that they're going to pull the trigger on that without involving extensive stakeholder input, and just rulemaking in general at the state level is time-consuming and lots of meetings. So they're in there for a reason. They can certainly come out if those reasons give offense, but we're going to have a long year of dealing with certain actions and certain requests that either we make of these agencies or that these agencies are going to make of us. And so I don't see anything harmful in there, even without knowing what the future holds in terms of potential regulations. I think the dialogue is hugely important. You know, it was interesting to watch the prior presentation from USGS, seeing that not just the hitch, but all our fish are in decline. That is rightfully concerning for this county. That is rightfully concerning for Fish and Game Commission. And yeah, you know, there's been communication. It's been a very pointed ask that we don't know, you know, the full impact. You know, scooping up some bass along with the carp. I don't know if that's a bad idea, but if they're going to talk about it at all, come to the county and let's talk about it. And I don't see any harm in asking for our agencies to come sit down with us and talk about these things. You know, we know they're proposing regulations. We know they have thoughts on what this county should do. And so it is unlike all the other emergencies we typically deal with. We have an emergency that also has a paper trail attached to it and several proposed actions. So I've taken out everything that would come anywhere close to a concrete action. But 6 and 7 are in there for a reason.
Supervisor Crandall?
I think there's someone online that can speak to some of this, and I'll just add that in number 7 briefly, it really just talks about to consider whether establishment of one or more hatcheries or refuges within the county of Lake is feasible. So it's not really doing anything, it's just stating that they're going to take reasonable steps to consider whether the regulations or amendments of sport fishing regulations are needed to reduce predation. So I don't agree with you on number 7.
Who's in the Zoom room?
It's a CDF
Felipe
staffer.
LaLuz.
Yes. Philippe?
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is
Yeah, go ahead, Felipe.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Felipe LaLuz. I'm a senior environmental scientist with CDFW, and I facilitate the Clear Lake Hitch Task Force. And I'm chiming in right now. Just I hear a lot of confusion about what teams are active and what their roles are. So I'm hoping to shed some light on that. I think I'm going to split it up into like longer term, big scale, big picture issues, and then a more immediate response. So there's the Blue Ribbon Committee, which many of you are familiar with. There's also the federally facilitated Clear Lake Hitch Conservation Strategy Team. And they are facilitating the conservation strategy that has been discussed. I facilitate for the state the Clear Lake Hitch Task Force, and this came out of the government to government consultation that Chris McLeod had mentioned earlier. We meet monthly, I'm happy that the county is now participating. We did have somebody from Water Resources Program at the table at our last meeting, and definitely encourage Department of Public Works and Water Resources to continue participating in the task force. And then at a finer scale, the State Water Resources Control Board has an implementation team focusing more on keeping on water, as that's the purview of the water. And they have a website up. If you Google State Water Resources Control Board Hitch, it's the first thing that pops up. I encourage you all to look at that website, sign up for their emailing list. They're doing some great outreach and still have some more stuff planned in the future. But just in general, I'm sorry, there's one more team that just recently formed that Fred Faber had mentioned, and this is more of a scientific working group with UC Davis, which is more of an academic team. And I realize this is a lot of teams, but each has its own role, whether it be policy, long-term planning, or research. And so I'm happy to help you all navigate this and try and figure out which teams are most appropriate for which people to engage in.
And how do all the teams work together?
Well, there's a lot of overlap in membership, and there is no single guiding committee overseeing all of these teams. And I'm not sure what sort of structure we could put in place to facilitate that.
I think that would be important for us to have a local understanding of what's going on. Ms. Grant?
Just from what I'm hearing, there might be kind of a compromise with regard to number 6. Certainly Supervisor Green's correct, the state's going to do what it's going to do, so a statement that they can do it is not really necessary. A broad statement that they just take regulatory steps such as may be more than certain of you have a comfort level with. So you could say something more to the effect that State Water Resources Board shall work directly with county stakeholders to consider the promulgation of regulations to assure the continued viability of the Clear Lake Hitch and other aquatic species upon receipt of stream-specific emergency flow recommendations from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or other fisheries agency. That way the county would be a participant with the state and would have an active hand in it regardless of the configuration of a committee, and it would still be for the same goal. It's just a suggestion.
Ron.
It's an excellent suggestion. If we're going to edit it, I would just suggest my own poor word choice. Instead of stream-specific, watershed-specific might be clearer. Thank you.
I think we should open it up to the public. They've
Okay.
been waiting long enough.
Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll open it up to the public, so you can come up to the podium, state your name, have 3 minutes, and we'll hear from everybody.
Hi again. Good afternoon. Rebecca Harper, Lake County Farm Bureau. I'd first like to begin by addressing a question that you asked Jessica with regard to what type of infrastructure might exist for educating landowners on their responsibilities and the permitting processes associated with debris cleanup on properties that are along a stream. So Jared Sellers, who is now the point person for the USFWS Clear Lake Hitch Conservation Strategy Committee, and I have been working very closely on this. And so as a joint effort, we're working on putting together some resources as an outreach effort so that those can be distributed to the community, and then they could inquire to our agencies. And essentially, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services would then be able to negate available monetary resources to projects that may have the most impact on the stream. So that's something that Lake County Farm Bureau and Jared Sellers with the United States Fish and Wildlife Services are working on jointly right now. And I'm hopeful that that will be a great benefit to landowners and provide some infrastructure there. Aside from that, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude for being involved at this point of the discussion, and my hope that we'll be continued to be involved as we continue moving forward. That being said, the agricultural stakeholders of Lake County support the approval of an emergency proclamation that does not include requests to the State Water Board to pursue water use restrictions. We feel that as a stakeholder group, we are making progress with state and federal agencies through our ongoing and deliberate conversations, commitments, and contributions. Encouraging the pursuit of regulation as stated in number 6 of the emergency proclamation would only be detrimental to the work that we have been doing thus far. Our stakeholders plan to pursue specific voluntary actions that we have outlined with these agencies that will benefit the Clear Lake Hitch as soon as possible, while also identifying and developing long-term solutions. For more information on those commitments and contributions, I'd like to refer you to the last 2 pages of this lengthy document that California Farm Bureau and Lake County Farm Bureau worked jointly on. The last 2 pages of that outline what our commitments and contributions are, in addition to a document that was distributed to you at the prior Board of Supervisors meeting regarding this matter. This gets pretty technical, but it is worth the read if you get the opportunity. If you're looking for the Cliff Notes version, like I said, refer to those last 2 pages on what our commitments and contributions are. We also feel that the Clear Lake Hitch conservation strategy, facilitated by United States Fish and Wildlife Services, is instrumental to this conversation. This strategy outlines reasonable and productive voluntary actions that can be implemented by many stakeholder groups, including agricultural stakeholders. The county should lean on this strategy as we continue to identify and implement additional possible solutions. So just in closing, I'd like to thank you for your hard work and attention to this matter of great importance to our communities.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alicia Castellanos. I work at Big Valley Rancheria EPA. I'm also an environmental assistant there. I wanted to thank you for this discussion today. I really hope that the right decision is made. I feel that we need to move forward with this emergency proclamation for the sake of our hitch and the traditions of our people. I want to be able to learn and pass this tradition of hitching down to future generations. Please do what you can to make this possible. We need to save the hitch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brock Zoller, Lake County farmer, Kelseyville. I'd like to thank you again for having this discussion. I wanted to talk again about Mr. Fryer's data there. It was reassuring to see data that's duplicated by different agencies. California Fish and Wildlife had done some, and they did it for an 8-year period, and his 4 years coincided with almost exactly with what they came up, but he was missing 1 year, which was the highest year. So if he'd had that in there and measured it, and it came out like theirs, it wouldn't have grafted the way it did and made it look like the fish were being eliminated. It would look like they just ran into a drought period, as they have in the past, and they're not really there. So the other thing I'd like to point out, so I don't see the emergency myself. If you put all the data together and look at it, it just shows they're having ups and downs, and they will be back again. They're not going to be back like they were in the past, where we had to be careful going across the creek, but that was a long time ago before a lot of changes came in the lake. I'd like to point this out. This is Big Valley Groundwater Recharge Investigation. This was written a long time ago for the Lake County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and it was a prelude to maybe a dam being built in the canyon of Kelsey Creek. But it's incredibly interesting to read it because it talks about the geology of water flow in here, and there's some things here that really would be interesting for you to read. For one thing, I just heard on the news the other day that Yolo County is pumping water out of Cache Creek now and putting it in the ground down there in the Sacramento Valley. This is an earlier time for them to be pumping really out of Cache Creek, as I see it. They normally do it during the irrigation season. So what you get out of this is that actually our water tables are set by the lake level, really. As the lake level goes down, the amount of water table that we're able to maintain in Big Valley here goes down also. So What's happening then is going to be earlier reduction in the water table. I think myself it's going to be minimal, but what it does mean is that Yolo County needs to be brought into the discussion here. I don't know if they're pumping out of the Clear Lake tributary or out of the Indian Valley Reservoir tributary, but I think we should ask them, could you please take that out of the Indian Valley Reservoir because you're lowering the water table here. So if the farmers are lowering the water table, and it's affecting creek flow, they are also doing it. We're all in this together, all of us that pump out of this stream flow here. We've got a couple of cities that pump a lot out of the creeks. Farmers do. We're pumping out of the groundwater primarily. And the other thing that you get out of this is actually, if you look at the ground here, this is higher than right here. So you can imagine this is Kelsey Creek here, and Kelsey Creek flows, and it doesn't really get water over here into the water table and gets to reach a certain level, and then it spills back over and it goes down into that. And the reason is there's a lot of sediment that packs up where the creek flow, and it has to get up above that sediment before it goes over the top into the gravel and can go down into the water situation. So I would read this. It's very enlightening. If this is true, what they say, we're not affecting stream flow really by pumping out of 5% of the actual water we use out of Kelsey Creek. We're not affecting stream flow during hitch season.
Thank you.
And just to add, the dam is releasing 7.63 cubic feet per second as of this morning. That is not a lot of water at all being released through the dam, so it must be coming from another source.
Hi, my name is Joanne Saccato. I'm wearing a different hat than I was here earlier today. I am the secretary of the Sierra Club Lake Group, which is our local Sierra Club group here. And I'm just speaking formally representing the Lake Group with this statement. We urge the board to approve the proclamation recognizing the extreme peril to hitch. The hitch is not just another fish, but it's a culturally significant native species whose disappearance would be a profound tragedy and a shame upon this generation of Lake County residents. The Sierra Club will support any efforts to address the factors affecting the hitch and look forward to an intensive and comprehensive dialogue throughout our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Joseph Weber. I'm a Big Valley Tribal member, Housing Committee Chairman, and cultural practitioner. My family is the Hopper clan. I ask that we look past the politics and the politics and see what it's really about. It's not about crops, it's not about water rights, it's about the hitch. Everything else can be decided later date. The fact that the fish is going to be gone forever is important. Crops can be replanted, money can be made or reimbursed, but the hitch will go away forever, like the split tail, which was a species that went extinct in California and was here in Clear Lake. It's not natives versus farmers. We can be united in this fight. Neighbors and farmers have a lot in common. We both have families we care for. We both have families that we want to eat and thrive. We both don't want the hitch to go extinct. We need not to fear the energy proclamation. This is just a safety precaution to protect the hitch. I'm sure if the farmers that border these creeks of interest would be able to receive financial aid from one of the 7 tribes, if not the state agencies, to deal with the loss due to helping out the hitch if their insurance can't cover it. I want the Board of Supervisors to think about this vote. Fish and Game and California Board of Water both said that there is an issue and it needs to happen fast. So we can't say in good conscience that the fish, the hitch, don't have an issue here. The Lakeport won't, we have to look at this emergency proclamation seriously. It's not a good look for the community or board when we sit there and say that there's no issue. I think we need to take off the blinders. I will explain what I mean. It's a reference of how some people see natives and our traditions. Please bear with me while I make this comparison I ran across in an article. When we talk about African Americans, we are aware of the slavery, police brutality, and Black Lives Matter. When we talk about Judaism, we acknowledge genocide, concentration camps, and exiles. But when we talk about natives, the first thing we think of is casinos, alcoholism, laziness, uneducation, and broken down cars. When we need to be thinking of our lost children, our language, our government that hired people to hunt us down. Clear Lake natives have suffered enough. Don't let the hitch go extinct on your watch, please. Be on the right side of history, because our children are watching, and we have less than 2 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
How are you today? My name is Robert Gary. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer and the Director of Cultural Resources for Hub-Emmettle Pomo of Upper Lake. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to start off saying that, we need action. This time of back and forth has taken long enough to where we're in the situation that we're in today. I know what it feels like to be a native species and not be a part of the plan. I know what that feels like. And so, I'm still here today, and I'm integrating to be a part of the plan. So is the hitch. And so we need to understand that this proclamation, and we're talking about solutions, we're talking about not having funding and all of this. Through this proclamation, it will show that actually county cares. It'll open up funding from different agencies to be able to do what we need to do. We heard from somebody earlier from Upper Lake, a landowner. Same situation a lot of the ag, people are a part of. Still had concerns as far as for regulation. In this proclamation, it talks about that regulation. So I don't see where the problem is of making sure that we as a county, whether it's tribal or non-tribal, that we're working together to be able to create something to show the state and the federal agencies that we care. I looked at this presentation earlier today, and it showed me all of these other species that are also declining. The difference from the two species that are native is that they're only here. If the largemouth bass goes low in numbers and we want to refeed our lake with that, guess what? We can go somewhere else where they got big numbers. You can't do that with the hitch. You can't do that with the tule perch. Those are things that are native to here. So really, we have to be able to protect those resources that are within our own territory that we can't get anywhere else. And I think today is action. All the bickering and fighting, we're talking about solutions about like, how are we going to do this? How can we do this together? And I heard about we're going to let's create another committee. And we'll have one tribal representative on that committee. Well, there's 7 tribal nations that are here within Lake County. All different governments, all sovereign nations, different protocols and different processes. Why wouldn't we want each one of those tribes at the table along with every other agency that's there? Inclusion and transparency. I work for Hub-Emmettle. My mother's from Big Valley, and I'm from Alem. A lot of different places, different protocols, different processes, different things to follow, different creation stories, different stories about my connection to here. And so that's the way that we have to look at things, especially dealing with the indigenous communities. So I just ask, from this Board of Supervisors to take into consideration that we need action. We can't sit on our hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Sherry Treppa. I'm the chairwoman of Hub-Emmettle Pomo of Upper Lake. Want to take the time to thank you for your diligence and your efforts on behalf of the Hitch. I'm really proud that you're new, but Supervisor Green, but appreciate your commitment here to something that's of vital importance. Unfortunately, I'm disappointed, I guess, because I see where the vote is headed. I would have expected by now, over the course of the last few weeks, indeed several months, I'm sure, that there could have been some collaboration to come to a place where this proclamation could get passed. In our day-to-day work, we often have differences, but we come together to take action that will ultimately, serve what the purpose is. And in this case, obviously, we are trying to protect an endangered species. And we all know that's going to happen. It's just, 12 months down the road. And the time is now to take action, or the situation's going to be dire. Unfortunately, as leaders, we often are facing difficult choices, but the one thing we can't do is kick the can down the road, because our generations are going to feel the impact. And this is a moment where we need strong leaders at this board, and sometimes, it's hard actions, hard decisions, but you have to make them. And so on behalf of my tribe, I urge you today to pass this proclamation. I expect that the language proffered by Anita in item 7 hopefully will be adopted, but I urge you to finish and get this in a final position to be able to pass it. Thank you. And again, I urge you to support this proclamation.
Thank you. And this is the first opportunity that we've had to talk and collaborate, because we can't. We have to respect the laws and the Brown Act, and so this is it. We haven't had a chance to discuss it, so this is the work that we're doing right now today.
Howdy, Jonathan Walters, Big Valley grape grower. I'll just start here. This conservation strategy is a great thing that we need to be looking at. So what I'm going to suggest is that the emergency proclamation, as the last speaker just said, this can's been kicked down the road long enough. I'm for adopting the emergency proclamation. But I don't think any of the requests should be proposed or accepted until this gets finalized and everybody on this board understands this. This covers nearly every one of those requests that are on that. As Bruno said, there's a lot of unknown consequences with these requests, and I think this will cover a lot of the stuff. And not to mention, this is written by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which is also the group that's going to be looking at the endangerment of the hitch in a couple years. So it makes sense that that same party is going to be, we'll be working with them going through the next couple years, that you're giving power to them, let them do the research, and maybe impossibly that our decision will come down sooner rather than later. So just to recap, I support the approval of the emergency proclamation with none of the requests that were listed until this is finalized and the board fully understands what's on this packet right here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Wegner, citizen of Lake County. I think that everybody really sounds like they're on the same page as far as we have to do something. I think relying on the bigger government, I think that there's good reason to be hesitant to that and those doors that you open. It could definitely be a Pandora's box as far as how that affects everybody. Looking at the locals and all the people that are here, I think that there's not this big separation between everybody. Like we really can do things together. And I know even people that would be agricultural in status, they're more than willing to work with or even contribute money, land, and space. So I think that the two parties have the most power to make a change or make a difference are already sitting in this room. It's not necessarily in Sacramento where it has to be done. I know John and I had spoken about doing a hatchery there on your property, right, John? And so he had
Michael, speak to us, please.
So I guess what I'm getting at is the agricultural community and the cultural community could be working together to produce these hatcheries and make these changes that doesn't necessarily need the influence from the bigger or greater government. Ultimately, I think everybody really is on the same page. We could argue about what the problem is, but we could all find a solution regardless of what the problems are. And so with that, I hope that we can just move forward in finding a solution. I think the proclamation is a good idea. I think there's a good point to being careful about what you include in that proclamation. But the parties that can make the biggest difference are already sitting in this room. And how do we get everybody to the same table is really the question.
Anyone else in the chambers?
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Fredrickson. I'm a water and environmental policy analyst from the California Farm Bureau, and I don't mean to parachute in on your local issues here, but it's also, an issue that we see of statewide significance. It's kind of paralleled in various places around the state, and so some of the things that have been proposed can look, fairly existential if they went down a certain way, and so we get a little concerned when we start to see things that could shut down water use that's essential to, production of certain crops. I wanted to run through a few points. The good news is that everybody's agreeing that there's a problem, there's a crisis, and something needs to happen. The reality, though, is that there are lots of questions, and we don't have a lot of answers. And there's also been a fair amount of inertia. There have been lots of things talked about over the years, and it looks like a lot of things have not happened that should have happened before. Now we're in this crisis, trying to figure out, where to go from here. Facts are stubborn, but we first need to know what those facts are, and we can't fix problems if we don't understand what the nature of those problems. So I think everyone is understanding that there's a need to step things up, but it was also acknowledged by the gentleman who presented earlier, there's no silver bullet. These are complex issues, and so there's a lot to work through here. We have a letter that we submitted earlier that wasn't to inundate you in paper. It was to try and come forward with a serious proposal from agriculture and show our willingness to, the willingness of the local agriculturists here to work with you and to commit to certain voluntary actions. And there's a detailed list in there that was mentioned of things that should get us some answers to some of those questions that we all need answers to. Those voluntary commitments are focused mostly on water. So there's a water use piece to it, both surface and groundwater. There's a piece that relates to creeks and lakes and aquifers and what's going on there. And there's a piece that relates to the fish and where the fish are in relation to what's going on with water use. Hopefully, based on all of that, we can get a better understanding of that water piece and know better what to do there. In terms of the proclamation, they're different. It's been discussed, is it all the asks? Is it none of the asks? Is it certain asks left out or tweaked? That's for you all to decide. I think you've heard a number of opinions expressed here, all over the board, really. Near term, this year, something needs to happen. There's some good ideas out there, implementable things like the Highland Springs releases. That sounds like it could make a big difference. The rains that we're seeing right now are also going to help us this year. In the meantime, we need to get better data and understand better, what we need to do, the real nature of the problem and the real nature of the solutions that can go with that problem. Okay, it sounds like I'm out of time, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Ryan, Environmental Director with the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I just wanted to address a few of the comments that were made by the board and also some of the participants today, just answer some questions. So there are coordinated efforts on the creeks this season, starting right away in terms of doing, not only looking for frost protection, other agricultural water use, but also to look for barriers, to look for potential stranding of the creeks. We're doing flow monitoring in certain locations, and this is data that we are sharing, multiple tribes are sharing with the agencies, and that is perhaps stuff that could also be shared locally. The October meeting of the Fish and Game Commission was, the Clear Lake Hitch were on the agenda. I don't know why the county or agricultural community didn't participate in that, but it was on the agenda and duly noticed, so it was just the tribes that attended that, I guess.
But were there invitations that went out to anyone?
They don't invite anybody, they just put it on the agenda. So we traveled all that way and brought elders with us and everything to be able to, to discuss it, but it was on the agenda. The point about clearly, or about the county participating, there were asks for the county, there have been some asks during the summit for manuals and things like how are they operating the dams, levees, and detention structures on the creeks, and and that information has not been received yet. So if the county is going to be participating in any sort of task force, they really need to be stepping up to par like what everybody else is doing. In terms of just information sharing, one of the reasons why I think number 6 ask is in there is because the water boards is already asking that information from the local agricultural community, and what I'm hearing even from the agricultural community at the last meeting before the Board of Supervisors is people were turning in statement of diversion and use reports for surface water use that was misstating the amount of water that they were using because they're afraid they're going to lose their water rights. So we already have a problem with the data that's out there, and so I'm really happy to hear from the previous speaker that there are some voluntary measures that they're planning on doing. I haven't seen that list, but looking forward to seeing that. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to mention. I guess that is it. Just wanted to, the conservation strategy. The conservation strategy has been worked on by, I just want to point out the, persistence and long-term commitment that Peter Windrum has had to work on that. And he certainly got a lot of good things in there for the agricultural community. But we've not been able to get anything about water use and water restrictions. So the fact that they're saying it's a good plan, we don't think it's a good plan as long as that's not allowed to be in there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pat Scully. I would encourage that you guys add into your proclamation something that states that ag should be at the table, ag and all stakeholders for that matter, and on all these committees, at these meetings. I'll point out the Hitch Summit that was held in December. Ag was not invited to that. That was kind of a secret meeting as far as we were concerned. A lot of misinformation was put out at that meeting, and immediately we had the Fish and Game Commission writing letters with asks, Fish and Wildlife writing letters with asks or demands that we stop groundwater pumping, frost protection, well moratoriums. That was all based off of stuff that they had no knowledge of. It was just it was kind of at the whim of what they heard at that meeting. For that reason, we would urge you to also remove number 6. We've already seen the letters from the Fish and Game Commission, Fish and Wildlife. I mean, that's what we're asking for. We're asking the state to come in and solve our problem for us, and we don't have a lot of confidence that that can get done. I think you see in this room, there's a lot of people. We all want to solve this problem, but we need to solve it together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris McLeod, Big Valley Rancheria Tribal Treasurer. I just want to concur, it wasn't a secret meeting. It was a meeting of government to governments. None of those state agencies would supply or discuss or even bring to the table any false information. They brought their own data, they brought their own experts. We all discussed and collaborated, just to be clear. My statement to you today is this emergency proclamation here today is not designed to hurt or cause harm to anyone. It is to save a species. To me, a member of my extended family. Do you want to be the one or two people on this panel here today that says no to this species and is lost forever because of you? This proclamation will show the state that you, the county, agree with what they're saying. This fish is in danger of extinction. The Fish and Game Commission has written a letter to request this fish to be added to the federal listing. If you don't participate willingly, the state is going to mandate changes. You may or may not agree with them. If they see your participation, they will be more inclined to offer support for this change to you, to your constituents, to the ag community, to the life-saving measures that are needed for this hitch to survive here. This change is coming. We sat together yesterday with Governor Gavin Newsom and his cabinet. And the Clear Lake hitch was mentioned several times throughout the day with them, as you know, sir. And they're in support of this. Again, they're going to make changes. They've already said what they want to happen. They're listed there in front of you. They're on that list. Those aren't asks that we came up with ourselves as tribal people that have no knowledge or experience or education. This came from them. These are what their asks were. They knew that these were things that weren't outside of the box that could be implemented. These are things that have happened around the world through different agencies to assist with endangered species. The opportunity for financial support will likely come to the willing parties. If you give pushback and you don't show your support, they're not going to grant you any grant money. If they see that you don't even care enough today to proclaim this as an emergency, because we are in an emergency, this fish is dying, you will be responsible for it not living any longer. You will be responsible for that if you do not vote for this today. We are in a drought, and everyone should have to conserve their uses. We don't feel like that's happening. On behalf of Big Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, I urge you from my whole heart to please pass this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Daniela Santana. I'm the Environmental Director at Habimental Pomo of Upper Lake. And I just wanted to say, I watched your guys' governance meeting last week, and you guys talked about these silos within the county. I think you really need to internally look at that, because it's not only Water Resources' job for this. Water Resources is bearing the burden of a lot of departments on different programs. Low impact development, that hasn't been passed. That's a land management issue. Stormwater management, that's a big, heavy push for specifically Water Resources, but it should be a lot more other departments. Everything that's happening in the creeks, that's not only Water Resources. So I urge you guys to look within the board and then within staff too, and bring them together first before you look out to everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? One more thing? Yeah. Okay.
Just going to be really brief here. I'm sure you remember my name from 10 minutes ago. In case that's an issue, Rebecca Harper, Lake County Farm Bureau. You know, I just kind of want to conclude that the agricultural stakeholders are not in opposition of an emergency proclamation and do not deny that this is a state of emergency. Simply, we would support an emergency proclamation so long as request number 6 is eliminated. And not because we see water use as not being an issue or a part of the equation, But because we're already working with those agencies to develop collaborative solutions without the threat of an immediate or emergency regulation that has the potential, to cause an economic collapse of an $80 million industry and the individuals that work in that industry. So at this point, I just feel that's detrimental to the work that our organizations and state agencies are doing collaboratively. And that the threat of a regulation is just really unnecessary and irresponsible in this case. But to summarize, we do support an emergency proclamation that does not contain request number 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thanks, Sarah Ryan, Environmental Director, Big Valley Band of Poma Indians. I did want to add to the statement I made earlier, something that I think is really important, and it really is germane to the topic. Both the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW have identified that the loss of spawning habitat due to past watershed modifications that have blocked access to or altered the flow regime of tributary streams are one of the primary causes of the Clear Lake hitch decline. So it's identified in both the federal and the state science that it's the spawning habitat. And the spawning habitat means not only, yes, we've got the dredging issues that have been brought up, but it's also the fact that they can't finish their spawning run. So to pull out number 6 and to say, oh, it's really not a water issue, we're going to, we want to keep it local control, then the county has the ability to permit and to affect the permitting of groundwater wells and other water diversions that are happening off of the creeks. So if you want to keep it local, then have that be the ask of your agricultural and other community that to approve land use permits and water withdrawals. So that's something you can do if you want to take that out and handle it locally. But we do think it needs to happen, and the science says that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janine Pfeiffer, ethnoecologist. It's 2030, and we're looking back at Lake County and the decision that was made in February 2023. And that decision, including the proclamation that was passed by the Board of Supervisors, set the stage for Lake County becoming known as a county that took a crisis and turned it into an opportunity, and began the process to change the reputation of Lake County and the reputation of Clear Lake. I just came back from Reno, where I got married. Actually, South Lake Tahoe. It was pretty cool. And every person we were talking to about our wedding, they said, so where are you from? We said, Lake County, blank stares. Clear Lake. Oh yeah, I know that lake. It's really not clear, is it? It's really messed up, huh? And we said, yeah, but we're part of these groups that are working to clean it up, to do water monitoring, to save the hitch. So it's 2050, we're looking back, and this is when the tide turned, and we did the right thing, and we turned crisis into opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay, Zoo room?
We'll start, do you want to start with CDFW or the public?
We can start with CDFW.
Okay, we have Sarah Moselman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to actually jump in. It's been a minute now, but there was 2 different times during this meeting that our data from 2020 were referenced as evidence that this decline might just be partly temporary or might just be a blip. And so I just wanted to put it on the record, add a little clarity on what we actually said and what we actually found in 2020. And it does basically fit right in there with what USGS found. Although I will also say our data and USGS data are not directly comparable because those are very different studies with very different methodologies. But just real quick, the report says, in 2020, a below-average total rainfall during the wet season resulted in low stream flows and low turbidity, which made viewing any hitch in the creeks easier. Even though the number of hitch seen in 2020 increased from any previous year's survey, all hitch were seen once at one site. Some of the tributary sites did not have water in them during the survey period, which was, by the way, very early. This was in before COVID shut us down, so it's early March. Preventing any opportunity for hitch upstream migration because streams are already dry. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to cancel the following 3 weeks of surveys, so we don't know what we would have seen, later in that season. But water conditions were already deteriorating at that time during mid-March, so we don't feel at all confident that this was an excellent year for hitch. It was just basically one survey point in Kelsey Creek during one survey where we saw large numbers of fish. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record and that nobody was unclear about those data. Thank you.
Next is Haji Wharf.
Good afternoon, once again, board members. My name is Haji Wharf from Upper Lake. I urge you to support the emergency proclamation for the hitch, though it's clear 2 of you are going to side with the ag interests and vote no. It's clear to me. Watered down as it was, predictably, to satiate the voracious appetite of ag's thirst, this is the most benign action you could take on behalf of the hitch. If you cannot show this modicum of support, then I consider this inaction as a dereliction of duty. You were elected to represent the interests of all in Lake County, not just the economic stakeholders. Just because the hitch has no voice should not mean it should be silenced forever. Supervisor Sabatier, you are using semantics about the parameters under which to declare an emergency as a means of backing out of giving the proclamation your support. I hear excuse after excuse, each a brick in the wall you're building against it. This will be the first species in 50 years of California history to go extinct. Perhaps that's why you can't find a previous emergency proclamation regarding the extinction of a species. This has been a staged act of cowardice, showing no teeth and gumming the proclamation to death. Your inability to move forward is because of barriers you've deliberately put in place. The hitch does not have the time to accommodate your finger and tongue twiddling, your hems and haws. Your gutless performance has been embarrassing. I sincerely hope those who vote against this mildest of measures are held to account by their constituents. I hope the state bypasses your fecklessness and expedites direct action because the hitch has no time left for this lethargic behavior by this board. By withholding action, you have relinquished the right for this county to be self-determinant. This, too, is a failure of this board. Back on its heels instead of being proactive with its foot forward. And I appeal to the public to consider that it's time to find new leadership. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Phone 9344, yeah.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kelly Anderson. My husband and I are recent property owners in Lake County. We have 3 small rental cottages, which we rent full-time to working individuals, members of our community. We have invested countless hours and tens of thousands of dollars in creating safe, clean, affordable housing for working members. We believe that the protection of the Clear Lake Hitch is a priority situation, and the facts are clear. The facts are clear that habitat loss due to surface water and groundwater extraction, this drying of the creek during critical spawning times, is responsible largely for the loss of this fish species. Bruno mentioned telling our story, and as new members of the community, our family tries to tell the stories about the incredible natural resource that the lake is. But we can't tell our story if we don't take strong, immediate action to protect the species. You have U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Department of Fish and Wildlife, tribal members, Sierra Club, your own water agencies advising you that the protection of the surface water resources must happen now. I'd like to make one suggestion for changes in the language of the declaration. I believe the language where feasible should be replaced with where necessary, because feasibility is so vague, and we really need to curtail frost and irrigation pumping during the times that the fish needs the habitat. It's clear that the cultural and environmental health of the lake is the primary foundation of the economy. If we have the press release saying we've lost this fish due to habitat loss, what does it say to potential visitors for natural beauty, for hiking, for enjoying the recreational resources? Agriculture, I've worked for 30 years of my life in production agriculture, and we need to step up and adopt quickly alternate sources of frost protection. They are available, and it's important. I support agriculture, and agriculture is groundwater and surface water dependent. Agriculture is dependent on the health of our natural resources. So I expect the full board's support to adopt this resolution tonight. And I am only a 5-year member of your community, but I have shifted my wine consumption personally. I no longer buy Napa County wine because it is so damaging to our environment, and I'd like to continue as a consumer to purchase and promote Lake County agriculture. We need to take bold steps. Don't backpedal. Don't produce false
Thank you.
data.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next is call-in user 2.
Call-in user 2, can you state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Still trying to figure out how to use this thing. Angela Amaral, I wanted to thank you guys again for taking this on and listening to everybody. There seems to be some concern over number 6 and number 7, which leads back to going back to the Middle Creek Restoration Project, which should serve as a reminder of how hard it can be to work with outside government agencies sometimes. Supervisor Green mentioned in the beginning that this proclamation could pass without any of the asks. And maybe that's the way to go at this point. With so much, it seems to be creating more tension than it is helping. But we all agree that the hitch need to be protected, that a proclamation needs to be done, but maybe it just needs to be done right now without the ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lori Montserrat.
Hi, Lori Montserrat, Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. Thank you very much for your time. In addition to urging you to support the declaration protecting the hitch, I'd like you to know that I didn't receive an invitation to the Hitch Symposium nor to this Board of Supervisors meeting, but I managed to attend because I'm interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Meg Townsend.
Hello,
This is Meg Townsend, Senior Attorney, Freshwater Attorney with the Center for Biological Diversity. I want to echo the support for adopting an emergency proclamation for the Clear Lake Hitch. And I also want to clarify some things about what Fred Faber said about his sampling data, which takes place in June. That sampling reflects the prior year's spawning success and whether or not that spawning effort was in fact successful. So the data that shows in 2021 that the population declined by 40% from the already 75% decline shown in 2019 would reflect any perceived spawning or, observed spawning that happened in 2020. So that data is pretty clear. And, there was a lot of hand waving about uncertainty with this. And I will say and emphasize that if you wait for perfect information, it will mean extinction of the Clear Lake Hitch. And so, it's true there's not just one threat to the hitch. There are many overlapping threats. You mentioned climate change, which is significant, as is pollution in the lake, and habitat destruction, predation, and competition. But the biggest threat to the hitch is the loss of stream spawning habitat and wetland rearing habitat. That is something that the county can affect by approving land use permits and water withdrawals or not approving them. And I'll also make a comment that, voluntary measures are just that. They're voluntary and not enforceable. And although they're definitely appreciated, another suggestion could be for, item number 6. That language is pretty soft. I mean, I'm an attorney. I'm looking at it. It says issuing information orders or adopting emergency regulations. It's not mandating one specific result. And, the regulated community could come to the table and help to craft the regulations that they're voluntarily agreeing to. And that could be part of that process. So I urge the board to adopt the emergency proclamation, including numbers 6 and 7. Thank you.
Next is Fred Briones.
Hello, hi. Yes, I would like to just first and foremost just say that, this is a disaster. It's such a disaster to our lake. And we see now what's happening. We're losing our culture. We're losing just our future. And we can't allow that to happen. And I really wish somewhere in that proclamation, it would include this wine industry in restitution because of the disaster to human life, to animals, to our community, to our county. At one time, it was called Clear Lake, may I mind you. Now it's, the Private Liquor Barrel Reserve. And the board members, the supervisors, I'm going to point some fingers and just say, the tribes believe in climate change, but convince these grape growers of climate change. What a difficult task. And I want to just say, I own a business. I own property in District 5. And I want to say, Jessica, as the supervisor, it really shows the way you're going to vote. We all see it. And when I read about it, what your background is, the wine industry, making poison, we see. We all know. Yes, yes, yes. Look at each other really closely because those are the two votes right there that I want to ask you to step down from your positions because going forward, this is not going to be easy to deal with the future, this disaster of our lake because of the psychology, the way you view our lake as a private liquor barrel reserve. That is so unfair that your business now is being weighed against our county. We own a business around that lake, a hotel, motel. And the future of that business is so uncertain because of agriculture and pumping down the water. To say that the stream water is not connected to the aquifer, wow, that's a lot of convincing right there. Whole bunch of data, which tries to prove over how many hundreds of years of theory incorrect. In my eyes, that is swindling water into wine. It's so obvious. Don't do that to us, please. Step down, Jessica. I own property in District 5 in Riviera. I want a secure lake for my future, from our family, for 10,000 more years. This is Oleomi, and we want to always remember that. So please, Jessica, no more water into wine. Step
Your
down.
time is up. Thank you.
Next, we have CDFW Felipe LaLuz.
Yeah, Felipe LaLuz, CDFW again. Just to provide some clarity, the December 8th Clear Lake Emergency Summit was a government-to-government meeting. It was not a public meeting. And again, just to put in another plug, join the State Water Resources Control Board mailing list. They are doing a lot of outreach. So I hear a lot wanting to come to the table. That's the venue to do it in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And those are all the hands that we have on Zoom.
Okay. Do we have another comment from the board chambers? While she's making her way up here, I don't work in the wine industry. I've never owned a vineyard. I don't know where that came from. There was a little time I poured wine in a tasting room, that might be it, but it's never been something that I've done professionally.
Hi, I'm Tony Scully. My family are pear growers and shippers. First of all, I want to apologize, and I'm sorry for the personal attacks that almost all of you have received in this process. I know that you're all trying to do your job and represent the whole county, and it's not easy. There's one whereas in this proclamation that stabs me in the heart, kind of, and it's the one that says, many Lake County residents and interested parties, including agricultural and sport fishing and yada, 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 are not fully informed about the critical importance of this 2023 spawning season. I wish you would take that part out, Michael. Take agriculture out of that word, because we are fully informed. And we have put out things that we'd like to do to help to collect data. Every government report says we need more data, every single one. And we stand ready, the ag community, to help collect that. And I'm sorry that there has been some remarks about how our data is not honest either. We all want to protect the hitch. We respect the tribes. We respect your traditions and the desire and the necessity. It's part of our quality of life here to preserve that. And I don't need to tell you how much the agricultural segment contributes to our quality of life here too. You know that. So we'd like to partner with the tribes, and we need some help on that. The first problem for this is that for us, we haven't been included in these meetings, summits, agency meetings, organizational meetings. We haven't been at the table for any of them. We haven't even known about a lot of them. The tribes know about all of them, and they get notices because they're sovereign nations. We're not. We're not government agencies. We're just people, and we don't know these things are going on. And, we want to be at the table. We don't want to be on the menu. We want to work together. Looking at number 6, Michael, Scott De Leon said he hates to give up our local control of this. If you want something fast to happen, I hope you don't depend on the state to do it. The ag community has set out a list of things that we want to help right now in collecting data, ideas on what can be done, like stream release, really getting data on frost protection and the stream beds, how to keep water in the stream beds. We can do it. We have the ability in this county to do it, and we can do it this year if we all work together. You know how the state works. They have hearings, and they have meetings, and they have public input things. They decide ahead of time what they're going to do. You know this. And then they send out their groups to have public meetings, and then they check off that they had them. We can help. We want to help. We need help from the supervisors. There's a disconnect between us, the tribes, and everything we need to do. And we need to do it together. And we support this proclamation without the number 6, even with nice wording. But this thing that Jonathan put in your face before, that's due to come out next month by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, addresses all these asks in detail in a good way for everybody on things that we can all do. So this proclamation really could be passed without any of these asks and have our emergency proclamation. Just please take out the part that says agriculture isn't fully informed on the critical importance, because we are informed of it. We do want to help. We do want to be of the team. You mentioned, EJ, the task force, the Blue Ribbon Committee.
Yes.
And we haven't been in any of those meetings either. The Blue Ribbon Committee is mostly tribal people. And again, they all know about what's going on, but we need to have ag there. We need to be able to stand up and say, yes, we're going to count. We're going to turn in our hours on what we do. We support raising the...
Tony, I forgot to set my timer, but I did notice it's been...
Oh, you think I'm over?
I think we're about there, yeah. Sorry, I apologize. I thought...
That's okay. You get my point.
Thank you.
We want to help, and
I'll
we
send
want
you
to be
the
included.
dates for the next meeting, so.
Okay.
Because I have your email, so.
Thank you.
Okay, are we through public input? Any last requests? Okay, one more.
Michael Wegner, just for a little bit of clarity, so everybody's totally clear. Last time I saw this many people in here was about over a year ago, and somebody had proposed a moratorium on all new agricultural permits. And that's actually Bruno. So he's not on either side. We can't figure out whose side he is actually on.
Thanks, Michael. That was really helpful. I try to do what's right, and I bring up what I think is right. It's not anything personal.
Okay, we've heard from a lot of people. I'll close public input and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Green?
Michael's fine. So two things on the draft proc and the two issues of concern, the whereas statement referenced in the prior comment, and then bullet item number 6 in the asks. I did not want to drive a stake through anyone's heart, and I didn't want to have everyone pull out their thesaurus. What I was attempting to state in that particular clause was that none of us are fully informed. I mean, to the sense that we can claim we know exactly what's going on. I think most of the statements I've heard from the agricultural community saying we weren't at this or that meeting kind of proves the point, that they have not been fully informed, at least up to this point, any more than the county has been fully informed up to this point. It is what it is. These long-term efforts have been ongoing. Many of them have involved public agencies, including the Blue Ribbon Commission. I attended my first meeting ever a week or so ago. And I was not fully informed of this process. When I went to the emergency summit at Big Valley Rancheria, I left with many more questions than I had answers. I was informed better thanks to that summit. It was hugely important. But I acknowledge the fact that not everyone was there. I acknowledge the fact that my own misunderstanding of the nature of that meeting as an intergovernmental consultation versus a public meeting I'm all like Brown Act, and they're saying no, Bagley-Keene Act, and it's just like, it's a mess. So let me confess first, I'm not fully informed. I'm up here like throwing a proclamation around like I know what's going on, and it basically says, no, we don't. That's part of the state of emergency, is the fact that none of us are fully informed. And if you talk to these other people kind of correcting their data sets and clarifying, I think they would be the first to acknowledge they're not fully informed as well. We are learning as we go, data set by data set, meeting by meeting, and there's an arc of time that goes over this. To those who think we should somehow wrest control back because we don't know what the state agencies do or how long they would take to do it, fair observation, equally fair observation that there are people in this room who question the pace of work that has occurred in past years by this county, that there aren't adequate staff resources to fire everything up and get in the driver's seat. So even if we had the willingness to be front and center on this, and we told all the state and federal agencies, hold our beer, we got this, I don't think that's accurate in any way. I don't think the particular history of the county, and not to diss our fine county people, but there are people who distrust the county and our lack of actions in prior years and the lack of actions of prior boards. It is what it is. So I don't want to give offense in that particular whereas, but it was written that way for a reason. I think we're all learning as we're going. To the bullet item number 6, that is the other focus of concern. I am thankful that Anita drafted some softer language, but as was noted by one of the other speakers, it's pretty soft to begin with. And I think they're already going to do what they're going to do. But as we get through the discussion and we get ready to take some votes, all of this is up for grabs. If somebody wants to take a bullet point or a word out or maybe add some words, this is about the point where I get to just say, let's wrap it up. We have a draft emergency proclamation. We do not have a roadmap of every project coming forward. I know as soon as next week, I'm hoping to bring an item forward on gravel mining and what some of the impacts might be on there. There are any number of topics that have been raised by our partner agencies. Somebody mentioned a well drilling moratorium like happening in Sonoma County. Guess what? Somebody asked us to do that. We're not talking about that today, but I expect we will in future weeks, and in the short term, not in the long term. So I just want to thank people for what we do know. There is willingness in our community to start having these tough discussions. There is willingness in our community to build bridges of understanding. There is an heartfelt desire for people to participate in these processes moving forward. So I want to take that glass half full, because it's not half full, it's brimming over with good intent. But we got to start somewhere. And I think the somewhere where we're at today right now is if we can all agree in this room that a state of emergency exists for the status of the Clear Lake Hitch or Chai, and that this county will acknowledge that by means of this emergency proclamation as a starting point, not the ending point for the many actions that will follow.
I think that whereas is fine. It implements everybody. It's not specified to a specific group, and there is no specific one group that is entirely knowledgeable on this situation at all, period. So I think that whereas is fine. Michael's pretty funny. Been thinking about that the whole time before this whole conversation was happening. I'm worried about water. That's why I had that conversation with Ag. I sat down with some of the biggest vineyards and got drilled. I forget where we were sitting down, but I know that I was pretty much alone on that seat. But I wanted to hear what they had to say. And to me, saying no more Ag was not Ag is bad, is there's only a limited amount of supply. We do not have unlimited amount of water. And I fear for the future if we keep adding and adding and adding, because there will be a point of no return where once we say yes, we can't say, oops, could we take that back? That was my thinking. And in my thinking today, I am willing to be flexible, but I don't want to oops of inviting the state. Yeah, they could do that anytime they want. But inviting them to say, hey, help us with creating some regulations. I like the softened language a lot better because it really offers a conversation rather than saying provide emergency regulations. Because the state, I just don't trust. They don't see us in what we are. They don't understand the repercussions of their actions. And I think that as a group, as long as we're all sitting at the table together, we have a much better understanding of what our actions can do and what we need. I'd like to go with the changes that Ms. Grant provided. And while I still have concerns for number 7, that doesn't seem to be a topic of interest for the rest of the board, so I'm willing to let that one slide. But I sure hope that we don't end up with something we didn't anticipate. But I do hope that this does create the spotlight that we do need to be able to move forward, because as I stated when we first started the conversation, we got to do something. Doing nothing is not in the options of things to leave this room with. So.
Either of you? Okay. I think there's been a lot of assumptions about what two of us are thinking because we have questions and we have concerns. And we came into this with a commitment to take action, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't today. I feel like it's important to have a commitment to collaborate in here. That holds us accountable to all of you and all of the people that are showing up, all of the tribes, all of the agencies, all of the independent people, and everybody that's interested, everyone's that's doing this work. And I feel strongly about that. It's just a promise to ourselves that we're going to maintain our commitment to be collaborative and share and work together. And I think we've heard that there's been not great communication about when and where meetings are happening. And, if there's not an invitation going out, maybe it needs to be posted somewhere. Maybe we need an email list. Maybe we need to do better to make sure that we can all show up for each other and be at those meetings and be part of the conversation. There's a lot going on. I would like to also request that we be made an official member of the task force so that we're there, so that we have we could be part of that conversation at the county level. I know Water Resources was there, but I think we can do better. And Daniela brought up this great point that it's not just Water Resources. And that is one thing that I've been thinking of. We have so many departments that touch this. And when we think about breaking down our silos and being collaborative, it does start with us. And you're right, Daniela. So thank you for bringing that up. So being collaborative and asking for that space at the task force to participate are the two things that I would like to see. And then I am okay with that language for number 6. So those were my concerns, and I don't know how the rest of you feel about adding those two things. I wanted to see some kind of working group, and if that's going to be through the Blue Ribbon Committee, that's great. If we want to come back at another time and look at our own Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee and how we can revamp that and make that work for us and what we need it to do, that's a discussion for another day. But those are my thoughts, and I want to run that by all of you.
I think too that Councilwoman McLeod had stated that they're going to invite people to their group. So I think that's a good start as well. We can look at our advisory committee for Fish and Wildlife on our own at another time. And that's what I was speaking to earlier. And then propose it to Blue Ribbon and see how it goes from there. I know that would have to be a topic of discussion there. But I do want to make sure that we get that discussion going there, like we talked about earlier, so I agree with you.
Okay, so the Blue Ribbon Committee is here.
Yeah.
But what about the ask to be on the task force?
And I believe that's what Councilwoman
Okay,
McLeod was saying.
but should we put that in here, or is that just, no, we're good? May I comment? Yeah, come up here to the microphone, please. If we're spelling things out, I just want to know where the line is.
Chris McLeod, Big Valley Tribal Treasurer. I just want to note that the government-to-government consultation includes 2 of your supervisors. So they are part of a government. They were invited. They will always be invited, Mr. Crandall and Mr. Simon. So there's 2 of your board members that are included into that task force.
Which aspect?
On the task force?
Yeah.
You guys are invited to attend those meetings.
You mean as supervisors?
No. It's a dual facet, right?
I'm not on the council for Robinson.
But you could be a member, because you're a member of the government.
okay, I see.
Right?
Yeah, but she's asking for a county seat.
Well, I don't see where inviting 2 tribal members of a government could easily be asked. But like it was mentioned, there is Water Board, which isn't part of a government. It's just it's an agency, a county agency. Also, who were at the summit. So there was other county officials at that summit. So it wasn't just the agencies and the tribes.
So are they invited members as guests, or are they members of the task force? Because
Well, the task force doesn't specifically have like voting members or non-voting members, if that's what you're asking. So if you're asking for like a voting seat, there are no voting seats on our task force. We're a collaboration of minds.
Can I
Sure.
offer? I think that we can have another conversation on how best to ensure that we are collaborating and communicating in the best of ways, because this may not be the only or potentially the best option. I know that Supervisor Crandall brought up the Blue Ribbon Committee, and there may be other options that I'm not aware of. So I think settling that out, inviting Water Resources, inviting everyone else who has ideas, who are part of a council dealing with the hitch, I think that's where we continue the conversation, and then we can write a letter with a request that we be a part of that group to make sure that we do communicate and collaborate in the best of ways and not say, oops, I didn't know about that.
I didn't mean to implement that it was only for council members, because you have some of your employees that do attend our task force meetings that aren't on council, but that was part of the collaboration of the government to government. It was allowing your employees to speak on behalf of your experts. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, like our EPA department
Correct.
attended. Yeah.
Correct, sir. I'm sorry about that. It wasn't a council to council, meaning government to government, meaning tribal government with the state government. I'm sorry. And inviting you to the summit was our idea that you are speaking on behalf of your constituents here today, and inviting you opened it up so that you can be the speaker and the listener for what's happening. So I don't want it to seem like we didn't include you guys at all, because we did. We did include you guys. Your county workers were there, your supervisor was there, and so I just don't want that to be a misleading statement. You were invited.
Well, for us, when we delegate a board member to a certain committee and then they go on our behalf. But if you invite someone as a guest, they're not necessarily there on behalf of the whole board. So there is a little bit of a difference there that's why we do committee assignments, and we work that all out as a group. So that is something we could work on, maybe a letter or something to figure out how we can be officially part of that.
I just had the Ag Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
You created an Ag Advisory
Yes.
Committee.
Right.
So why would we create something all new?
We're not creating anything new. No, because the task force is already,
What I'm saying is, wouldn't it be the Ag Advisory Committee that you're on?
Yeah.
You created the Ag Advisory Committee.
yeah.
That would be the committee that we need to come up with who's going to attend, right? To me, or am I getting it wrong?
Well, no.
Any meetings, any conversations, whether it's in the Blue Ribbon Committee, or wherever conversations are happening, because there ain't going to be one committee, just as it was said. This is going to invite the ag committee, the county, all the tribes, all the U.S., everybody. So wouldn't the ag committee, I
So I
mean, it's
think-
already formed?
Who's on the ag committee?
Well, ironically, yeah, we're both on, and we haven't been able to talk about this because we're co-sponsoring this. So just to clarify, I hear what you're saying. I don't think today is necessarily do it. I think we should bring back another item and understand that, again, are we not fully under, yeah, I was there at the summit. Did I understand what was going on? Clearly not entirely, if only because I wasn't there the whole day. But some of these discussions and these task forces and all that are technical in nature. So having staff consultations at those meetings and staff invitations is important. When policy work is being done and you want a policy representative there, that's a different kind of discussion. So we have both kinds of things going on. We have big, broad meetings where policy is discussed and debated. We have these working groups and these task forces and stuff like that where they're just trying to see if they see the same data and if they can cook some things. So I'm totally open to bringing back a future item. I'd be even happier if I didn't have to bring it because I'm tired. But I think we're going to find ways to collaborate on various platforms with different things. Farm Bureau has been very helpful doing their own collaboration stuff. They don't need our help doing it. So I think it would be helpful to have a central repository so people can follow the bouncing ball of meetings and task forces and stuff. And I think that's something we can bring back to help facilitate that information portal. Yeah, but I don't know that we need to commit to saying I'm sending a supervisor here or a staff member there, if only because one of the comments we did get at the summit is like our staff was there, but they didn't necessarily feel empowered to talk about much policy-wise. And I think that type of consideration we need to talk about, but maybe not today.
Go ahead.
Two things. One, we have CDFW, Felipe Laluz. Obviously, we also...
I feel like he's probably going to clear it up for me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do want to say, I think the reason we're talking about a committee, at least in the way that I've spoken with Chair Pyska about it, is to ensure that we don't skip those committees and just come to the Board of Supervisors and says, this is what we need to do, without ensuring that we have the input from all of the interested parties that want to review solutions. If we don't have a specific group that we can speak to that can review some of these ideas and solutions, then we might be doing something that doesn't align at all with what else CDFW that is leading that group might be moving forward. So,
Okay, let's hear from CDFW. And I think we have public input.
I just want to could somebody make a chart of all the committees? I was sitting here trying to figure out, make a chart of, okay, so Board of Supervisors up here, then all the committees, who's on them, how they connect. It's like a giant spaghetti of trying to figure out who's doing what's what, who's doing what, who can.
I'm guessing that we're in left field.
Yeah,
here.
we got
Yeah,
and
wait, proclamation here.
Yes, please.
That would be like a Mississippi family tree.
Now she knows how admin feels when she's filling. They're filling.
That was Sharon Zoller, for the record. Okay.
Felipe Laluz, if you could please speak. Sorry that we cut you off there.
Not a problem, and I can definitely appreciate Sharon Zoller's comments on how confusing this all is. Just with regards to the task force, we are definitely open to having the county participate and encourage that. And it's not a decision-making entity, it's primarily information sharing and coordination. And then again, the State Water Resources Control Board has a mailing list that I encourage all the agricultural communities and all the stakeholders to sign up for that email list on their website. If you Google State Water Resources Control Board Clear Lake Hitch, you can sign up for that. And again, Supervisor Green has my email address. I'm happy to work with you all to help answer some questions and get everybody plugged into the right teams.
Okay. I think just one more thing that maybe it would be helpful if we could host on our website an area with all of these resources and links to the meeting dates. Obviously, it doesn't have to be in our proclamation, but I think that would help with the spaghetti mapping.
Yeah, and just a shout out, Water Resources does have they just relaunched their Clear Lake Hitch page. It probably can be expanded in terms of content, but we certainly have the first efforts made up there.
Okay.
I realize we're not in public comment. I'm just going to ask, can we clarify what the language of number 6 is? My name is Will Weiss. I'm a member of the ag community and a member of the Lake County constituency. That's it.
Okay.
Can we clarify language of number 6? Thank you.
Anita, can you reread that, please?
And that's if the board
If
has
that-
consensus
Yes,
to
this
change
was
it.
just offered to your board as a means to get consensus. That the State Water Resources Board work directly with county stakeholders to consider the promulgation of regulations to assure the continued viability of the Clear Lake hitch and other aquatic species upon receipt of watershed-specific, which was a request by Supervisor Green.
Makes sense.
Watershed-specific emergency flow recommendations from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or other fisheries agency.
And I would just like to clarify that I did work to vet that language, and so these are not impractical asks at all. And that's what it says, so thank you.
Supervisor Crandall?
I just want to state why I was okay with number 6 was because I know they're listening, but I really don't think the state's going to do anything. So that's why I was like, let's just get this over with and move forward. So that's just me, but if we have to decide on extra verbiage, I'm fine with that. But that's why I was fine with the asks. I understand in some instances it could seem threatening, but just wanted to clarify why I was okay with it. I just really don't think the state's going to do anything. I think they want us to do this, but I don't think there's nothing they're going to do. But I'm willing to look at the language to adjust it.
Okay. What about you two? How do you feel about that language change?
Yeah, I agreed with it earlier when she said it. And obviously, I think any change, we could obviously bring it back here. We did hear concern from our agricultural community that some letters went out and some other things. So, that's why I agree with it there.
Okay, so we have consensus on number 6.
Yeah, and I just want to signal, I do take seriously the input from the ag community. I know that bullet point is a particular bone of contention and that we don't know what we don't know, but I think the quickest way to get some certainty around those particular actions, because some of the actions that have been coming at us have been overbroad and do need more research and stuff like that. So there's a saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So even if there is healthy skepticism about the intent or the ability of the state water boards to move forward, again, I may have a little more history. I've seen them in action with other controversial subjects before, cannabis cultivation included, and I'm highly confident that one way or another, however their involvement comes, it will be in a spirit of collaboration and partnership and full transparency, and that everyone will have a bite at the apple if and when they do propose to do something.
Supervisor Sabatier?
One thing that I'd like to see in an upcoming agenda related to this is also for Water Resources to come back to us. We have a lot of projects on their plate, and this declared emergency obviously implicates them in some way, shape, or form to get certain things done, and I think that the board needs to understand maximum capacity and help them find ways, resources, or triaging of what it is that we're asking them to accomplish rather than adding on top and expecting that there's capacity to do so. I think it requires a conversation.
Supervisor Crandall?
I think that's fine. I think this helps them because it gives them another avenue to utilize, some sort of augmentation or something of that nature to ask for more funding. So that's what I've always believed. So, yeah, yeah.
Okay, anything else?
action.
If there's nothing further from this board? No? Nothing further?
Nope.
I'm not hearing any further. I'm going to move that we approve a proclamation declaring a Clear Lake Hitch emergency as presented today with preferred consensus language, incorporating ideas and feedback from multiple sources as amended helpfully by our county council.
Are we all second it?
Okay, I have a motion and a
I was
second.
waiting for.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And thank you, everyone, for being here.
I
And
wasn't going to
for-
vote against the proclamation. I mean, that would have been bad.
This has been a little bit of a messy process, but that is democracy, and I appreciate that you bearing with us as we had to work this all out in public. So I appreciate everyone taking the time out of your lives to be here with us to do this work.
Some guy building solar panels.
Okay, we are back. We're not in closed session, we're still in open session. We have a couple of items to get back to on our consent agenda. So we need to reopen consent.
Madam Chair, I move to reopen our consent agenda.
Sorry, is there
Second.
public input?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay. All right.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a
I
second.
said it
You're
so
just gonna do it
so
again,
fast.
so I was
yes.
just waiting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And Madam Chair, I move to approve item 5.1 through let's see if I remember, 13, 515, 517, and then 519 through 529. Is it okay if I approve 520 that we had pulled earlier?
Well, yes, because you reopened.
Okay.
Perfect.
Second.
Okay, I have public input? Okay, closing public input, back to the board. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And then we need to go to item 518.
Make a statement. 5.18 had an incorrect title that included a resolution. There was no resolution, there is an agreement, and the board needs to take action on the agreement.
Okay.
No hands in Zoom.
Okay, so no public input on the agreement to be approved on 5.18, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agreement between the County of Lake and the Department of Healthcare Services for Medi-Cal Administrative Activities, MAA, and authorize the Director of Health Services to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. And we have completed all of our open, no?
He approved it.
We approved it, yeah.
I was writing down what he was saying, but I didn't catch it. I apologize.
I have a confession to make. I accidentally did not approve 5.16. If we can take that one up real quick.
Okay.
It wasn't in my motion for all of them to be approved.
Oh, excellent.
So
Okay.
we don't have to go backwards.
Okay, let's look at 5.16. Any public input? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
And no comments in Zoom room. Madam Chair, I move to approve amendment number 1 between the Lake County Health Services Conocotai, or Conocati,
Yeah, you're fine.
Native Wellness, Inc., to extend the current contract providing COVID outreach and communication to the Native American population and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we have completed all of our open session items. There were 2 closed session items that we will continue 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, Child Support Services, and 8.2, Public Employee Evaluation of Animal Control. And we'll move those to a later date?
A later date, yes.
Okay. All right, adjourn.